Shiro learned his company scheduled a fishing event for tomorrow, leaving him worried about unexpected costs. When Shiro asked whether overtime pay covered the event, his manager responded with confusion and indifference. After visiting the fishing shop, Shiro reflected on constant overtime, weak rewards, and unreasonable workplace expectations. Although disappointed, Shiro maintained hope that another employer might recognize his dedication. While returning home earlier than usual, Shiro sensed strange tremors and found himself among ruins. Shiro found himself before a ruined fortress, confused by unfamiliar surroundings, and convinced something impossible occurred. A mysterious voice explained his death from overwork and claimed he had entered another world. As Shiro recalled recent events, memories connected, including a talking flounder and dark vortex, Shiro accepted the possibility of another world, though he searched for more reasonable explanations. Before Shiro reached any conclusion, armed soldiers surrounded him and pressed weapons toward his neck. Terrified and confused, Shiro faced armed soldiers accusing him of treason while surrounding him with sharp spears. The captain stopped her subordinates, explaining that Shiro seemed valuable and should remain alive for questioning. As soldiers escorted him, Shiro noticed something strange about their appearances. After observing the group more, Shiro realized every soldier around him was actually a woman. Remembering fantasy stories, Shiro suspected elves might exist there and searched for supporting evidence. Trying to break free, Shiro pulled against the soldier's grip, yet her strength completely overwhelmed him. The female soldier restrained him with ease, treating his resistance as harmless and almost amusing. Shiro realized women possessed extraordinary strength in this world, making escape impossible, despite his efforts. Several women gathered around him, angered by his behavior and determined to teach him obedience. While listening to their reactions, Shiro noticed similarities with school teasing and felt unsettled. Hearing the women mock his appearance, Shiro recalled old classmates and began understanding their painful complaints. The captain promised repeated treatment using magic, speaking with confidence, while Shiro struggled to grasp her intentions. When another woman demonstrated magic before him, Shiro realized supernatural powers truly existed within this world. As strange energy gathered around him, Shiro panicked after noticing its target and purpose. Unable to resist, Shiro watched while the women prepared something mysterious and alarming. A stern woman entered the room, questioning the soldiers after noticing their suspicious treatment of Shiro. After hearing their explanation, the woman reprimanded everyone and ordered the guards back to duty. The woman introduced herself as Princess Christia, then instructed Shiro to dress and follow her. Seeing Christia for the first time, Shiro admired her dignified appearance and sensed noble authority. As Christia protested her imprisonment, Shiro realized the princess possessed a fierce and uncompromising personality. Christia argued with the officer, insisting her loyal guardians remained alive while refusing to accept defeat. Mentioning betrayal within her forces, Christia revealed the kingdom's collapse resulted from treachery rather than weakness. The officer extended Christia's confinement and suggested Shiro assist her during those difficult days. After the officer departed, Christia sat burdened by setbacks and concerned about worsening circumstances. Hearing Shiro's simple observation, Christia reacted with surprise, unused to such straightforward sympathy. When Shiro asked about their location, Christia explained they were prisoners despite her royal status. After learning they were inside Regalta, Shiro revealed that he came from another world. Shiro introduced himself and described his previous life, including exhausting work under an abusive employer. As Shiro recounted the bizarre events before arriving, Christia listened without interrupting his explanation. Moved by Shiro's confusion and distress, Christia embraced him, offering comfort despite her own troubles. After hearing Shiro's story, Christia expressed sympathy and accepted that his suffering felt completely genuine. Believing his strange clothing influenced his confusion, Christia encouraged Shiro to remain close and rest. While leaning against Christia, Shiro realized her kindness differed greatly from his first impression. Christia reassured Shiro that she respected his boundaries, easing many fears created by earlier encounters. Growing comfortable beside her, Shiro admitted he enjoyed Christia's embrace, leaving the princess visibly surprised. After calming himself, Shiro suppressed distracting thoughts and focused on learning important facts about this world. Curious about local society, Shiro asked Christia whether any men remained within the kingdom's territories. Christia explained that men never served as soldiers because enemies targeted and captured them. She further revealed that both nations relied on female armies, making Shiro increasingly confused. When Christia explained that men lacked magic and physical strength, Shiro worried about surviving here. Recalling his arrival, Shiro remembered catching a strange flounder that unexpectedly spoke and offered a wish. After choosing creation magic, Shiro learned the fish somehow knew his name and intentions. Moments later, a dark portal opened beneath the boat and dragged Shiro into another world. Comparing those memories with Kristia's explanation, Shiro realized this world followed completely different rules. Confused by the contradiction, Shiro questioned why the promised creation magic had never appeared. When Shiro mentioned Japan, Kristia admitted she had never heard of such a distant place. Trying to explain clearly, Shiro described Japan as a prosperous island nation supported by science and technology. Kristia laughed at the explanation, believing Shiro had invented another entertaining story about imaginary lands. Despite her disbelief, Kristia revealed grim details about their futures and her approaching execution. Shiro then learned Kristia could use powerful magic, though prison restraints prevented her from casting spells. Kristia explained that enchanted restraints sealed her magic, leaving her as vulnerable as an ordinary man. Feeling responsible for their predicament, Kristia apologized sincerely for both her failure and Shiro's situation. Remembering the flounder's promise, Shiro wondered whether creation magic could help them escape imprisonment. Following Kristia's advice, Shiro focused inward, examining himself while searching for hidden magical abilities. To his surprise, a status screen appeared before him, confirming that creation magic truly existed. When the status screen appeared, Kristia reacted with shock while Shiro confirmed its existence. Examining the information, Shiro realized the flounder's promise had been genuine after all. Testing the system further, Shiro searched for medicine creation and discovered an advanced healing recipe. His excitement vanished after learning the medicine required 247 years to produce. Eager to share the discovery, Shiro showed Kristia the screen, only to learn she could not see it. Seeing Shiro's disappointed expression, Kristia guessed he had already started doubting his newly discovered magic. Kristia embraced Shiro again, urging him to accept reality instead of abandoning hope. After remaining together for several moments, Kristia noticed Shiro had regained his composure and confidence. Feeling exhausted from recent events, Kristia decided to rest and lay down within the prison cell. Once Kristia fell asleep, Shiro returned his attention to creation magic and continued investigating its functions. Reviewing his abilities, Shiro discovered water creation and learned it required only 30 minutes to complete. Attempting magic for the first time, Shiro focused inward and activated the water production process. A countdown timer appeared, confirming the magic had started and was functioning properly. While waiting, Shiro noticed the process continued automatically, allowing him to move and think freely. Looking around the cell, Shiro realized the generated water might help clean the mess nearby. Surveying the filthy cell, Shiro searched for cleaning supplies. As unpleasant odors continued spreading everywhere, concerned about disease, Shiro examined the prison and worried their living conditions. While checking his abilities, Shiro found medicine production unavailable and suspected additional requirements remained hidden. After discovering rag production, Shiro considered creating cleaning tools, though the process still required several hours. As Kristia slept peacefully nearby, Shiro monitored the countdown and prepared for his next task. While changing clothes, Shiro worried about his missing boat, confused situation, and uncertain future in this world. Thoughts of his parents and returning home overwhelmed Shiro, causing emotions he could no longer suppress. Noticing tears forming, Kristia realized Shiro's calm behavior had concealed deep anxiety and loneliness. Understanding his distress, Kristia dismissed any embarrassment and recognized his reaction as natural. Kristia embraced Shiro from behind, offering comfort and reminding him that he was not alone. While Kristia comforted him warmly, Shiro realized she faced execution yet still worried about others, feeling guilty for her situation. Shiro apologized sincerely, causing Kristia to reconsider his intentions completely. Kristia found Shiro's honesty endearing and became convinced his concern came from genuine kindness. With growing confidence, Kristia assured Shiro she understood men well and could handle the situation. As Kristia continued caring for him, Shiro experienced unfamiliar comfort and gradually lowered his guard. As the water production finished, Kristia requested assistance, while Shiro received an important completion notification. The finished creation awaited placement, but Shiro became distracted and struggled to explain the situation. Remembering the task, Shiro quickly selected a location, causing fresh water to appear inside the cell. After the successful result, Shiro realized future creations required planning and suitable containers beforehand. Before resting, Kristia praised Shiro warmly and invited him to address her more personally. Lying on the bench, Kristia accepted her fate and reflected upon her remaining days. Watching her, Shiro sensed genuine loneliness beneath Kristia's composed and confident outward demeanor. Remembering Kristia's execution, Shiro resolved to remove her restraints and find a way forward. During their second night in prison, Christia suddenly broke part of the wooden bench with force. Watching in confusion, Shiro wondered why Christia acted so strangely despite her sealed magical abilities. Holding a sharp fragment, Christia revealed a desperate plan to sever her own restrained wrist. Christia explained that restoring her magic mattered more than preserving her injured hand or arm. Determined to escape, Christia instructed Shiro to remove the damaged restraints. After her first strike alarmed by Christia's plan, Shiro begged her to stop and promised he would remove the restraints. Checking his creation timer, Shiro realized success required only a little more patience and time. Ignoring Christia's doubts, Shiro pleaded with surprising precision, requesting exactly 1 hour and 35 minutes. Though unconvinced, Christia accepted the delay and agreed to reconsider her escape plan afterward. As midnight approached, Shiro watched the countdown carefully and asked Christia for several more minutes. Shiro showed Christia his wristwatch, using it to track the remaining time with precision. When the deadline arrived, Christia raised the sharp fragment again while Shiro desperately begged for patience. In panic, Shiro blurted out an outrageous request, hoping to distract Christia from her plan. Surprisingly, Christia accepted his explanation, gathered her resolve and shattered the restraint with brute force. With the bed destroyed and the floor freezing, Christia stayed beside Shiro to keep him warm. As Christia stayed close beside him, Shiro watched the timer and urged himself to endure. At last, the production completed, and Shiro received confirmation that his first crafted item was ready. Exhausted from waiting, both remained unaware that the timing created an awkward misunderstanding between them. Ignoring the confusion, Shiro selected his hands as the appearance point and activated the item. A metal file materialized instantly, leaving Christia stunned while Shiro celebrated his successful creation magic. Examining the file's details, Shiro discovered better materials could greatly reduce future production costs and time. Proud of his achievement, Shiro presented the file and explained his plan to free Christia. Still struggling to accept reality, Christia questioned whether a man could truly wield creation magic. While Shiro filed the restraints carefully, Christia pulled against the chains to assist the process. After the sealing effect weakened, Christia recovered her magic and shattered the remaining restraint. After regaining her magic, Christia cast Sleeping Mist, ensuring the nearby guard remained unconscious throughout night. Confident in her spell, Christia instructed Shiro to stand back and prepare for their escape. Using restored strength, Christia shattered the prison bunk and confirmed her abilities had returned. Christia then unleashed powerful magic, slicing through the prison wall and opening a clear route. Amazed by the display, Shiro watched silently, while Christia smiled and demonstrated her overwhelming power. Once outside the cell, Christia demonstrated her strength by lifting Shiro with one hand. Both of them took a moment to enjoy finally being outdoors after their imprisonment. Hearing guards, Christia hid with Shiro and explained that pursuing her was dangerous. She revealed a secret underground, then charged ahead and knocked out the guards protecting the area. As Christia entered alone, Shiro reflected that remaining in prison would have been safer, but resolved to follow her instead. Inside the chapel, Christia uncovered a concealed staircase and guided Shiro into an underground tunnel. While explaining their harbor escape route, Christia watched Shiro recall the sea that brought him. After escaping the kingdom, Christia and Shiro traveled by boat, enduring intense sunlight and unfamiliar conditions. Their small vessel drifted across the vast sea, carried far away from the kingdom behind. Surrounded by endless water, Shiro gazed across the horizon and found no land anywhere. Earlier, Christia defeated Imperial soldiers at the harbor, allowing them to steal a fishing boat. As the wind filled their sail, Shiro admired Christia's skill and confidence while navigating. While their boat drifted across open waters, Christia remained calm and focused on their uncertain journey. Accepting their situation at sea, Christia decided to continue forward despite having no immediate solution. After producing fresh water with creation magic, Shiro secured supplies and reduced their risk of dehydration. Wanting better provisions, Shiro experimented with bread production and steadily increased his magic experience. As his magic improved through practice, Shiro gained confidence and planned useful creations for survival. After receiving fresh water, Christia thanked Shiro sincerely and credited their survival to his creation magic. Embarrassed by Christia's praise, Shiro imagined himself as a guardian angel and dismissed the thought. While adjusting to Christia's treatment, Shiro heard her sudden warning and looked toward the horizon. Spotting land ahead, Christia steered the boat forward, as both watched the distant island approach. As they neared their destination, the enormous island emerged clearly from the sea before them. After reaching the island, Christia and Shiro rested on the beach and admired the tropical scenery. Christia expressed relief at finding a paradise, like island, while Shiro appreciated their temporary safety and rest. Seeking food, Christia climbed a palm tree and gathered coconuts, despite lacking overwhelming physical strength. While eating coconuts beneath the shade, Christia suggested scouting nearby areas for inhabitants and dangers. As Shiro considered Christia's warning about monsters, a strange creature emerged from nearby bushes. While exploring the beach, Shiro discovered a slime, and Christia identified it as a common monster. Christia explained that slimes consumed humans and animals, making them dangerous despite their harmless appearance. After learning the threat level, Shiro felt relieved, while Christia insisted dangerous monsters required elimination. Christia believed the forest surrounded much of the island, and decided further exploration was necessary. Carrying Shiro on her back, Christia leaped into the forest, and continued searching the island. Christia carried Shiro through the forest at high speed, but sudden movement caused him to lose balance. After leaving the forest behind, they arrived beside a dense thicket and paused briefly there. Christia used wind magic to clear obstacles ahead, creating a path through thick vegetation. Reaching steep cliffs, Shiro watched Christia scale the rocky walls effortlessly while carrying him. After exploring the island for half a day, they continued traveling and evaluating its terrain. After surveying the island, Shiro summarized its geography, resources, wildlife, and lack of human settlements. Using gathered ingredients, Shiro created fresh bread, giving Christia a welcome meal after exploration. Christia praised Shiro's creation magic, while he felt satisfied seeing his skills produce useful food. Embarrassed by Shiro's playful charm, Christia suggested continuing their investigation toward the island's mountain. Upon reaching the mountain region, they examined the terrain and searched for caves near water sources. Finding no natural cave within the mountain cliffs, Christia decided creating a shelter would be easier. Using powerful wind magic, Christia carved directly into the rock while Shiro watched in amazement. While Shiro gathered supplies from the beach, Christia quickly completed the cave's main structure. After entering the newly created shelter, both noticed its clean interior and impressive craftsmanship. Inside the cave, Shiro discovered stone furniture already prepared, making their future stay comfortable. Inside the completed shelter, Shiro examined the spacious interior and noticed carefully crafted stone furniture. Christia revealed she created the furnishings while carving the cave, leaving Shiro deeply impressed. As evening approached, Christia felt embarrassed by Shiro's praise and avoided discussing her efforts. While resting inside the shelter, they discussed future plans and possible directions beyond the island. Christia shared information about ongoing conflicts, explaining Imperial forces had recently withdrawn from Bawanda. Confident in Bawanda's defenses and supplies, Christia believed they could survive safely after arriving. Although trusting Christia's judgment, Shiro hesitated and considered gathering additional materials before departure. Before leaving the island, Christia searched for edible animals, while Shiro gathered useful palm materials. Shiro planned to create bags and storage tools, hoping to prepare supplies for travel. After finding vines, Shiro designed a harvesting bag and worked toward improving creation magic. Excited by his progress, Shiro believed stronger skills would allow him to create better items. Watching the sunset alone, Shiro reflected on his future goals and awaited Christia's return. Returning to the shelter, Christia revealed a large bed she prepared for their stay. Satisfied with her work, Christia admired the comfortable bed and expected a peaceful night. While discussing future plans, Christia apologized for failing to hunt worthwhile food during exploration. Suddenly, Shiro approached Christia with a serious expression, causing her unexpected confusion and concern. Caught off guard by Shiro's behavior, Christia stared silently while trying to understand his intentions. Shiro admitted his weakness in combat, believing he would only hinder Christia during dangerous battles ahead. Christia explained that improving Shiro's creation magic could eventually provide valuable support during future conflicts. When Shiro insisted on working alone, Christia became emotional and called out to stop him. Overwhelmed with guilt, Christia apologized before embracing Shiro, expressing feelings she could no longer hide. After their heartfelt moment, Christia praised Shiro's growth while he reflected on her guidance. While discussing relationships with Shiro, Christia awkwardly shared personal thoughts, revealing her inexperience despite confidence. The harvesting bag was completed successfully, and Shiro happily discovered that his creation magic advanced. After checking his status screen, Shiro confirmed increased magical power and reviewed his growing skills. During breakfast, Shiro explained the improvements, while Christia listened and evaluated his steady progress. Christia teased Shiro about leveling quickly, and both shared a relaxed moment filled with laughter. As night ended, Shiro and Christia agreed to rest early, preparing themselves for another demanding day. The next morning, Shiro gathered fruit using his harvesting bag, ensuring enough food for survival. While calculating supplies, Shiro created water jugs and planned resources needed for coming days. Shiro improved a stone knife, believing better tools would increase efficiency during exploration and work. Later, Christia dragged a massive creature ashore, astonishing Shiro with her remarkable physical strength. Christia decided to process the giant creature herself, while Shiro assisted by removing useful parts nearby. Using precise magic, Christia sliced the enormous carcass apart and prepared large amounts of meat. The pair built a smoking structure, preserving food supplies while discussing their growing survival skills. After gathering provisions and equipment, Shiro and Christia loaded their boat for departure. While traveling again, Christia noticed Shiro seemed unusual and gently checked on his condition. Christia praised Shiro's company and admitted she enjoyed their time together far more than expected. Shiro wished Christia success ahead, while she expressed regret that circumstances forced their separation. After Christia departed by boat, Shiro watched silently as her vessel disappeared beyond the horizon. Left alone again, Shiro planned future creations and training, determined to grow stronger independently. Shiro dreamed Christia had returned early, eager to reunite after restoring peace and settling affairs. In the dream, Christia proposed building a new life together on the island they discovered. Shiro enjoyed the fantasy, imagining Christia nearby while absent-mindedly touching a harmless slime creature. The slime suddenly sprayed fluid onto him, forcing Shiro to react and clean himself. Awakening from the surprise, Shiro realized everything was only a dream caused by sleeping. After Christia's departure, Shiro faced the island alone and struggled with the sudden loneliness surrounding him. Looking around the camp, Shiro noticed items Christia left behind, reminding him of her presence. Determined to continue independently, Shiro gathered himself and focused on practical tasks instead of fear. Concerned about dangers outside, Shiro considered strengthening the shelter before exploring deeper into the island. While waiting for a fire starter to finish, Shiro endured another uneasy night alone. During another lonely night, Shiro suddenly heard strange sounds and came up with a useful idea. After enduring fear until morning, Shiro completed his latest creation and prepared for safer nights. The production process finished successfully, allowing Shiro to continue strengthening his survival preparations independently. Proud of his work, Shiro examined the newly created spear and admired its balanced design. Recognizing his limitations with swords, Shiro chose the spear because its longer reach suited him. Shiro searched for better materials, testing creation magic on living trees while carrying his new spear. The experiment succeeded unexpectedly, but Shiro learned to keep a safe distance from target trees. After gathering materials, Shiro selected a location and prepared another construction project near his shelter. Using crafted planks, Shiro assembled a simple door, improving security and reducing nightly anxiety. With shelter upgrades complete, Shiro explored the shoreline alone while searching for useful resources. While exploring the island alone, Shiro remembered rice and began missing familiar meals from home. After finding seaweed resembling kombu, Shiro discovered his creation magic could even produce cooked rice. Excited by the discovery, Shiro gathered seaweed and imagined enjoying rice balls with clear soup again. As he faced the distant ocean, Shiro reflected on Japan and the life he left behind. 5 days later, Shiro completed many projects and prepared to finish a long-awaited personal goal. After reaching Creation Magic Level 3, Shiro unlocked golem production and eagerly summoned his first companion. A small stone golem appeared before Shiro, who expected something fierce but received a round helper. While observing the golem closely, Shiro realized its unusual appearance somehow felt charming instead. The golem demonstrated surprising strength, carrying heavy loads easily while following Shiro across the island. After rejecting several awkward names, Shiro named the stone golem Iwao and welcomed him. Shiro introduced Iwao to the island, proudly showing his cave home and inviting the golem along. Although Iwao remained silent, Shiro enjoyed the company and guided him across beaches and forests. Shiro brought Iwao to the shore where he first arrived, explaining important places around him. After spending a week alone there, Shiro admitted he was slowly adapting to island life. Wanting Iwao involved, Shiro offered explanations about everything nearby, treating the golem like a friend. Iwao seemed interested in the forest, prompting Shiro to wonder what had caught attention there. After examining the dense woods, Shiro explained crossing them seemed difficult without another road available. Iwao then pointed toward the sea, where both noticed a distant ship approaching unexpectedly. As the vessel drew closer, Shiro grew alarmed, realizing unfamiliar visitors might soon reach the island. After spotting an approaching ship, Shiro ordered Iwao to return home while he watched carefully. Iwao obediently headed toward the cave, though his slow pace tested Shiro's growing impatience. Hidden among bushes, Shiro observed several passengers leaving the large vessel and nearing shore. Using a handmade spyglass, Shiro discovered the newcomers were women dressed similarly to soldiers. As the group stepped onto the island, Shiro worried they might be dangerous invaders. The newcomers landed on shore, revealing an armed pirate crew led by a confident female captain. The captain immediately organized her subordinates, ordering them to inspect the island and secure supplies while exploring. The pirates praised the island's isolation, considering it a perfect hidden refuge. Watching secretly from nearby bushes, Shiro became distracted after noticing the captain's striking appearance. Shiro's concern quickly returned when he overheard their plans, confirming dangerous pirates now occupied the island. While searching the island, 2 pirates complained about the difficult conditions and exhausting exploration. Realizing discovery was possible, Shiro decided to hide deeper within the mountain, alongside Iwao. Just as Shiro prepared to leave, a wandering pirate unexpectedly arrived near the cave. The pirate spotted Shiro immediately and shouted loudly, revealing his presence to everyone nearby. Hearing the alarm, the pirate crew rushed toward the mountain, beginning a dangerous pursuit. The pirate crew surrounded the cave entrance, discovering Shiro and Iwao hiding together inside. Nervous and cornered, Shiro warned the pirates that Iwao would attack anyone approaching further. Unimpressed by the threat, the pirates prepared to force their way into the cave. Before violence erupted, the pirate captain struck her reckless subordinate and stopped the confrontation. The captain apologized to Shiro, promising her crew only wanted supplies before departing peacefully. Despite the captain's friendly behavior, Shiro remained suspicious and refused to trust her promises. The captain explained her crew would gather water and food elsewhere, ensuring Shiro would not suffer losses. After settling the misunderstanding, the pirates departed from the cave area while Iwao watched them leave. Near the shore, several pirates discussed recent events and reflected on the captain's unusual reaction toward Shiro. The crew questioned their captain's kindness, wondering why she showed unexpected patience toward a mysterious stranger. A pirate crew member wondered why the captain became a pirate, recalling her noble background and exceptional upbringing. Despite crude jokes about Shiro, the pirates admitted he remained composed and resilient. The captain's subordinate blamed her attraction toward Shiro's appearance, while Shiro overheard everything. Another pirate suggested the captain preferred inexperienced men, causing embarrassment and disbelief among the listening crew. A pirate remembered a tavern waiter named Lewis, comparing Shiro's appearance to that unfortunate young man. The pirates argued their captain acted stern and authoritative, making her romantic interest seem unbelievable. Janice suddenly appeared behind them, forcing the gossiping pirates into immediate panic and nervous excuses. Janice warned them against speaking, reminding everyone that careless gossip could easily reach their captain. Although grateful the Navy departed, Janice admitted concerns remained regarding keeping an unfamiliar man. Several pirates joked that capturing Shiro would improve morale, making crude remarks about their intentions. Janice revealed she already had a strategy, agreeing their captain lacked flexibility while preparing a practical solution. Iwao demonstrated stone-throwing abilities, but Shiro concluded the golem's movements remained far too slow. Shiro considered creating a giant shield for Iwao, imagining the golem functioning as a durable tank. A notification interrupted Shiro's planning, reminding him urgent preparations required attention before pirate problems escalated. After crafting several torches, Shiro tested their brightness and discovered they produced stronger flames than expected. Shiro decided to craft additional torches, assigning Iwao guard duty and emphasizing their importance against intruders. His tool production skill reached level 3, yet Shiro felt little excitement because pirate threats remained unresolved, unable to relax. Despite recent progress, Shiro spent the night waiting for the pirates' departure. A tremendous booming noise shattered the silence, startling Shiro and forcing him into immediate alertness. Hearing another explosion, Shiro feared pirate activity and worried powerful attacks threatened his safety. Determined to survive any confrontation, Shiro equipped improvised armor and weapons despite their questionable effectiveness. Peering outside beside Iwao, Shiro noticed movement within the darkness and wondered whether another person approached. A mysterious rounded silhouette emerged from the forest, causing Shiro to question the stranger's identity. Under a quiet sky filled with stars, Christia slept beside her sword while the exhausted pirate crew rested. Janice rushed over and informed Christia that a serious problem had struck during the night. Following Janice across the island, Christia discovered several crew members collapsed on the ground. Among those affected, Anne, Hillary, Futch, and Butin suffered the same condition, raising fears of an outbreak. Christia considered finding medical help while refusing to leave the weakened pirates behind. After assessing the outbreak, Christia ordered an empty cabin converted into a sick room and sealed from others. One infected pirate struggled to stand, so Christia prepared to carry him back toward the anchored ship. Before she could react, the fevered pirate lunged forward and struck Christia with surprising force. Staggering backward, Christia watched in shock as the infected man launched strange projectiles. Arrows and deadly blasts rained across the area, forcing Christia to dodge while searching for cover. After studying the attacks, Christia realized the infected pirate could bypass magical defenses. Using powerful wind attacks, Janice approached with an unusual aura, drawing Christia's attention despite the ongoing battle. Speaking with a distorted mind, Janice rejected Cecily's leadership and declared Christia unworthy of command. Consumed by the infection, Christia gathered blazing magic overhead and unleashed a massive flame-burst attack. The explosion shook the island and filled the battlefield with smoke, leaving everyone unable to see, as thick smoke covered the battlefield. Cecily warned everyone to stop fighting before they struck allies. When the smoke began clearing, the group discovered Christia had vanished from the battlefield without a trace. Rather than pursuing her, Cecily decided securing the infected crew remained the more urgent priority. Gathering the remaining pirates, Cecily ordered a return to the ship and planned further investigations. To everyone's shock, Janice claimed ownership of the vessel and commanded the infected pirates to attack. Separated from the others, Christia stumbled through the forest and discovered a small cave hidden among dense bushes. Exhausted, Christia approached before collapsing while asking the strangers for help. Noticing the fresh wounds on her body, the cave's residents realized her condition was dangerous. Without wasting another moment, the worried pair rushed forward and carried Christia deeper into the cavern. Resting on a simple bed, Christia admitted her injuries were severe. After lowering her guard, inside the cave, Shiro panicked over Cecily's condition while searching for a way to treat her. Lacking medicine and proper supplies, Shiro relied on healing magic despite exhausting most of his strength. After noticing Cecily's determination, Shiro decided his remaining magical power might still save her life. Between painful breaths, Cecily introduced herself and asked the name of the stranger helping her. Once introductions ended, Shiro focused on treatment and prepared to stop the bleeding from Cecily's thigh. To examine the injury, Shiro cut away Cecily's clothing and discovered a deep wound. Using strips of fabric as bandages, Shiro stopped the bleeding while Cecily's exhausted body struggled onward. After finishing the treatment, Shiro watched over Cecily as she finally drifted into peaceful sleep. Although relieved by her condition, Shiro remained cautious and planned to inspect Cecily's back wound later. 3 days passed quietly inside the cave, and Shiro created another stone golem for daily tasks. 3 days after the battle, Cecily remained unconscious, while Shiro celebrated improving his creation magic and defenses. Checking on his patient again, Shiro noticed Cecily's breathing had stabilized and healthy color returned. While watching over her recovery, Shiro admired Cecily's appearance and growing signs of strength. During a routine bandage inspection, Shiro became startled by Cecily's impressive figure and looked away. Seeking to calm his thoughts, Shiro stepped aside and tested a created razor blade. Several moments later, Cecily opened her eyes at last and found herself alone inside the cave. Hearing movement behind him, Shiro turned around and apologized for startling the recovering Cecily. Still embarrassed after awakening, Cecily avoided direct eye contact while checking Shiro's concerned reaction. Suddenly noticing Shiro nearby, Cecily panicked and covered herself, convinced he had seen something embarrassing. Confused by her reaction, Shiro apologized immediately while struggling to understand what had upset Cecily. After calming down slightly, Cecily explained she never expected someone to remove her unwanted body hair. Only then did Shiro realize Cecily was referring to shaving rather than anything improper or offensive. Still finishing his own grooming, Shiro asked for patience while Cecily buried her face in embarrassment. Trying to ease the tension, Shiro joked casually while shaving, causing Cecily to become even more embarrassed. Later that day, Shiro brought fresh mango juice and encouraged Cecily to drink slowly and recover. After tasting the drink, Cecily smiled warmly and praised its flavor while feeling strength return. As they talked together, Shiro checked her condition and learned certain movements still caused pain. Concerned about her recovery, Shiro offered assistance with the drink, leaving Cecily flustered and speechless. Feeling much better, Cecily thanked Shiro and confirmed the name of the person who saved her. After hearing his answer, Cecily praised Shiro's name, leaving him puzzled by the unexpected compliment. Misunderstanding her words completely, Cecily wondered whether Shiro was trying to court her instead. Laughing at her reaction, Shiro denied any romantic intention and urged Cecily to rest. Even after his explanation, Cecily remained flustered, struggling to hide the emotions growing inside her. After Cecily fell asleep again, Shiro began planning everything necessary to support her continued recovery. Considering her condition, Shiro decided to prepare porridge and other essentials since movement remained difficult. Reviewing his progress, Shiro noticed medicine production had finally unlocked and brought him closer to level 5. Meanwhile, the stone golems continued gathering resources, helping Shiro improve production and expand future possibilities. Although eager to explore outside, Shiro stayed near the cave and focused on caring for Cecily. 6 days after arriving at the cave, Cecily examined her injuries and realized the pain had disappeared. Although the wounds no longer hurt, an intense itch spread across the healing areas of her body. Rising from the bed, Cecily showed her recovered strength and thanked Shiro for everything. Embarrassed by the praise, Shiro reminded Cecily that helping others was simply the right thing. With a faint smile, Cecily explained that Shiro's kindness stood out because he expected nothing in return. Wanting to repay the favor, Cecily offered money and promised to accompany Shiro wherever he wished. After hearing his plans, Cecily revealed there was actually one destination she hoped to reach. With a playful grin, Shiro suggested becoming her husband if she needed a companion. Caught completely off guard, Cecily shouted that marriage was not a location and called him foolish. Despite her embarrassment, Cecily hesitantly asked whether Shiro intended to treat his proposal. Still embarrassed, Cecily warned Shiro not to make reckless comments about marriage again. Changing the subject, Shiro asked Cecily to teach him navigation since he planned to build a canoe. Hearing his request, Cecily agreed and promised to share everything she knew about sailing. To reassure him further, Cecily demonstrated her recovered condition and declared handling a canoe would be simple. Soon the pair left the cave together and noticed no sign of the pirates anywhere. After finding no trace of the pirates, Shiro relaxed and spent the afternoon fishing by the shore. While watching the calm sea, Shiro reflected on survival and remained cautious despite several peaceful days. Protected by his stone golems, Shiro enjoyed fishing until Cecily arrived carrying useful building materials. Ignoring concerns about her recovery, Cecily hauled a massive log across the beach and began working. Using fire and precise cuts, Cecily processed the timber while Shiro observed her practical method. While Cecily worked on the canoe, Shiro gathered ingredients and began planning a proper meal. Soon afterward, Shiro caught a fresh Nemi's fish and imagined cooking it with greater skill. Returning from the shore, Shiro prepared the catch carefully and recalled its name from Cecily. Following his recipe step by step, Shiro seasoned the fish and cooked it over steady heat. After adding vegetables and simmering everything together, Shiro proudly completed a pot of Nemi's soup. Teasing her playfully, Shiro used an affectionate nickname, causing Cecily to protest with a bright blush. After tasting the soup, Cecily praised the flavor and quietly asked for another helping. Wanting to continue the joke, Shiro made an outrageous remark that completely overwhelmed Cecily. Unable to handle the embarrassment, Cecily fainted on the spot, leaving Shiro shocked and apologetic. Following several productive days, Shiro reached Creation Magic Level 5 and celebrated another major improvement. While reviewing his abilities, Shiro noticed faster production speeds and began considering future medicine development. The next morning, Cecily finished teaching the basics and led Shiro onto the open sea. Paddling along the shoreline together, they tested the new canoe and circled part of the island. From the water, Shiro admired the island's landscape and enjoyed a perspective he had never seen. While exploring the coastline, Cecily asked whether the island already had a proper name of its own. Several awkward suggestions followed, but Shiro rejected each one and searched for something more meaningful. Remembering someone important from his past, Shiro decided to name it Monte Cristo Island. Though curious about the name's origin, Cecily listened as Shiro reflected on old memories. Leaving the topic behind, they continued sailing south and approached towering cliffs along the island's edge. As they followed the cliffs, Cecily noticed a hidden opening and compared it to a secret harbor. Peering into the darkness, Cecily thought she spotted stone stairs deep within the mysterious cave. Excited by the discovery, Cecily urged Shiro forward while he wondered whether other people once lived there. Guiding the canoe through the narrow entrance, they found calm water, stretching farther inside the cavern. Their suspicions proved correct when ancient stairways appeared ahead, revealing unmistakable signs of human construction. Leaving the canoe behind, Cecily led the way up the ancient stairs while warning Shiro to stay alert. As they climbed higher through the structure, Shiro promised to follow, despite growing unease. Reaching the summit above the cliffs, Shiro grabbed Cecily after seeing the tremendous height below. After calming down, Shiro studied the surroundings and guessed the plateau lay south of the cavern. Spotting a promising forest, the pair decided to search for fruit trees and useful resources. Venturing deeper into the forest, Cecily guided Shiro along an overgrown path that seemed ancient. Beyond the dense trees, both explorers noticed a massive structure rising above the surrounding wilderness. Drawing closer for a better look, they discovered an enormous tower hidden among the forest. Despite centuries of weathering, the mysterious monument remained standing and displayed signs of remarkable craftsmanship. Examining the structure, Shiro compared it to ancient ruins, while Cecily laughed with unusual enthusiasm. The towering structure amazed Cecily, who recognized it as an untouched dungeon hidden on the island. Excited by the discovery, Cecily explained that dungeons contained treasures, monsters, traps, and valuable magical resources. When Shiro worried about entering, Cecily assured him she had no intention of exploring it alone. Her expression soon turned serious as she revealed another matter required attention before any expedition. Thinking about the infected pirates, Cecily vowed they would face consequences for stealing her ship. Although revenge would not bring happiness, Shiro realized Cecily needed that goal to keep moving forward. Trying to support her journey, Shiro promised to build a ship and help Cecily return home. Checking his abilities, Shiro discovered he could finally create proper sailcloth for larger vessels. While planning the project, Shiro trusted Cecily and decided not to hide his magic. Hearing his promise, Cecily smiled and wondered whether she could someday return to the island. Smiling at Shiro's promise, Cecily suggested celebrating together someday with another toast of mango juice. Sitting inside the ancient structure, Cecily explained that untouched dungeons contain tremendous rewards despite their dangers. When Shiro questioned the risks, Cecily argued that worthwhile treasures often demanded courage and sacrifice. Concerned for her safety, Shiro insisted he would rather find trustworthy companions than let her fight alone. Their discussion shifted as Shiro described his preferences, leaving Cecily puzzled by his honesty. Still joking together, Cecily asked whether she could stay at Shiro's cavern again in the future. Without hesitation, Shiro promised to build an inn where Cecily and her companions could rest. Delighted by the proposal, Cecily embraced the idea and named it Shiro's Inn. Growing even more excited, Cecily declared she would pay for lodging whenever she returned. Meanwhile, Shiro considered the plan, realizing an inn could attract travelers and develop the island. After 4 exhausting days of work, Shiro completed a sailboat, advancing their long-awaited plans for departure. Examining the vessel carefully, Shiro questioned whether it could survive rough waters and dangerous conditions. Drawing from experience, Cecily explained that calm regional seas reduced many threats sailors usually faced. While admiring the finished sail, Cecily expressed surprise that Shiro possessed such useful creation magic. Curiosity overtook Cecily after learning the enormous sailcloth had been produced through Shiro's magic alone. As Shiro activated his magic, a massive sailcloth appeared, leaving Cecily stunned by its size. Before Cecily could react, the enormous fabric collapsed over her, burying her beneath countless folds. Emerging from the sailcloth unharmed, Cecily admitted the unexpected demonstration had surprised her more than expected. Checking his progress afterward, Shiro realized level 6 approached quickly and hoped Cecily's ship survived. Once the loading finished, Cecily approached Shiro with a gentle expression, preparing to discuss their departure. Before departure, Shiro prepared wild boar and turnip soup, giving them one final meal together. While sharing lunch beside the completed sailboat, Cecily promised to sample Shiro's future cooking someday. Thanking Shiro and his golems sincerely, Cecily expressed gratitude for the support throughout her recovery. As Shiro reflected on their time together, he suddenly stepped forward and kissed Cecily. Completely caught off guard by his bold action, Cecily froze in shock and demanded an explanation. Recovering from her shock, Cecily explained the farewell custom from Easel and accepted Shiro's intentions. Standing aboard the completed sailboat, Cecily promised she would return after fulfilling her unfinished goals. As the vessel departed, Shiro vowed to welcome Cecily's companions and future visitors warmly someday. Watching the shrinking sail disappear beyond the horizon, Shiro remained beside his golems in silence. Facing the distant sea alone, Shiro offered a heartfelt prayer and wished safety upon Cecily's journey. After Cecily's departure, Shiro reviewed his progress and noticed both cooking oil production and magic improvements. Feeling the island's emptiness, Shiro decided another golem would help ease his growing loneliness. Since creation magic worked, Shiro accepted that expanding his workforce would require additional time. Heavy rain arrived the following day, interrupting Shiro's farming plans and forcing him indoors instead. Watching his golems continue working through the storm, Shiro sensed their loneliness mirrored his own. As rain continued pouring outside, Shiro reminded himself that loneliness belonged to him, not the golems. Preparing for future storms, Shiro collected rainwater while listening to droplets strike nearby barrels. Bored by endless rainfall, Shiro searched for entertainment but found few enjoyable activities on the island. An idea suddenly appeared, and Shiro remembered a useful feature connected to golem production magic. Using clay creatively, Shiro crafted detailed figures resembling himself and Cecily, amusing himself during isolation. While rain trapped him indoors, Shiro imagined advanced autonomous golems and anticipated Iwao's completion with excitement ahead. 2 days later, a third Iwao appeared, giving Shiro extra help and renewed companionship around the island. After reaching level 6, Shiro unlocked, improved golem production, and discovered more design. Eager to expand his workforce, Shiro began creating another golem and celebrated that day alone. When construction finished, a new humanoid stone golem emerged, marking significant progress for Shiro and his settlement. The new humanoid golem displayed impressive agility, surprising Shiro with movements resembling a playful monkey more. After witnessing its acrobatic jumps, Shiro named the energetic golem Goku and assigned future responsibilities. Recognizing Goku's dexterous fingers, Shiro planned renovation projects requiring precision beyond his older golems. Working together, Shiro and his golems renovated the cavern, installing windows and improving living conditions. 1 month later, Shiro completed his inn, confident everything stood prepared before Cecily's promised return. After extensive renovations, Shiro completed furnished guest rooms, feeling proud his cavern finally resembled a proper inn. Meanwhile, Cecily traveled alongside Chris, believing responsibility for the fortress garrison rested upon her shoulders. Back on the island, Iwao stopped moving, alarming Shiro and raising fears about possible damage. Inspecting the motionless golem, Shiro discovered a troubleshooting notice explaining depleted magical energy caused inactivity. Realizing golems required magical fuel, Shiro prepared to recharge Iwao and restore normal operations soon. After recharging Iwao with magic power, Shiro learned golems required periodic energy replenishment to remain operational. The system drained 50 magic points during recharging, revealing maintenance costs Shiro had never considered. While reviewing instructions, Shiro discovered golems used special magic stones instead of ordinary magical potions. Wondering how to obtain those stones, Shiro searched further and hoped the guide contained answers. The explanation revealed magic stones came from monsters, while slimes purified water and consumed surrounding waste. Shiro realized the slimes had become cherished companions, making monster hunting feel uncomfortable and emotionally difficult. While fishing, Shiro planned future farming projects and considered raising livestock to support long-term settlement growth. His thoughts halted when strange flying creatures appeared overhead, drawing closer toward the island at speed. Recognizing them as pteranodons rather than birds, Shiro panicked and ordered Goku to hide. As the creatures passed overhead, Shiro noticed riders mounted upon them, confirming nearby human civilization existed. Watching the approaching riders, Shiro prepared defensive measures and ordered Goku to remain armed and vigilant. Unsure whether newcomers were allies or threats, Shiro hid nearby and observed their movements. The flying creatures landed along the beach, confirming the strangers intended to explore the island. A stern woman named Louise dismounted first, remaining alert while assessing possible dangers around them. Following instructions from her captain, Louise stayed cautious because wild wyverns remain dangerous after landing. Hidden nearby, Shiro observed the newcomers and noticed no hostile behavior, easing some initial concerns. While studying the group, Shiro formed quick impressions, viewing Louise as approachable despite her profession. Concluding they seemed trustworthy, Shiro decided revealing himself offered better prospects than remaining concealed longer. As Shiro stepped forward to greet them, a startled wyvern roared and frightened him badly. After calming the creature, the survey team apologized and explained they worked for Lurgoa's Management Institute. The survey captain introduced herself as Alyssa Milano, reminding Shiro of Chris's political enemies from Lurgoa. Choosing caution, Shiro introduced himself and explained he had survived alone upon the island for years. The surveyors reacted with disbelief, struggling to understand how someone endured isolation since childhood there. To avoid revealing sensitive truths, Shiro offered a simplified explanation involving passing merchants and visiting pirates. Alyssa sympathized with his hardships, then mentioned taxes, leaving Shiro stunned and speechless. Relieved beyond expectation, Shiro learned the Empire would never bother collecting taxes from this remote island. Alyssa explained enforcement remained impractical because travel expenses would exceed any revenue gathered from residents. After discussing taxes, the surveyors asked whether nearby shelter existed where they could rest and eat. Proudly seizing the opportunity, Shiro invited everyone to visit his completed inn for refreshments. Excited to receive real guests, Shiro called for Iwao and prepared a warm welcome. The surveyors stared at Shiro's golems, wondering whether a man should command such servants at all. Shiro explained the golems obeyed his orders, though he still lacked any real explanation. These visitors became the inn's first customers, prompting teasing remarks about women finally arriving on the island. Alyssa explained that mothers dislike seeing strangers admire their sons, while Leanne received another gentle reprimand. Shiro learned fathers commonly raise children here, leaving him surprised by another unfamiliar custom. The visitors requested a meal and tea, offering payment despite Shiro insisting his supplies remained modest. Alyssa encouraged Shiro to cook whatever he preferred, making him consider preparing something memorable for guests. Excited by his inn's first customers, Shiro rushed into the kitchen, determined to offer warm hospitality. Shiro prepared a simple meal from stored bread, fresh fish, onions, and potatoes gathered around the island. Alyssa teased Louise about finding a husband, while Louise panicked and Shiro endured awkward embarrassment. While cooking, Shiro reflected that Louise might possess magical talent, considering her world's customs and history. Shiro served salt-fried white fish with garlic and soup, apologizing for making his guests wait longer. The surveyors tasted Shiro's cooking, then froze in shock after discovering the meal exceeded expectations. The surveyors fell silent after tasting Shiro's food, leaving him worried something had gone terribly wrong. Their stunned expressions exploded into praise as everyone declared the meal delicious beyond anything expected before. Alyssa insisted, delicious failed describing the bread, claiming she had never tasted anything comparable. Another surveyor compared Shiro's bread with Royal Palace cuisine, praising its remarkable quality without hesitation. While continuing to eat, the surveyors questioned Shiro about wheat fields and how he baked bread. The surveyors eagerly requested additional bread, while Shiro concealed the fact that creation magic produced it. Alyssa shocked everyone by proposing marriage, presenting the question with confidence after enjoying Shiro's hospitality. Shiro brushed aside the proposal with humor, assuming Alyssa flirted with every man she encountered. Alyssa insisted she meant every word, praising Shiro's character, cooking skills, and attractive appearance. Shiro complimented Louise's sincerity instead, leaving her stunned while Alyssa watched the exchange with amusement. Alyssa addressed Shiro as the innkeeper, while Louise blushed and found his kindness charming. The surveyors reported discovering a ruin south of the inn, matching the strange structure Shiro noticed. Determined to investigate further, the surveyors departed, promising they would return before night arrived. Watching them leave, Shiro apologized towards Cecily's memory, because outsiders had uncovered the hidden ruins. After their departure, Alyssa paid generously with an imperial copper coin, giving Shiro valuable currency. After receiving payment, Shiro realized his first customers would stay overnight and deserved proper entertainment. He canceled shield production, accepting wasted magic, because creating memorable hospitality had become his priority. Shiro summoned every golem for an urgent assignment, treating the preparation like a grand military operation. The golems received specific construction duties, clearing riversides, arranging stones, and building equipment for guests. Determined to impress his visitors, Shiro challenged everyone to create scenery nobody had witnessed before. The survey team returned, announcing their discovery was a dungeon entrance hidden within ancient ruins. Shiro welcomed them back, then guided the exhausted explorers toward a surprise prepared beforehand. The surveyors stopped in amazement after discovering a massive stone bathtub constructed beside the inn. Confused by the unexpected sight, Louise questioned whether the enormous bath had existed there. Shiro claimed the bath had always been present, hiding that he created it for guests. While the guests admired the bath, Shiro celebrated an opportunity born from unexpected hospitality that evening alone. Alyssa dismissed every question and rushed toward the bath, eager to enjoy the rare luxury with her companions. The surveyors appreciating a comfort seldom available during expeditions across remote regions lately. The travelers praised the fragrant water and welcomed chance to unwind after exhausting work. Shiro explained the herbs used, then asked about the temperature while hiding personal motives from the grateful guests. Alyssa praised the bath's perfect warmth, saying months of accumulated fatigue vanished from her exhausted body. Resting beside the bath, Alyssa teased Shiro by asking him to wash her entire body. Shiro dodged the invitation by promising dinner soon, while Alyssa complained about his distant response. Walking away, Shiro admitted temptation existed, though he considered himself fortunate for resisting serious mistakes. Back inside the inn, Shiro confessed that continued exposure might destroy his remaining self-control. After calming himself, Shiro pushed aside distracting thoughts and focused on preparing dinner for everyone. After dinner ended, Shiro lay awake in bed, unable to rest because thoughts from the bath lingered. Remembering Jean during the bath, Shiro expected someone might enter his room and disturb the quiet night. Time passed without visitors, and Shiro drifted asleep while the island remained calm outside. When morning arrived, Shiro checked the room and realized nobody had visited during the entire night. Feeling relieved yet embarrassed, Shiro washed his face outside and greeted Captain Milano. Before work began, Captain Milano reported that Dianel's discovery received top priority, while Shiro asked whether she would return home. Milano hoped to return before the year ended, mentioning her son had waited long. She explained that regular visits mattered because her son might forget her face after prolonged separation. Their discussion shifted when Milano mentioned a survey team consisting of 100 members. Shiro panicked because his inn could host only 4 guests, while soldiers prepared camp outside. Shiro explained that he could only prepare simple dishes, but Milano believed the officers would enjoy them. When Milano revealed she was a knight, Shiro became startled and admired her impressive status. Watching Milano pose, Shiro realized both she and Jean belonged among elite warriors. After accepting the request, Shiro noticed Milano hesitating before bringing up an important matter concerning him. The next morning, Shiro served a hearty breakfast, and the guests praised the meal with enthusiasm. After serving breakfast, Shiro felt relieved seeing everyone satisfied, though he wondered whether he had overprepared. His concerns vanished when guests requested additional bread, coffee, and sausages, proving the meal's success. Later, Milano asked about lodging costs while survey members and their mounts gathered near camp. Shiro suggested a large fee for the enormous group, expecting the proposal would discourage them. Instead, Milano accepted, and Shiro offered magic stones after realizing payment exceeded expectations. Milano explained that magic stones came from monsters and served as valuable energy sources across the empire. She described different grades of magic stones, with larger specimens holding greater value and usefulness. After calculating the payment, Milano accepted, using magic stones, which eased concerns about carrying coins. The moment Shiro received the stones, new creation magic conditions activated and surprised him. Realizing the stones unlocked medicine production, Shiro thanked Milano while she reacted with confusion. Milano complained that Shiro celebrated receiving Jean's magic stones, then insisted she could pay similarly. To reassure her, Shiro agreed to hold her hand, and Milano accepted the simple gesture. Embarrassed yet pleased, Milano approached closer, while Shiro prepared a farewell gift before departure. Shiro presented a souvenir bag for Milano's family, surprising everyone with a thoughtful present. As Milano departed, Shiro explained the bag contained island fruits and a rare seashell for her son. Milano and the survey team departed aboard flying mounts, thanking Shiro again for the thoughtful souvenirs. Shiro and the golems watched their departure, waving until the distant figures disappeared beyond sight. Afterward, Shiro gathered the golems and announced that everyone would face much busier days. He immediately planned additional golems and preparations, expecting the incoming survey team to increase demands. Later, while thinking about food supplies, Shiro attempted fishing but considered hunting livestock instead. The following day, Shiro assigned golems to clear a route, helping future survey teams reach. Milano returned and warned Shiro to stay careful before the arriving soldiers reached the island. She explained that many young women would arrive soon, and some might pursue Shiro. Excited by the challenge, Shiro declared that he would face every approaching admirer without retreating. Milano reminded him about Jean and the bath incident, then advised stronger security around it. Remembering Milano's warning, Shiro began viewing the attention differently and even enjoyed being watched. Imagining hundreds of arriving women, Shiro estimated many might like him and welcomed the possibility. While daydreaming, Shiro directed the golems to clear land, plant crops, and build facilities. After completing another golem, Shiro unlocked advanced production options and discovered a horse-type construct. Testing the new wooden horse, Shiro traveled faster and reviewed improvements prepared for incoming visitors. Several days passed after Milano's departure, and Shiro continued preparing facilities while fishing beside the shore. While wondering when the survey team would arrive, Shiro noticed a wyvern approaching from afar. Excited, Shiro rushed forward and hoped the visitor might be Captain Milano or Louise Chan. As the rider landed, Shiro wished the arriving guest would be Louise Chan. Instead, Jean appeared, declaring Shiro occupied her thoughts, leaving him visibly disappointed. Jean returned, carrying an imperial letter, and handed Shiro a personal gift before departing again. After opening the package, Shiro discovered revealing underwear, leaving him confused about Jean's intentions. More than a month passed, and Shiro learned the survey team's ship would arrive soon. During that period, his creation magic reached a higher level, unlocking powerful metal hound golems. The golems captured a female goat, providing milk supplies, while Shiro enjoyed homemade iced cafe au lait. As preparations continued, Shiro proudly reviewed his growing golem workforce and considered them part family. During a peaceful afternoon, Shiro relaxed with iced cafe au lait and enjoyed recent accomplishments. Remembering Jean's description, Shiro wondered about Lotogram and hoped the survey captain seemed reasonable. Suddenly, barking from the metal hounds alerted Shiro, who rushed toward the beach with concern. Spotting a distant ship offshore, Shiro celebrated excitedly and imagined countless opportunities arriving with it. Hearing the ship's arrival, Shiro hurried from the bath area and changed into cleaner clothes. From a cliff overlooking the shore, Shiro watched boats carrying passengers and supplies toward land. The survey team disembarked in orderly groups, transporting equipment while Shiro rushed to welcome them. Seeing the disciplined soldiers, Shiro immediately recognized them as experienced Imperial troops rather than adventurers. Old memories surfaced unexpectedly, making Shiro nervous during the ride and reminding him of Sama. Remembering Sama's achievements, Shiro felt reassured that the Empire remained strong under capable leadership. As the soldiers arrived ashore, Shiro prepared himself to welcome those connected to Sama, among the newcomers. Shiro noticed a tall officer and suspected she might be Lotte Graham. Standing beside the officer, a smaller young woman quietly observed Shiro and attracted his attention. Shiro examined the petite soldier carefully, surprised by her appearance and curious about her identity. Shiro received Milano's report and mistakenly assumed the petite girl served merely as an attendant. Diane immediately corrected him, introducing the quiet young woman as Survey Captain Lotte Graham. The revelation shocked Shiro completely when Diane requested lodging so the exhausted captain could rest. Embarrassed by his mistake, Shiro formally greeted Lotte and apologized for misunderstanding her position. While observing Lotte's behavior, Shiro realized she seemed shy and reserved rather than arrogant. Shiro guided Lotte and Diane through the island, explaining how his golem supported daily operations. Watching Lotte quietly endure the bumpy ride, Shiro concluded she felt awkward rather than unfriendly. After reaching the inn, Shiro offered cold towels and suggested using them after traveling. Neither Lotte nor Diane understood the unfamiliar item, leaving them puzzled by its purpose. Once they tried the wet towels, both women appreciated the refreshing sensation and quickly relaxed. The golem served iced cafe late, and Shiro explained different sweeteners while watching Lotte's reaction. After tasting the drink, Lotte praised it quietly, encouraging Shiro to believe food eased conversations. Diane asked about the ice supply, wondering how Shiro obtained enough for regular use. Learning that Shiro created ice with magic, Diane offered assistance whenever additional quantities became necessary. Satisfied with his explanation, Diane made a private request and asked Shiro for help later. While cleaning afterward, Shiro felt satisfied because the visiting officers appeared pleased with his hospitality. The completed preparations increased creation magic to level 10, unlocking several powerful production categories and options. Exploring the new abilities, Shiro created a bird-type wooden golem, designed for deliveries and reconnaissance. Further inspection revealed weapon production and repair functions, exposing possibilities far beyond ordinary craftsmanship. Shiro learned the repair ability could restore damaged objects completely, making the discovery especially valuable. After reviewing the new functions, Shiro decided the repair ability suited his peaceful lifestyle best. Although impressed by its potential, Shiro resolved to use the powerful magic carefully and responsibly. Meanwhile, Diane expressed surprise that a capable man like Shiro lived alone on the island. Concerned about the soldiers, Diane ordered everyone to respect Shiro and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Lotte approved Diane's decision, leaving Shiro hopeful about future cooperation with the survey team. Lotte listened while Shiro and the others discussed their next activity. She remained quiet, showing little interest in romance. While drinking tea, Lotte reflected on herself. She realized her lack of interest was not caused by disliking men. Remembering noble gatherings, Lotte recalled how her mind often became blank whenever she stood in front of a man. She concluded that her short stature kept noblemen from approaching her, leaving her with little experience around them. As Shiro and Cecily talked about outdoor hobbies, Lotte observed them calmly and began reconsidering her feelings toward men. While Shiro and Cecily discussed hobbies, Lotte quietly compared herself to them and searched for a topic she knew well. Lotte thought about her miniature sailing ships. Crafting detailed models was her favorite pastime and one of her few strengths. Believing she would eventually enter an arranged marriage, Lotte accepted a lonely future and expected little personal happiness. Her thoughts were interrupted when Shiro's group invited her to stay the night at the inn with everyone else. Seeing the newly prepared lodge for large groups, Lotte felt relieved and decided the comfortable inn was better than traveling. After hearing Shiro's invitation, Lotte reflected on her feelings and realized she simply struggled with men, not hated them. Encouraged by that realization, Lotte made a firm decision and chose to remain at the inn with everyone. Meanwhile, Shiro organized the lodging arrangements, assigned tasks to his helpers, and prepared everything for the guests. Lotte observed the busy camp and noticed many different soldiers. Some appeared friendly, while others behaved rather boldly. Later, Shiro dealt with an awkward situation involving privacy. The experience reminded him to be more careful around others. While helping around the camp, Shiro noticed most soldiers behaved normally despite a few loud troublemakers among them. After preparations were completed, Shiro happily announced that the bath was ready for everyone staying at the inn. As the others gathered, they realized Lotte was missing. Concerned, they asked Shiro to check on her. Shiro went to Lotte's room and carefully opened the door. Inside, he found her lying quietly on the bed. Seeing her peacefully asleep after the long journey, Shiro concluded she was exhausted and decided not to disturb her. Lotte woke up and discovered Shiro standing inside her room. The unexpected sight startled her, causing confusion as she tried understanding the situation. After listening to Shiro's explanation, Lotte learned that everyone was preparing for the bath. She understood his reason for entering the room. While speaking with her, Shiro noticed a small sailing ship model resting nearby. The crafted object captured his attention. Instead of ignoring the model, Shiro praised its craftsmanship and design. His genuine interest showed respect for the hobby Lotte treasured. Accustomed to receiving little attention, Lotte felt surprised by Shiro's reaction and began considering sharing more with him. Shiro admitted he had never sailed on a real ship before. Lotte learned his knowledge came mostly from observation and imagination. He explained that rough waves and constant swaying would likely make him seasick. Even so, he still enjoyed watching ships. Hearing that answer, Lotte discovered Shiro appreciated ship models as decorative pieces. His perspective differed from most people she knew. Lotte continued speaking about her hobby longer than intended. Noticing this, she worried she had dominated the conversation and bored Shiro. Shiro dismissed her concern and guided her toward the bath. Lotte followed him, carrying a calmer mood than before. Lotte entered the bath area and found Cecily, Elsa, and the others already enjoying the hot water. The comfortable bath matched expectations. While the women relaxed together, Shiro continued working nearby. During construction, he approached close enough for everyone to notice. Elsa observed Shiro's physique and reacted with embarrassment. The unexpected situation drew attention, creating an awkward atmosphere around the bath. Realizing his position appeared inappropriate, Shiro apologized at once. He accepted responsibility and acknowledged that entering the area had crossed boundaries. To ease the tension, Shiro made a joking apology before leaving. The women watched him depart, leaving the bath peaceful again. While relaxing in the bath, Lotte remembered Shiro's interest in her hobby. The thought overwhelmed her emotions, causing her to lose consciousness. As Lotte floated in the water, Shiro became confused by the sudden incident. He struggled to understand what had caused it. The women rushed to help Lotte and demanded immediate action. Shiro jumped into the water despite soaking his clothes. After the emergency settled, Cecily and Elsa concluded Shiro had acted without improper intentions. Even so, embarrassment remained among everyone. When Lotte regained awareness, she explained that surprise had overwhelmed her. The others checked on her condition and discussed Shiro's situation. Although Lotte had recovered, thoughts of Shiro's appearance continued troubling her. Embarrassing memories resurfaced, leaving her flustered and unable to calm down. Later that evening, Lotte attended a strategy meeting with Cecily, Elsa, and the officers. Everyone discussed preparations for tomorrow's mission. While listening to the discussion, Lotte learned that Shiro had prepared food for the gathering. His support helped the meeting continue smoothly. The group reviewed information about the shrine and estimated the required supplies. Based on reports, preparations appeared manageable and straightforward. After considering the shrine's condition, the officers agreed to secure the surrounding area first. Lotte listened. As plans progressed, after reviewing available workers and magical resources, the group estimated that constructing a defensive moat would require approximately 2 days. Lotte approved the proposal and explained how the moat would help keep monsters away from the shrine during preparations. When the meeting ended, Shiro approached Lotte with coffee. He hoped their recent experiences had improved their relationship somewhat. Caught off guard by Shiro's kindness, Lotte became flustered again. She struggled to respond, despite believing some distance remained. Before departing, Lota's group received generous supplies from Shiro, including food and livestock. The gifts reduced concerns about provisions. Remembering Lota's fondness for sailing ships, Shiro decided to prepare a special gift. He hoped the gesture would express gratitude. The following morning, Lotte and the officers gathered for breakfast. Everyone appeared tired, though preparations for the upcoming operation continued. While observing the group, Shiro noticed the officers displayed very different personalities. Some behaved formally, while others seemed far more relaxed. As he watched the gathering, Shiro recalled the previous bath incident. The memory left him surprised by several discoveries about people. During breakfast, Shiro noticed Lotte enjoying the food with unusual enthusiasm. Watching her content expression, he felt pleased seeing her relax. Trying to be helpful, Shiro offered additional snacks from his supplies. Lotte rejected the suggestion, leaving him confused by her response. Before construction began, Shiro asked whether he could visit the shrine worksite. Curious about the project he wanted to observe, Lot could not understand his interest in construction work. Shiro explained that watching large projects develop was enjoyable and rewarding. As the officers departed for the shrine, Shiro waved them off. Lot remained puzzled by him, while their relationship continued improving. Before leaving for the shrine, Lotte agreed to let Shiro visit later. Encouraged by her answer, he promised to come after finishing work. Once everyone departed, Shiro organized the remaining staff and assigned daily responsibilities. He wanted every task completed without delays. After arranging the workload, Shiro focused on cooking. He prepared dessert for the evening and completed a special pudding. While working in the kitchen, Shiro considered ways to improve the recipe. He believed additional flavors could make it better. Thinking beyond the current meal, Shiro became interested in creating vanilla ice cream. He began planning how magic might help. After completing his morning tasks, Shiro relaxed in the bath and enjoyed the warm water. The lavender fragrance helped ease lingering fatigue. While soaking, Shiro reflected on his new life. Compared with his previous world, he felt greater freedom and satisfaction. His thoughts drifted toward the people around him. Shiro wondered whether unfamiliar customs influenced how men and women behaved here. Remembering unfinished work, Shiro instructed his helpers to store the pudding. He also planned a visit to the shrine worksite. As he prepared to leave, Shiro reflected on his journey. What once seemed uncertain had become a fulfilling and meaningful life. While soaking in the bath, Shiro realized he had adjusted to island life. The environment no longer felt strange or uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Lotte traveled toward the shrine with the officers. During the journey, her thoughts returned to Shiro and recent events. As she reflected on his behavior, Lotte realized men like Shiro differed from her expectations. The discovery left her thoughtful and curious. She remembered how Shiro worked without hesitation, helped others, and showed little concern for appearances during ordinary daily tasks. Comparing those memories with her own interests, Lotte wondered whether sharing her sailing ship hobby with Shiro would feel easier. While walking toward the shrine, Lotte imagined spending time with Shiro building ship models together. The pleasant fantasy grew more personal. Noticing Lotte's unusual expression, Elsa assumed she was eager for the upcoming dungeon expedition. Lotte failed to understand the comment. Elsa remarked that Lotte rarely smiled. Hearing that observation, Lotte realized her thoughts had become visible to others. Embarrassed by the situation, Lotte forced herself back into a serious mindset. She shifted her attention toward practical matters instead. Remembering she had left an important island map behind, Lotte informed the others. She explained that the document remained inside her room. After remembering the map, Lotte realized her bag also contained private novels. Alarmed, she rushed back before anyone discovered them. Meanwhile, Shiro enjoyed the bath and felt unusually cheerful. Relaxed and carefree, he remained unaware of Lotte's urgent concern. Leaving the bath in high spirits, Shiro thanked his helpers and headed toward his cave. The cool water left him refreshed. Still carried away by his good mood, Shiro wandered through the forest without clothes. He enjoyed the freedom without considering consequences. While hurrying back for her belongings, Lotte encountered Shiro. Both froze when they realized the awkward situation before them. The unexpected encounter shocked both of them. Shiro apologized repeatedly, while Lotte panicked and struggled to explain why she returned. After Lot fled the scene, Shiro watched her leave with concern. Remembering her earlier collapse, he worried another incident might happen. Back at the lodge, Lotte tried calming herself down. Unfortunately, the embarrassing memory remained vivid and refused to leave her thoughts. Meanwhile, Shiro returned indoors and changed clothes. Believing the officers had already started working, he prepared to leave soon. After retrieving the forgotten documents, Lotte composed herself and resumed a serious attitude, determined to stay focused. She hurried back. While trying to focus on work, Lotte received an unexpected visit from Shiro. His arrival revived the embarrassment she had been suppressing. Shiro apologized for the earlier misunderstanding and thanked Lotte for the supplies. As repayment, he presented a prepared gift. Opening the box, Lotte discovered detailed miniature figures, including one resembling herself. She was amazed by the craftsmanship and effort involved. Curious about the figures, Lotte questioned Shiro about their creation. He explained the materials and admitted making one of himself. When Shiro suggested displaying both figures beside a ship model, Lotte surprised herself by accepting the idea without much hesitation. After recovering the documents, Lotte accepted Shiro's apology and allowed him to accompany her. Together, they traveled deeper toward the shrine. Because riding behind a man would attract attention from her subordinates, Lotte chose an unusual arrangement and sat in front. Pleased that the plan succeeded, Shiro celebrated their shared ride. Lotte remained quiet, though she did not object afterward. As the journey continued, both became aware of their closeness. Lotte found the situation unexpectedly comfortable, despite her initial hesitation. While observing Lotte from nearby, Shiro considered improving his miniature figures. He wanted future models to capture details more accurately. During the ride, Shiro asked whether placing Lotte's figure aboard a ship model would cause problems. The question caught her attention. Lotte explained that restrictions from her homeland did not apply here. Because of that difference, she accepted the idea. As they continued traveling, the shrine and surrounding ruins finally came into view. The large structure stood above the forest. Workers noticed their arrival and turned toward them briefly. Lotte encouraged everyone to continue working without interruption or concern. Observing the situation, Lotte explained that she had requested Shiro's presence at the site. The unusual pairing had not been planned. Upon arriving at the worksite, Shiro observed laborers using earth magic to excavate the moat. The scale of construction impressed him. Curious about the process, Shiro asked Lotte for permission to inspect the work. She allowed him to proceed carefully. Watching the workers shape soil with magic, Shiro admired their skill. Their enthusiasm increased after noticing his genuine interest. Encouraged by the attention, several workers demonstrated their abilities with greater determination. Shiro praised their efforts, raising morale across the site. As the moat expanded around the shrine, Lotte acknowledged the steady progress. She credited both the workers and Shiro's support. While observing the hardworking soldiers, Shiro decided they deserved encouragement. He began thinking about a simple reward everyone could enjoy. After reaching a decision, Shiro excused himself and hurried away from the worksite. Lotte watched him leave without understanding his purpose. Returning to the inn, Shiro instructed his helpers and began cooking. He carefully prepared ingredients for a large batch. Using his knowledge and available resources, Shiro created a sweet snack. The process required cooling, shaping, and cutting the mixture. Soon Shiro returned carrying baskets of salted candy. He distributed them to the workers as appreciation for their efforts. Lotte tasted Shiro's candy and noticed the refreshing citrus scent. The unusual flavor impressed her more than expected. After receiving the candy, Lotte thanked Shiro for his thoughtfulness. She then volunteered to help distribute portions among the soldiers. Together, they visited different groups around the worksite and handed out treats. The workers welcomed the unexpected reward. When Shiro reached another laborer, he explained that the candy could help restore energy. The exhausted worker accepted it, wanting to demonstrate how to eat it. Shiro offered direct instructions. His unexpected approach startled the worker and created an awkward moment. The workers reacted with surprise when Shiro fed candy to one laborer. Even so, he continued distributing treats cheerfully. Word spread across the worksite, and many workers gathered around Shiro. They eagerly waited for their chance to receive candy. After serving everyone nearby, Shiro noticed he still had plenty remaining. He considered offering another round to the workers. Elsa stepped in before he could continue. She warned that excessive attention toward Shiro might distract the workers from construction. When Shiro asked whether candy was uncommon, Elsa explained that the candy itself was ordinary. His personal gesture was what seemed remarkable. After learning that his kindness had interrupted the workers, Shiro apologized sincerely. He realized his actions had reduced productivity, despite good intentions. To solve the problem, Shiro promised additional candy after the moat was finished. The workers returned their focus to construction. Watching the renewed effort, Lotte approved of Shiro's solution. She listened as he offered her another piece of candy. Still embarrassed around Shiro, Lotte hesitated before accepting the candy. Her shy reaction amused him more than he expected. Before long, the moat surrounding the shrine was completed. Shiro admired the finished defenses while the workers celebrated their accomplishment. With the moat completed, Shiro thanked the workers and prepared to return home. Meanwhile, his helpers continued building defensive towers around the shrine. Before departing, Lode asked about the evening meal. Shiro described seabream, tempura, making her curious about the unfamiliar dish. As Shiro left the worksite, several officers watched him go. His departure prompted unexpected reactions among the women nearby. One officer praised Shiro's appearance and cooking skills. Lotte listened in silence, feeling uncomfortable, as the discussion continued. The conversation soon turned toward inviting Shiro on future trips. Growing increasingly embarrassed, Lotte struggled to hide her nervous reaction. As the officers continued discussing Shiro, they mentioned previous admirers who had failed to win his attention. Lotte listened with growing interest. After hearing those stories, Lotte felt relieved. Shiro appeared toward many people, yet he did not seem easily swayed. Watching the completed shrine defenses, Lotte imagined impossible future scenarios involving Shiro. The private fantasies embarrassed her, though she smiled. Meanwhile, Shiro traveled back through the forest and reflected on recent events. He felt connected to the Empire's people. His thoughts eventually turned toward Chris, someone important from his past. Shiro wondered how she was doing these days. Shiro served freshly fried seabream tempura to the officers, whose exhausted expressions vanished as excitement replaced hunger. The women praised the crisp coating and tender texture, declaring the seabream tempura among the finest meals they had tasted. While everyone enjoyed dinner, Shiro discussed seasonings and future recipes, already considering shrimp, squid, and other ingredients for new tempura variations later on. Observing the officers eat, Shiro felt satisfied and reflected that preparing good food brought people together more effectively. He planned additional dishes using dried bonito, hoping to create tempura sauce and broaden the camp's growing menu even further. After dinner, Lane informed Shiro about an upcoming strategy meeting concerned tomorrow's dangerous operation. At the gathering, the officers revealed their request that Shiro lend his stone golems during the planned assault on the dungeon. The proposal surprised Shiro because the golems normally handled support tasks, yet the officers believed they could strengthen the front line. Using Iwauk's enormous iron shield as an example, they explained that one golem possessed exceptional defensive abilities beyond ordinary human limits. The officers hoped to place Iwao at the vanguard, reducing casualties during the attack, though they acknowledged the possibility of losing valuable golems. When asked for his decision, Shiro agreed to lend the golems, reasoning that unlike human lives, damaged constructs could eventually be rebuilt. Lane accepted his answer and solemnly promised that every possible measure would be taken to protect both the golems and soldiers. The officers offered substantial compensation, including cash, magic stones, and frozen beef, leaving Shiro stunned by their generosity. Although embarrassed, Shiro admitted the rewards appealed to him because he constantly worried about food supplies and cooking ingredients. His thoughts immediately shifted toward preparing a massive beef bowl, imagining a hearty meal, large enough to satisfy everyone completely. Shiro accepted the payment and focused on the promised beef, while distant impacts signaled that preparations around the shrine had finished. The defensive formation assembled, featuring shield-bearing stone golems, elevated watchtowers, elite mages, and numerous soldiers guarding the completed moat. Once every unit reached position, Lane launched the dungeon raid, and the shrine entrance opened with a brilliant flash. 2 scouts entered first through the massive doorway, while the remaining force waited outside and watched for any immediate danger. After several tense moments, glowing signals appeared from within, indicating the initial advance succeeded and allowing the golems to proceed forward. As the doors opened, enormous 2-headed hounds charged from the dungeon entrance, launching an immediate assault against the waiting defensive line. Iwao stepped forward without hesitation, blocking the monster's advance and demonstrating overwhelming strength, capable of handling creatures far larger than himself. The hounds gathered before the shield wall, but the elite mages responded, unleashing concentrated attacks against the advancing beasts. A barrage of magic exploded across the battlefield, tearing through the monsters and reducing the dangerous creatures into scattered fragments. Lane ordered the golems to maintain formation and continue advancing, while Shiro watched as his creations entered greater danger. Overwhelmed by concern for his golems, Shiro clung to Lane's arm, apologizing repeatedly while his shaking legs revealed intense anxiety. Lane checked on him with unusual gentleness, but Shiro remained distracted by the battle, watching the advancing monsters with concern. As both women supported him from either side, Shiro regained confidence, and Iwao's summons restored his courage almost immediately. After the bridge lowered across the moat, scouts confirmed the entrance remained secure, allowing the main force to advance. Lane ordered Shiro to move the golems into the dungeon first, explaining that the soldiers would follow directly behind them. Lot reassured Shiro before entering the dungeon, reminding him that only he could command the golems and that everyone would protect him. The expedition descended into a vast stone chamber where scouts secured the route ahead, while the main force advanced behind. When another doorway opened, reptilian monsters rushed forward, but the soldiers intercepted them before they could threaten the rear group. Shiro panicked at the sudden ambush, yet Lot remained calm, noting that the monsters encountered thus far seemed weak. Lane warned Shiro that deeper levels contained stronger enemies, then instructed him to send the golems down the staircase first. Sensing Shiro's growing fear, Lota stayed close beside him and promised that both she and Diane would keep him safe. As they descended farther underground, Shiro struggled with the stale air, suspecting either low oxygen levels or strange gases. The harsh environment finally overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse from exhaustion and forcing Lot and Lane to summon medical assistance. Lane urgently calls for Cheryl, the expedition healer. After Shiro collapses inside the dungeon, alarming everyone as the dangerous raid continues forward. While drifting between consciousness and exhaustion, Shiro imagines an ideal healer possessing beautiful eyes, a gentle nature, and an attractive appearance. The approaching healer is revealed to be Cheryl, who promises to heal him, matching his fantasy enough to surprise him. Cheryl sets aside emotion and focuses on her duties, examining Shiro's condition, while considering the risks surrounding the expedition. After checking, Cheryl notes that his heartbeat remains unusually fast, and reassures him that her treatment should improve his condition. Cheryl casts a recovery spell called Healing Hand, explaining that it enhances the target's natural healing ability, while assuring Shiro the process will not hurt. When asked whether touching the patient is necessary, Cheryl explains that healing magic becomes more effective through direct skin contact. Understanding her explanation, Shiro watches as Cheryl places her hand against his chest, causing him considerable embarrassment and confusion. Although Shiro already feels much better, Cheryl insists the treatment remains incomplete and continues the healing process despite his growing discomfort. Graham remarks that Cheryl always applies healing with exceptional thoroughness, while Shiro suspects the healer may be enjoying herself somewhat. After several minutes of treatment, Cheryl finishes the healing spell, and Shiro reports feeling much better, stronger, and noticeably more energetic. As evening approaches, the soldiers emerge from the dungeon, while Lane credits their cooperation for securing the entire first underground floor. Unsure about his next responsibility, Shiro worries about preparing dinner, but the golems reassure him and remain ready to assist. Graham-sama explains that another cook already prepared the meal, then invites Shiro to join the group instead of working alone. The evening feast consists of bread, cheese, grilled pork, and buttered potatoes with beans, providing a hearty meal for everyone. During the evening meal, Shiro notices that the food feels filling yet somewhat unfamiliar, then wonders whether the sweet red wine contains sugar. After drinking several cups, Shiro becomes noticeably intoxicated and celebrates being surrounded by beautiful women, while remaining the only man. Growing more excited, Shiro boasts about exploring a dungeon and discovering valuable treasures, including an ancient magic book and jewelry. Encouraged by the gathering, Shiro continues drinking and declares that such strong wine presents absolutely no challenge whatsoever. Watching his condition with concern, Lane asks Shiro to assist with another taste test tomorrow, hoping he remains cooperative. Drunk and emotional, Shiro loudly declares that he would charge into water, fire, and even dangerous dungeons for Lane's sake. Lane immediately denies Shiro's exaggerated claims, looking both embarrassed and confused as he continues making dramatic declarations before everyone. Trying to clarify himself, Shiro insists that Lane is not his only favorite person, then openly admits liking Graham-sama as well. Shiro explains that he admires Lane for her admirable qualities and appreciates Graham-sama because he finds her especially cute and charming. Remembering the healing incident, Shiro jokes that he forgives Cheryl completely, then unexpectedly embraces her, leaving everyone visibly shocked. Overcome with emotion, Shiro asks whether Graham is an angel, then breaks into tears and declares that she must be his guardian angel. Still drunk, Shiro begs Graham not to abandon him, claiming that he once had a very special person in his life. Hearing those words, Graham becomes curious and reflects on the meaning behind Shiro describing someone as truly special. Shiro recalls a woman named Chris, explaining that he arrived in this world confused and lost before she offered guidance and affection. Looking toward the night sky, Shiro wonders where Chris is now, admitting that he may never see her again. Seeing Shiro overwhelmed by grief, Graham tells him that crying is acceptable, then comforts him with a warm embrace. Exhausted from drinking and emotional turmoil, Shiro falls asleep against Graham-sama, prompting others to discuss the mysterious woman named Chris. Believing he cannot remain outside in that condition, Graham-sama decides to carry Shiro to bed while pondering Chris's identity. When Lane warns against any misunderstanding, Graham-sama becomes flustered and angrily denies having improper intentions toward the intoxicated Shiro. After hearing her explanation, the others agree that Graham-sama means well, and she proceeds with carrying Shiro herself. Following Graham-sama's decision, the group watches as she carries the sleeping Shiro herself, while several women observe with obvious envy. The women accompany Graham-sama into Shiro's room, where they notice his large bed and begin making playful observations. Examining the room, several companions comment on Shiro's scent and surroundings, while others appear tempted by the comfort of his bed. After placing Shiro onto the bed, Graham-sama reassures him gently, though his drunken confusion makes the situation somewhat awkward. Still half asleep, Shiro unexpectedly embraces Graham-sama and kisses her cheek, leaving her completely stunned and unable to react. The stunned women watch in silence as Graham-sama struggles to process the kiss, while Shiro simply wishes everyone good night. After confirming Shiro remains asleep, the group decides to leave his room, though several members still seem overwhelmed. The captain orders everyone to return calmly, forbids unnecessary attention toward Shiro, and warns that disobedience will bring punishment. Before leaving, Graham-sama instructs the stone golems to guard Shiro carefully throughout the night while he rests peacefully. Shiro regained consciousness with a painful headache after drinking too much alcohol, struggling to focus. He created a painkiller using creation magic. Recalling the helper's recommendation, Shiro examined the medicine in his hand. Trusting its effect, he swallowed the pill. The medicine worked faster than Shiro expected. His headache disappeared within seconds, leaving him refreshed, relieved, and amazed by the result. Although the headache was gone, Shiro still felt mild nausea. Wanting to recover completely, he headed toward the river for bathing. While approaching the bathing area, Shiro noticed several women showering. Embarrassed by the unexpected sight, he withdrew and planned a private shower. The next morning, Shiro greeted Belle beside the river. Remembering the previous incident, Belle became flustered and avoided meeting his gaze. As Belle hurried away in embarrassment, another adventurer approached Shiro. She thanked him sincerely and recalled his encouraging words. Hearing her gratitude, Shiro casually stated that he would rush into danger for her sake, surprising the woman completely. The woman admitted that such devotion would have impressed her greatly years earlier. Shiro listened quietly while recalling little. As the conversation continued, the woman mentioned the previous night's events. Shiro suddenly worried about what else he revealed. While discussing the previous night, the woman mentioned Chris-sama. Shiro was stunned when she referred to Chris as his late wife. The revelation left Shiro speechless. He realized his drunken stories had created serious misunderstandings involving Chris, a princess connected to Regalta. Noticing his confusion, the woman expressed sincere concern. She promised to support Shiro whenever difficulties arose in the future. After she departed, Shiro reviewed the conversation carefully. He suspected his drunken behavior had caused even more trouble. A forgotten memory suddenly resurfaced in Shiro's mind. To his horror, he remembered kissing Lotta after mistaking her for Chris. After remembering the incident, Shiro collapsed in shock and regret. Determined to correct the misunderstanding, he resolved to apologize properly. While reflecting on recent events, Shiro realized several women showed unusual interest toward him. His mistaken reputation continued spreading rapidly. Accepting responsibility for the confusion, Shiro decided not to deny anything immediately. Instead, he focused on supporting the Iwo expedition. When Graham approached him later, Shiro avoided personal topics and redirected the discussion toward work, hoping to reduce awkwardness. Returning to business matters, Shiro proposed adding Wonder Number 1 to the upcoming battle, believing the creature could provide support. After discussing the expedition plans, Shiro explained that Wonder Number 1 lacked combat experience. He wanted to evaluate its abilities during battle. Graham accepted the proposal with caution. She instructed Wonder Number 1 to withdraw immediately whenever a dangerous situation appeared. Before entering the dungeon, Shiro assigned Wonder Number 2 as his guard. He encouraged Number 1 and thanked it sincerely. The expedition advanced deeper into the underground structure. After securing the first area, the group prepared to investigate unexplored sections. While traveling through the dungeon corridors, the party reviewed previous encounters. Graham noticed Shiro seemed distracted and checked on him. While exploring the dungeon, Shiro admitted that combat frightened him despite possessing creation magic. Graham understood and respected his honesty. A messenger arrived with an important report from another unit. After reviewing the situation, Graham requested immediate communication support. Using creation magic, Shiro created a bird-shaped wooden golem. The small construct carried documents and departed toward the reserve force. As the investigation continued, Shiro noticed the operation required considerable time. Graham explained that safety remained the highest priority. Graham spoke about Lodi's leadership style during the expedition. Although strict in appearance, Lodi genuinely cared about her subordinates' well-being. After receiving confirmation from the scouts, Shiro learned the investigation force was prepared. High morale spread throughout the unit before advancing. Graham quietly approached Shiro before the operation began. Sensing her concern beneath a formal attitude, he focused on work. The expedition reached a sealed chamber deep within the dungeon. Soldiers raised their shields and prepared for an expected attack. When the door opened, the room appeared empty at first. Moments later, the group discovered a massive cockatrice waiting behind. Recognizing that only one monster was present, Graham decided the conditions were ideal. She ordered Wonder to enter combat. Following Graham's order, Wonder number 1 charged toward the cockatrice. The golem confronted the monster directly without showing hesitation. The cockatrice responded with a fierce attack, but Wonder endured the pressure. Shiro watched anxiously and encouraged his construct. As the battle continued, both combatants displayed impressive agility. Neither side gained a clear advantage during the intense exchange. The prolonged duel gradually shifted in Wonder's favor. The cockatrice's movements slowed, allowing the golem to land stronger attacks. After a hard-fought battle, Wonder defeated the cockatrice successfully. Graham concluded that its combat ability matched several ordinary soldiers. After evaluating Wonder's performance, Graham explained that officers possessed far greater strength than ordinary soldiers. Shiro listened and compared their abilities. Realizing only 2 active Wonders remained available, Shiro understood his defenses were insufficient. He decided to improve golem production quickly, reviewing his creation magic status. Shiro calculated the requirements carefully. Producing additional golems would increase his overall combat support. Seeking greater efficiency, Shiro experimented with his repair skill. He considered whether repairing objects could save valuable production time. Testing his repair skill on a broken plate, Shiro restored it completely. The result exceeded expectations despite consuming considerable magic. Further experimentation revealed that repair worked alongside creation magic. Shiro also discovered it functioned on ordinary manufactured objects. Examining Wonder closely, Shiro noticed battle damage across its body. Minor defects and scratches had accumulated during previous fights. Excited by the discovery, Shiro decided to repair Wonder after returning. Confident in the idea, he anticipated improving his golems significantly. Back at the inn, Shiro inspected Wonder's damage and checked the repair cost. The required magic far exceeded his expectations. While considering the problem, Graham visited Shiro with an update. She informed him that the cockatrice meat reached the kitchen. After hearing the report, Shiro postponed repairs temporarily. He decided creating additional golems remained more urgent for future operations. The harvested cockatrice proved surprisingly valuable. Shiro watched the golems process the meat while collecting feathers for profitable trade. Graham explained that cockatrice feathers were fashionable decorations in the capital. Shiro stored the excess materials for later use. Using the harvested cockatrice meat, Shiro prepared a new meal. He seasoned the pieces carefully before deep frying them in oil. When dinner was served, the adventurers gathered eagerly. The crispy fried cockatrice impressed everyone and quickly became the meal's highlight. Alongside the main dish, Shiro offered cockatrice soup. The rich broth delivered a deeper flavor than ordinary chicken soup. After tasting the soup, Shiro began considering new recipes. Inspired by the broth, he imagined creating cockatrice ramen. While Shiro refined his ideas enthusiastically, Graham noticed his unusual smile. His attention remained fixed on developing future dishes. While discussing recipes after dinner, Shiro became excited about a new dish idea. Graham listened before bringing up work. Graham shifted the conversation toward the next day's investigation. Her serious expression immediately reminded Shiro of the ongoing expedition. Concerned about Shiro's involvement, Graham requested relief from her role supervising him. The suggestion surprised both Shiro and Diane. During the discussion, Shiro reported that Wonder's condition had worsened. Continuous activity inside the dungeon had reduced its performance. Diane opposed placing additional burdens on Shiro. She argued that asking an ordinary man to accompany dangerous explorations was unreasonable. After hearing the group's concerns, Shiro apologized sincerely for his limitations. He admitted that fighting alongside the expedition remained difficult. Diane thanked Shiro for all the assistance he had provided. She acknowledged that the investigation's success depended greatly on his support. Feeling guilty about the situation, Graham apologized for making unreasonable requests. Shiro immediately reassured her and dismissed the concern. The officers then asked whether they could help Shiro in return. Their gratitude reflected the trust built during cooperation. Accepting the offer, Shiro requested assistance with an installation project. The officers gathered their tools and prepared to help. Following Shiro's instructions, the officers worked together to construct a shower. Everyone contributed enthusiastically until the structure was completed. After testing the finished installation, the group admired the result. The officers celebrated happily while Shiro expressed his appreciation. Since the women had already bathed earlier, they encouraged Shiro to use the new shower before anyone else. With assistance from the Iwa golems, the shower became fully operational. Shiro enjoyed the facility and added another attraction to his inn. While relaxing beneath the flowing water, Shiro considered possible improvements. He realized a proper water heater could enhance comfort further. A week after leaving the dungeon expeditions behind, Shiro spent his days fishing peacefully. The quiet routine helped him recover. While returning from the shore, Shiro encountered exhausted soldiers carrying wounded comrades. They thanked him for his previous contributions. Concerned by their condition, Shiro learned that Cheryl was working tirelessly. The increasing number of injured adventurers kept her occupied. Cheryl explained that the healing station remained overwhelmed. Without the vanguard unit present, casualties had risen throughout recent operations. Despite the difficult situation, Cheryl accepted the circumstances calmly. She believed protecting support personnel was never the soldiers' responsibility. When Shiro visited the healing area, Cheryl assured him that casualties remained limited. Then several newly created wonders suddenly appeared nearby. Surprised by the unexpected arrival, Cheryl questioned the increase immediately. Shiro explained that new golems appeared overnight. After checking his abilities, Shiro discovered his golem production level had increased. He successfully created additional wonders for support duties. The advancement unlocked a new underwater golem design. Excited by the possibilities, Shiro selected a mermaid-type model for production. When the mermaid golem was completed, Shiro examined it carefully. Its unusual appearance resembled a kappa more than a mermaid. To improve seafood supplies, Shiro assigned the mermaid golem a new role. He named her Seema and provided a harpoon. After testing the assignment, Shiro instructed Seema to gather seafood regularly. The unusual golem immediately began diving beneath the waves. Seema exceeded expectations during her first fishing expedition. She returned with several large lobsters, inspiring Shiro to prepare gratin. The aroma of the finished lobster gratin spread throughout the inn. Returning guests quickly recognized another delicious meal from Shiro. As the inn's atmosphere improved, Shiro noticed Graham seemed far less tense. The uncomfortable misunderstanding between them continued fading gradually. While preparing lobster gratin, Shiro offered Graham a sample taste. Curious about the dish, she accepted the invitation. After tasting the gratin, Graham praised its flavor sincerely. Shiro then suggested serving white wine alongside the meal. The mention of alcohol alarmed Graham immediately. Remembering Shiro's previous drunken behavior, she strongly opposed the idea and demanded caution. Embarrassed by the reminder, Shiro apologized once again for the incident. Flustered, Graham insisted he should not worry anymore. While helping in the kitchen, Shiro noticed Graham seemed unusually cheerful. She admitted feeling happy because conversations with him had become easier. Shiro listened quietly as Graham reflected on her feelings. The realization appeared difficult for her to express openly. Gathering her courage, Graham confessed that speaking with men had always been difficult. She wanted to overcome that weakness. After hearing Shiro's question, Graham finally expressed herself, honestly. She admitted that she genuinely enjoyed talking with him. Graham's heartfelt confession delighted Shiro immensely. Trying not to embarrass her further, he returned his attention to cooking. As they continued talking, Graham praised Shiro's cooking skills. Curious about his background, she asked where he learned them. Shiro explained that his parents owned a restaurant, which inspired his abilities. Then he jokingly offered an inappropriate service. Taking the comment seriously, Graham immediately scolded him. She firmly rejected the suggestion and reminded him to behave properly. After ending the conversation, Shiro headed toward the bath. Meanwhile, Graham reflected on how straightforward and honest he remained. Relaxing in the bath, Shiro drifted into pleasant memories. He recalled an intimate moment with Chris and smiled unconsciously. While bathing, Shiro's imagination drifted toward memories of Chris. The fantasy became increasingly embarrassing as his thoughts wandered further. After leaving the bath, Shiro reflected on recent events carefully. He compared Graham's kindness with Chris's bold and energetic personality. Considering Graham more seriously, Shiro wondered why he felt comfortable around her. The thought briefly led him toward romantic possibilities. Almost immediately, Shiro rejected the idea as unrealistic. He convinced himself that someone as serious as Graham lacked romantic interest. Pushing those thoughts aside, Shiro focused on his current priorities. He preferred a peaceful life helping others and managing the inn. Determined to improve the inn further, Shiro spent time developing facilities and training golems. Nearby, Graham watched him quietly. Later, Graham reported recent dungeon developments to Shiro. Although casualties remained low, the investigation force continued facing difficult battles. When Graham mentioned defeating hundreds of insect-type monsters, Shiro immediately panicked. He preferred avoiding detailed discussions about giant insects. Noticing Graham's exhaustion from constant work, Shiro suggested taking breaks more often. She admitted feeling tired but continued smiling. Wanting to help, Shiro gently massaged Graham's shoulders. The unexpected contact startled her and left her completely flustered. As the massage continued, Graham gradually relaxed under Shiro's care. He encouraged her to rest and ease accumulated fatigue. Shiro reminded Graham that constant work without breaks was unhealthy. He worried that exhaustion would eventually affect her condition. Feeling the tension leave her shoulders, Graham became noticeably calmer. Shiro remained focused on helping her recover comfortably. The peaceful moment ended when another officer entered unexpectedly. Seeing the scene, she immediately misunderstood what was happening. Before the confusion could grow further, Shiro explained the situation clearly. He insisted that he was only giving Graham a massage. After the misunderstanding was cleared, Lane accepted Shiro's explanation calmly. He even promised to give her a massage later. Before leaving, Lane revealed the real reason for her visit. She had brought freshly obtained red boar meat. Excited by the ingredient, Shiro immediately began imagining recipes. The rare dungeon monster provided many possibilities for future meals. While storing the meat, Shiro reflected on the expedition's success. He appreciated that edible monsters created valuable food resources. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Shiro started planning several red boar dishes. Graham realized another cooking experiment was about to begin. Excited by the new ingredients, Shiro proposed preparing an elaborate feast. His enthusiasm surprised everyone and quickly overwhelmed the discussion. Diane immediately reminded Shiro that his proposal resembled medical treatment rather than ordinary hospitality. The explanation left him speechless. Realizing the misunderstanding, Shiro abandoned the strange idea at once. Instead, he focused on creating another useful golem model. That evening, Shiro looked forward to the coming day with unusual excitement. Even simple routines felt enjoyable when surrounded by friends. As rain fell across the island, Shiro reviewed his growing workforce. With numerous golems available, farming and daily tasks became easier. While reviewing recent inventions, Shiro admired several magical household devices. Even after many successes, he still wanted to create more. Because electricity did not exist in this world, magical appliances became practical necessities. Shiro remained fascinated by their possibilities. After finishing his latest project, Shiro began considering future inventions. Then he noticed someone returning from the dungeon expedition. Arriving back at the inn, Graham recalled the shoulder massage from earlier. The memory left a surprisingly strong impression on her. Seeking relief from accumulated fatigue, Graham accepted another treatment session. Shiro worked carefully to loosen the tension throughout her body. After finishing Graham's session, Shiro suggested taking a short break. Lane arrived next while Graham struggled to hide her reaction. Wondering about Diane's unusual silence, Graham looked around the room. They discovered Diane had fallen asleep during her massage. Seeing the result, Lane became impressed by Shiro's technique. She admitted that the massage felt far better than expected. That evening, Shiro served mango pudding made using red boar gelatin. The dessert impressed everyone and quickly became popular. After checking on the officers, Shiro requested a private discussion. Graham and Lane followed him away from the dining area. Graham thanked Shiro for the massage, admitting she awakened feeling refreshed. Diane confessed she had fallen asleep without realizing it. Embarrassed by their reactions, Shiro requested that the matter remain confidential. He then revealed plans for an even more special treatment. Shiro completed a new massage oil using creation magic and presented to Cecily. She inspected the unfamiliar item with curiosity and caution. Seeing her tired condition, Shiro suggested using the oil for a massage. Cecily listened and tried understanding its purpose. As Shiro described applying the oil, Cecily pictured the treatment process. The detailed explanation caused her imagination to wander. Cecily struggled to remain composed while considering the massage. Her growing embarrassment showed through restless movements. leaving her unable to focus. Noticing her reaction, Shiro explained that the oil served as a medicinal product. Its fragrance eased fatigue, reduced stress, and promoted relaxation. After confirming the oil's effectiveness, Cecily accepted Shiro's proposal. He invited her to his room after dinner, where the treatment would begin. Shiro watched Cecily leave and thought about the upcoming session. He hoped the massage would ease her exhaustion and deepen trust. While preparing everything, Shiro imagined the evening's outcome. He wondered whether the treatment might create a closer bond between them. Shiro recalled Rosie's sacrifice and silently expressed gratitude. Remembering her support strengthened his resolve to help others whenever possible. Meanwhile, Cecily waited near her room and considered the proper time to visit. She wanted punctuality without appearing overly eager. As the appointment approached, Cecily sat alone and wondered what kind of massage awaited her. Despite Shiro's explanation, nervous anticipation continued growing. The thought of massage oil made her panic. Cecily imagined arriving unprepared, then hurriedly searched through her belongings for suitable clothing. While sorting her possessions, Cecily considered several possibilities. She felt less concerned about modesty and more worried about making mistakes. After emptying a storage box, Cecily compared several undergarments. She examined each option carefully and questioned which appearance seemed most appealing. Cecily rejected the older choices and selected the cleanest pair available, believing it offered the best impression. She prepared herself. Before leaving, Cecily examined herself in the mirror and accepted her appearance. With no further preparations possible, she gathered her resolve. Although doubts remained about her figure, Cecily remembered Shiro's kindness. That reassurance eased some anxiety and encouraged her to continue. When Cecily arrived, Diane confirmed that everything was ready. Feeling somewhat underprepared, Cecily followed her toward Shiro's room anyway. Shiro welcomed the guests into a neatly arranged room. The prepared bed and calm atmosphere showed his serious approach. As the treatment began, Diane changed into suitable loungewear. First, Cecily watched and prepared herself for the upcoming massage. Diane stepped forward first and revealed her choice of attire without hesitation. Cecily stared in surprise and questioned whether she had prepared enough. Shiro invited everyone to relax and set aside unnecessary worries. He encouraged them to treat the session as a chance to recover. When asked to lie down, Cecily approached the bed with visible tension. Her stiff posture revealed how nervous she remained, trying to follow instructions. Cecily settled onto the bed. In her confusion, she positioned herself than Shiro had expected. Shiro noticed the misunderstanding and hesitated, wanting to avoid embarrassing Cecily. He decided to remain calm and continue. Shiro began the treatment by working on Cecily's shoulders. As his hands eased the tension, he checked whether any discomfort remained. The pressure brought immediate relief, and Cecily admitted the massage felt pleasant. Her nervousness weakened as she focused on relaxation. While continuing the treatment, Shiro reminded himself that local customs differed greatly. He tried maintaining focus despite the unusual situation. As the session progressed, both Diane and Cecily appeared more comfortable. Their trust in Shiro's intentions helped reduce the earlier awkwardness. Feeling severe stiffness beneath his hands, Shiro proceeded with caution. He explained each step beforehand and encouraged Cecily to voice concerns. Determined to provide proper care, Shiro concentrated on every movement during the massage. He devoted his full attention to easing fatigue. After considerable time passed, the treatment finally ended. The peaceful atmosphere and accumulated relaxation caused both women to drift asleep. Lot awakened first and realized she had rested through most of the session. Embarrassed by this discovery, she gathered herself. Cecily suddenly sat upright after hearing Shiro speak. Confused by the situation, she learned both women had fallen asleep. Feeling refreshed, Lotte praised the experience and admitted her exhaustion had disappeared. Shiro welcomed future visits whenever either woman felt tired. With the massage finished, Cecily felt reluctant to leave. The comfortable experience lingered in her mind, making the evening seem shorter. Before departing, Shiro offered refreshments to Cecily and Lotte. He prepared a fruit cocktail and encouraged them to enjoy it. Both women sampled the unfamiliar drink and approved of its flavor. Their curiosity grew as they continued drinking together, watching their reactions. Shiro considered adding cocktails to his services. He believed unique refreshments could attract even more visitors. After spending additional time together, Cecily and Lotte finally returned home. Shiro remained outside, reflecting on another successful evening. Thinking about the cocktail recipe, Shiro realized many ingredients were still unavailable. He concluded that confidence had been his greatest limitation. Motivated by new ideas, Shiro practiced bottle handling techniques with Rosie. He hoped better presentation would improve future customer experiences. On a bright morning, Shiro set out across the sea with Seema. excited by the outing. He looked forward to testing new possibilities. While preparing the boat, Shiro invited Cecily and Lotte to join him. Since both had free time, they accepted. The vessel accelerated across the water at remarkable speed. Cecily and Lotte reacted with surprise as waves scattered around them. Observing the performance, Lotte compared the craft to a high-speed vessel. Shiro considered future journeys across much greater distances. As they traveled farther from the island, Shiro asked about nearby lands. Lotte explained which region lay closest beyond the sea. As the conversation continued, Lotte explained that a troubled battlefield existed less than 300 kilometers away across the continent. Surprised by the distance, Cecily questioned whether Shiro could truly reach the mainland. Shiro considered how weather conditions might affect travel. Lot warned that traveling alone as a man carried serious risks. Her explanation highlighted dangers beyond simple transportation challenges. Learning about unrest near the royal capital, Shiro considered helping with reconstruction. However, Lot noted that access routes remained restricted. Lot reminded Shiro that his status attracted attention throughout the empire. His connection to the island carried considerable political importance. Lot surprised Shiro by suggesting he accept an official leadership position. The proposal would grant authority and formal recognition. Although the offer included annual compensation, Shiro remained uncertain. He suspected the responsibilities might outweigh the benefits, despite guaranteed support. Their discussion ended when the boat reached a special fishing area. Curious about the location, Shiro asked its purpose. Lot explained that valuable seafood could be gathered there and encouraged participation. After some hesitation, Cecily agreed to try. While preparing for the activity, Lotte revealed her personal motivation. She wanted her companions to enjoy the island and create memorable experiences together. After entering the water, Cecily admired the scenery beneath the surface. Her innocent comment surprised Lotte, who immediately became flustered. Shiro remained focused on the fishing activity and adjusted his clothing for swimming. His practical approach left the others speechless. Realizing Shiro intended to fish without concern for appearances, Lotte guided Cecily into the water and followed after her. Bubbles surrounded the group as they descended toward the seabed. Cecily adapted and began exploring the underwater environment. The excursion proved successful as valuable seafood appeared nearby. Lot gathered lobsters while Cecily discovered an abalone among the rocks. After collecting large amounts of seafood, the group returned toward shore. From the boat, Shiro noticed an unusual gathering along the beach. Drawing closer, they discovered many visitors enjoying the sunshine. Shiro felt the scene wasted potential, despite its impressive appearance. Inspired by the crowd, Shiro rushed back to his cave workshop. He decided the beach deserved an activity everyone could enjoy. Returning to work mode, Shiro organized Rosie and the golems. He assigned tasks while preparing ingredients for a special treat. As supplies arrived at the beach, Shiro began cooking. Fruit was prepared, syrup simmered, and plans advanced. As Shiro started building a beach attraction, nearby visitors noticed his efforts. Without hesitation, several women volunteered to help. Working together, the group assembled a pavilion beside the shore. Their cooperation allowed Shiro's project to progress much faster. Using creation magic and simple tools, Shiro produced large blocks of ice. The golems then shaved them into fine flakes. After adding syrup, fruit, and sweet milk, Shiro unveiled a refreshing dessert. The crowd gathered immediately around the unfamiliar treat. The shaved ice became an instant success across the beach. Excited visitors rushed forward, forcing organizers to manage the growing crowd. The shaved ice stand attracted enormous attention throughout the beach. Long lines formed, and curious visitors gathered from every direction. As customers enjoyed the dessert, news of Shiro's activity spread. Even nearby soldiers became interested in the growing attraction. Watching the cheerful crowd, Lot felt pleased with the atmosphere. She believed the gathering offered much-needed recreation for everyone present. Seeing the excitement, an organizer called for everyone's attention. The crowd responded, eager to hear about the next event. A beach competition was announced to enthusiastic cheers from the audience. The unusual grand prize increased anticipation across the shore. Before the competition began, Cheryl used recovery magic on the participants. Meanwhile, Shiro regretted creating a prize that attracted overwhelming interest. The race started immediately after final preparations concluded. Motivated contestants charged forward across the beach, determined to claim victory. As the contest continued, Shiro observed the competitors. Impressed by their effort, he felt only rewarding one winner seemed unfair. To recognize more participants, Shiro decided to extend the rewards. His adjustment increased excitement and encouraged everyone to continue competing. After the festivities ended, Shiro found Lotte sitting alone beneath the night sky. Sensing her mood, he approached and offered company. After a moment of hesitation, Lotte revealed her feelings. She admitted feeling jealous when other women received Shiro's attention earlier. Rather than dismissing her concerns, Shiro listened. Understanding her emotions, he decided to do something thoughtful in return. Taking Lotte by surprise, Shiro invited her to a private massage session. His unexpected offer changed the atmosphere between them. Several days later, Shiro supervised construction around the survey site. His golems carried heavy materials while he organized tasks efficiently. As work progressed, Shiro reflected on recent developments. With Lotte preparing to leave soon, he focused on completing important projects. The survey facility continued expanding under Shiro's direction. Nearby, Cecily and Lotte observed the operation while monitoring ongoing activities. When the day's work ended, numerous survey members emerged from the structure. They praised Shiro and thanked him for his assistance. Their mood changed after discussing conditions inside the dungeon. The survey team reported an overwhelming number of monsters blocking progress. As the survey team departed, Cecily noticed Lotte among the crowd. She called out and thanked her for recent efforts. Lotte responded and praised Shiro's hard work. After exchanging farewells, she announced her intention to return to the inn. While discussing the survey results, Lotte explained that excavation would continue near the coast. Shiro listened and reviewed the situation. Observing Lotte's calm expression, Shiro reflected on her upcoming departure. Within a week, she would return to the imperial capital. Later, the two walked through a quiet forest path and discussed the dungeon. Lotte explained that monsters still hindered progress, despite recent successes. While inspecting the dungeon site, Shiro learned that barrier devices had been installed. The protective system prevented monsters from entering secured rooms. During their walk, Lotte expressed satisfaction with the completed preparations. She felt relieved knowing the important work finished before departure. Lotte explained that she intended to recommend opening the area publicly. Shiro considered whether local resources could support visitors. To handle future exploration, Lotte proposed transferring management responsibilities. She believed the Adventurers Guild could oversee operations more effectively. After hearing the plan, Shiro reflected on the dungeon's value. Monster materials and rare resources could attract many adventurers to the island. While discussing the dungeon's future, Lotte praised Shiro's priorities. She admired how he valued magical resources above immediate treasure. Embarrassed by the compliment, Shiro downplayed his abilities. He explained that his knowledge seemed ordinary compared with standards from his homeland. Lotte clarified that her praise was sincere. Shiro then reflected on how upbringing and social environments shape different perspectives. The conversation shifted toward cultural differences between worlds. Lotte explained that Shiro often viewed situations through values uncommon in their society. Trying to dismiss the admiration, Shiro joked about his own flaws. His unexpected self-assessment caught Lotte completely off guard. After hearing Shiro's self-criticism, Lotte became flustered and confused. She admitted that she already sensed he viewed relationships differently. Deciding honesty was best, Shiro revealed the secret he had hidden. He explained that he came from another world. The unexpected confession left Lotte speechless for several moments. Even though the story sounded impossible, she listened without interrupting him. Shiro continued explaining the differences between his homeland and theirs. He described himself as far less restrained than local men. As the conversation deepened, Shiro began questioning his own feelings. He wondered whether his growing attraction toward Lotte carried selfish motives. Overcome with guilt, Shiro apologized for his earlier thoughts and withdrew the massage invitation. He feared his feelings had crossed boundaries. Lotte listened before asking direct questions about his attraction. Cornered by her honesty, Shiro admitted his feelings without excuses. Wanting complete clarity, Lotte pressed further about his intentions. Embarrassed but truthful, Shiro acknowledged that his attraction extended beyond admiration. Instead of reacting with anger, Lotte became unusually shy and thoughtful. Her response left Shiro confused about what she truly felt. Unable to continue the conversation, both returned to the inn in silence. The unresolved exchange lingered heavily in their minds. During dinner preparations, Shiro could not stop recalling Lotte's earlier words. The memory lingered and left him distracted. Soon, everyone gathered to enjoy another meal prepared by Shiro. The impressive dishes earned praise and admiration from the group. While eating, Lotte reflected on her approaching departure. Although happy to return home, leaving Shiro behind saddened her greatly. The conversation shifted toward future survey expeditions and recruitment. Lotte enthusiastically declared that she would volunteer for another assignment. Later, Lila admitted that life on the island felt more fulfilling. Her sincere confession caught Shiro's attention and curiosity. That evening the survey members gathered for a celebration. Listening to their stories, Shiro reflected on how fortunate the island seemed. Lot raised a toast and encouraged everyone to enjoy the moment. The group happily celebrated their achievements in the southern paradise. While the others enjoyed the gathering, Cecily watched Shiro. Her attention lingered on him throughout the cheerful celebration. Afterward, Shiro organized the golems and focused on maintenance work. He created magical cleaning tools and improved the bathing facilities. The busy day ended with another breakthrough for Shiro. His creation magic advanced further, inspiring plans for stronger golems and faster vessels. While reviewing those plans, Shiro heard someone approaching his residence. A familiar voice called his name from outside. Opening the door, Shiro found Cecily standing there in nightwear. Her nervous expression suggested she had come for an important reason. Late at night, Lou found Shiro outside the bathhouse, unable to sleep after hearing noises. She waited alone, hoping he would come out. Beneath the island's star-filled sky, Lou approached Shiro and explained that she wanted to spend time with him and discuss something important. Shiro gazed upward and spoke about the countless stars. Lou listened with interest while learning about his homeland. Shiro wondered whether Earth and this world shared a connection. Lou accepted his origin and felt his existence seemed believable. Hearing Lou's honest thoughts, Shiro felt relieved and grateful. Their conversation deepened their trust, bringing them closer during the quiet night. While walking, Lou admitted she had never spoken with a man before. Gathering courage, she asked Shiro about her appearance. Shiro noticed Lou's lack of confidence and encouraged her. He explained that short women were considered attractive and often received attention. Hearing his explanation, Lou felt relieved about her height. However, she revealed that forming close relationships with others remained difficult. Lou became embarrassed after exposing her worries. Shiro listened and reassured her that many people experienced similar struggles in life. As Lou reflected on her loneliness, Shiro sensed the pain she had carried for years and understood her feelings much better. After listening to Lou's worries, Shiro praised her. He found her charming both inside and outside, leaving her surprised and speechless. Lou struggled to process Shiro's compliment. Embarrassed by the romantic atmosphere, she wondered whether he had been waiting outside to court her. Before either could continue, distant sounds echoed through the night. Shiro and Lou rushed together toward the source near a structure. They arrived at a dungeon entrance. The cool breeze and quiet surroundings created a peaceful atmosphere around them. Standing before the ocean beneath countless stars, Lou admired the breathtaking view. The endless night sky seemed to stretch beyond imagination. After admiring the beautiful night view, Lou misunderstood Shiro's reaction, believing romance should follow. She expected an embrace beneath the stars. Caught off guard by her expectation, Shiro stepped forward and kissed Lou. She remained still, unable to process what happened. As Shiro held her closer, Lou accepted his affection without resistance. Her nervous expression revealed trust mixed with uncertainty. Beneath the endless stars overlooking the sea, they shared another kiss. The quiet moment deepened their feelings and strengthened their bond. When the kiss ended, Lou froze from embarrassment once again. Shiro realized her innocence exceeded his expectations and decided to guide her. Seeing Lou's growing affection, Shiro suggested creating special memories together. Confused by the unfamiliar expression, she asked what he meant. Shiro explained his intentions directly, leaving Lou completely stunned. The unexpected proposal overwhelmed her, yet she listened without turning away. Lou recalled her earlier confession and admitted her feelings had always been sincere. Her answer revealed she accepted Shiro completely. Noticing her hesitation, Shiro patiently explained the situation. He reassured Lou that intimacy would not suddenly change who she was. To ease her worries further, Shiro described the bond between a man and woman. Lou listened while standing beside him. Although Lou accepted Shiro's feelings, she admitted her lack of experience. Nervous and embarrassed, she worried about whether she could satisfy him. Lou's anxiety grew as she imagined disappointing Shiro. Her uncertainty became obvious, and she struggled to express her concerns. Shiro rejected her fears and reassured her. He explained that he valued her feelings and had no interest in casual relationships. Wanting to comfort Lou further, Shiro promised to respect her limits. He assured her that he would never force anything painful. Even after his reassurance, Lou remained overwhelmed by the situation. Trying to calm herself, she wondered what steps she should take next. After overcoming her hesitation, Lou gathered her courage and accepted Shiro's feelings. She asked him to continue, trusting him completely. The night eventually ended, and morning arrived. Exhausted from the emotional evening, Shiro struggled to wake up when his alarm sounded. Sitting alone after waking, Shiro reflected on everything that happened. The unforgettable experience left him tired yet deeply satisfied. Later that morning, Shiro headed outside for a bath. Lu noticed him first, and immediately became flustered by their encounter. Unable to hide her embarrassment, Lu greeted Shiro awkwardly. The memories from the previous night made her entire body stiffen. The next morning, Lu tried to calm her embarrassment by visiting the bath area. Meanwhile, Shiro attempted to clear his exhausted mind. After they separated, Lu changed clothes alone and reflected on the previous night. The memory continued occupying her thoughts completely. While thinking about Shiro's preferences, Lu became confused. She questioned his taste and wondered why he found her attractive. Determined to understand his feelings, Lu experimented with new equipment. She hoped changing her appearance might increase her appeal. After putting on the unusual armor, Lu nervously showed herself to Shiro. He reacted with surprise while examining her new appearance. Shiro explained that he had created the armor with creation magic. Lu listened closely as he described its origin and purpose. The following morning, Shiro looked exhausted from recent events. Elsa noticed his condition and expressed concern about his unusual appearance. Elsa activated support magic and directed it toward Shiro. The spell restored his strength, leaving him refreshed and full of energy, grateful for the assistance. Shiro returned to work. With renewed motivation, he prepared breakfast and continued managing daily tasks. After completing another project, Shiro decided to spend time at the beach. The peaceful scenery gave him a chance to relax. While enjoying the coastline, Shiro noticed the weather growing hotter. He began considering new inventions to make life more comfortable. At the beach, Shiro trained the 3 golems to handle a small boat. Their progress impressed him as they practiced together. While watching the training, Shiro considered improving transportation routes. He planned to explore a faster path through the dungeon cave. Using the boat, Shiro reached the cave entrance and climbed the staircase. Soon, he successfully arrived at the destination above. After completing the route test, Shiro saw Team Wonder arrive as well. The result confirmed that the shortcut worked efficiently. Back near the settlement, Shiro inspected collected waste and discarded materials. The growing amount of trash reminded him of future challenges. While exploring the dungeon route, Shiro and his companions encountered skeletal monsters. Their equipment suggested they had once been soldiers or knights. After defeating the monsters, Shiro inspected the recovered weapons. Most items were damaged beyond use, though the metal remained valuable. Among the loot, one unusual sword caught Shiro's attention. Despite its poor condition, he decided to keep it. Examining the blade more carefully, Shiro sensed it possessed a special history. The weapon felt surprisingly balanced in his hands. Using creation magic to analyze the sword, Shiro discovered its true identity. It was a legendary holy blade requiring extensive repairs. After identifying the sword as a sacred relic, Shiro examined its details carefully. The enormous repair cost forced him to postpone restoration. Later, Elsa prepared a special dessert and iced coffee for dinner. Her impressive cooking skills surprised Shiro and everyone present. After tasting the dessert, Elsa could not hide her satisfaction. The delicious flavor quickly improved her mood and earned praise. While Elsa enjoyed another serving, Shiro asked about the sword's origin. He hoped she could explain the mysterious name. Elsa revealed that Exocius was a guardian angel revered by holy knights. The explanation confirmed the sword's legendary significance. Elsa explained that Exocius possessed immense holy power. Many powerful light spells relied on its strength and could destroy countless enemies. Intrigued by the story, Shiro asked whether Exocius was commonly depicted carrying a sword. He hoped to confirm his suspicion. Elsa described religious paintings showing Exocius holding a radiant blade. The details closely matched Shiro's discovery, strengthening the connection. Realizing the possibility, Shiro considered the sword's true value. Restoring such a legendary weapon could become an extraordinary achievement. Before they could continue discussing the matter, several women approached Shiro. Their sudden attention left him confused and uncomfortable. As more people gathered around Shiro, he looked for a private moment with Elsa. She suggested discussing another matter instead. Shiro abandoned his original excuse and brought up the reward discussion. However, his attention remained focused on the mysterious sword. Taking out the damaged blade, Shiro revealed the real reason for the conversation. He wanted Elsa's opinion about Exocius's sword. Elsa stared at Shiro with disbelief as he presented the legendary weapon. The situation felt absurd enough to leave her speechless. After recovering from her surprise, Elsa reminded Shiro about their previous conversation. She believed the sword's identity had already been proven. Shiro revealed that creation magic could restore the legendary sword. He explained the process required 32 hours to complete successfully, although she trusted his ability. Elsa questioned his decision. She wondered why Shiro had chosen to share such valuable information. Shiro explained that the sword held little practical use for him. He preferred giving the restored weapon to someone worthy. Moved by Shiro's honesty, Elsa praised his character. She agreed that any recognition earned from the sword should belong to him. With Elsa's approval, Shiro immediately began the restoration process. Brilliant magical energy surrounded the blade as the repair finally started. As the restoration began, the legendary sword suddenly vanished. Elsa stared in shock, while Shiro calmly explained that the process continued elsewhere. Shiro clarified that creation magic worked differently from ordinary magic. The sword could remain hidden, while repairs progressed automatically. Although still uncertain, Elsa accepted Shiro's explanation. He assured her the restored weapon would reappear once the process finished. Elsa admitted she remained skeptical, despite everything she had witnessed. The unbelievable nature of creation magic challenged her understanding completely. With the restoration underway, their discussion finally ended for the night. Elsa entrusted the matter to Shiro before returning to rest. Before leaving, Lu hinted that Shiro could visit her room later. The unexpected invitation caught him completely off guard and speechless. Lu became embarrassed after making the suggestion. Shiro agreed, but reminded her they needed rest before tomorrow's exploration. As the conversation continued, Lu admitted she had struggled to control her feelings. Her confession left Shiro both amused and flattered. Meanwhile, Elsa reflected on her approaching departure. With only a few days remaining, she considered the restored sword a meaningful gift. 2 days later, Shiro received a notification from Creation Magic. The legendary Sword of Exocius had finally completed its restoration process. 2 days after starting the restoration, Shiro received confirmation that the process was complete. He immediately went to inform Elsa. Inside Elsa's room, Shiro noticed her belongings were already packed. The sight reminded him that her departure was approaching. Without delaying any longer, Shiro prepared to summon the restored weapon. Elsa watched closely, eager to witness the result. A brilliant light filled the room as the Sword of Exocius appeared. The magnificent holy weapon looked completely different from before. Although impressed by the sword's beauty, Shiro felt strangely uneasy. The restored blade seemed to stare back at him with judgment. The following day, Elsa prepared to leave the island. Although she smiled, the approaching farewell weighed heavily on her heart. Standing before the restored Sword of Exocius, Elsa sensed its overwhelming holy power. She asked Shiro whether she could take it. When Shiro agreed, Elsa became deeply moved by his generosity. Unable to contain her gratitude, she stepped forward and embraced him. Holding Shiro's hand, Elsa asked him to accompany her to Lur Sanzian. She promised to support and protect him. Shiro refused Elsa's invitation despite his affection for her. He respected her future marriage obligations and chose not to interfere. Shiro urged Elsa to accept the future awaiting her. He hoped she would find happiness with the man destined to become her husband. Unable to accept that possibility, Elsa broke into tears and clung to Shiro. She confessed she wanted to remain by his side. As emotions overwhelmed her, Elsa reflected on their precious memories together. Every moment they shared had become irreplaceable within her heart. Holding Elsa gently, Shiro expressed his gratitude for meeting her. His sincere words brought comfort during their painful farewell. After calming down, Elsa apologized for losing control of her emotions. Though saddened, she accepted the reality before her. To lift Elsa's spirits after their emotional conversation, Shiro invited her to breakfast. He promised to prepare her favorite hot sandwich. Later, Shiro relaxed beside the ocean wearing sunglasses he created himself. Recovering his magical energy remained important after repairing Exocius. While fishing, Shiro reflected on Elsa's approaching departure. The thought left him with a painful sense of emptiness. Surrounded by the blue sky and shining sea, Shiro admired the scenery. Even so, sadness lingered beneath the island's beauty. 2 days later, a large ship arrived at the island harbor. Residents gathered together to bid farewell to Elsa and her companions. As the departure ceremony continued, Shiro thanked Lane for her support. The usually composed officer seemed surprised when he hugged her. Lane returned the embrace and expressed her gratitude. She wished Shiro well and hoped he would continue taking care. Standing beside Elsa, Shiro struggled with the approaching farewell. The thought of their separation filled him with sadness and regret. Rather than dwelling on sorrow, Elsa smiled behind her sunglasses. She promised they would meet again and encouraged Shiro to stay positive. As the ship prepared to leave, Elsa waved toward the island. The gifted sunglasses became a final reminder of their time together. After watching the ship depart, Shiro reflected on Elsa's behavior. He realized she had been forcing herself to stay strong. The previous night, Elsa struggled to hide her sadness. Thoughts of the coming farewell overwhelmed her and brought tears again, while spending time with Shiro. Elsa admitted that imagining their separation hurt deeply. Even discussing tomorrow's departure made her cry. Trying to comfort her, Shiro noticed her swollen eyes. He jokingly suggested wearing sunglasses so others would not notice. Following his advice, Elsa put on the sunglasses and apologized. Although embarrassed by her emotions, she gradually regained her composure. On the night before departing, Elsa finally stopped hiding her emotions. Shiro encouraged her to cry freely and release her sadness. Now standing alone on the pier, Shiro watched the ship disappear beyond the horizon. A quiet farewell marked the end. After Elsa's departure, Shiro felt an unexpected emptiness. For the first time in days, he had no immediate goal. Remembering Elsa's warnings about future dangers, Shiro considered upcoming challenges. He expected allies from Milano's group to arrive soon. Turning his attention back to development, Shiro unlocked a new golem design. The snake-type silicon golem offered useful practical applications. To improve the island further, Shiro tested the newly created snake-type golem. Its usefulness convinced him to put it to work immediately. Despite staying busy with development projects, Shiro could not ignore his loneliness. Elsa's departure had left a noticeable emptiness behind. Far from the island, attention shifted to the port town of Maltea. New events began unfolding beyond Shiro's daily life. A cloaked woman wandered through the town's narrow streets alone. Thoughts of abandoning her previous life continued troubling her deeply. Removing her hood, Lotte revealed herself at last. Remembering Shiro, she appeared determined to pursue a path connected to him. Although grateful for reaching the city, Lotte admitted she had been happiest during the days spent beside Shiro. Pushing aside her emotions, Lotte focused on unfinished business. She remained determined to settle her conflict with Janice once and for all. Meanwhile, Janice hurried through the town carrying supplies. Unaware of Lotte's presence nearby, she worried about returning home. Lotte arrived in Maltea, wearing a hooded cloak that concealed her appearance. While she prepared herself to continue pursuing vengeance against enemies, perched above the streets, Lotte surveyed the town from a rooftop and directed her familiar to gather information about suspicious activity. A pirate associate spotted the people they had been searching for, confirming that members of the crew remained active nearby. While remaining hidden, Lot overheard pirates discussing their situation, learning they believed their pursuer had died and posed no threat. After recognizing Butin among the pirates, Lotte recalled Janice's suffering and resolved that he would become her next target. Lot secretly followed 2 pirate crew members toward the warehouse district, suspecting they were heading somewhere important for private business. After cornering one pirate woman, Lotte ordered her to remove her boot. Catching the confused woman completely off guard, Lot forced the frightened pirate to lick and clean the dirty sole, treating her with humiliation instead of violence. The pirate hesitated and struggled to obey, while Lotte watched from beneath her hood and questioned her resistance. Unable to endure the degrading demand, the terrified pirate begged for mercy. But Lotte rejected her plea immediately. Watching the humiliation continue, Lotte grew disgusted with the scene and decided the pirate had already suffered enough punishment. Lot considered dragging the pirate man away for interrogation, but realized the pirate woman would probably follow and interfere. After reaching a decision, Lotte abandoned her original plan and leaped away across the rooftops without revealing herself. Believing the danger had passed, the pirate resumed enjoying himself while the exhausted woman endured the degrading treatment. Moments later, a shadowy creature seized the pirate from behind, shocking everyone and ending his sense of security. The shadow creature captured the pirate leader while he demanded answers and struggled to understand who had targeted him. Ignoring the pirate, the creature instructed the frightened woman to leave immediately, allowing her to escape the scene safely. As fear spread across his face, the pirate desperately searched his memory and tried recalling the familiar voice. Lot revealed herself as Cecily, the bursting flame, causing the pirate captain to recognize her and panic instantly. The captain attempted to deny responsibility for Janice's suffering, but Lotte rejected his excuses and prepared to confront him. When questioned about Janice, the pirate denied responsibility and claimed she had manipulated events, hoping to escape punishment. Lot ignored his excuses and pressed harder for information, forcing the terrified pirate to consider revealing Janice's location. Unable to endure further pressure, the pirate disclosed that Janice and several officers were staying at a nearby inn. After obtaining the inn's location, Lotte confirmed the details carefully while the pirate desperately begged for mercy. Having considered his fate, Lotte declared the pirate already dead to her and struck him without hesitation. After extracting the information she needed, Lotte killed the pirate leader and counted him as another completed step in her revenge. Leaving the corpse behind, Lotte departed the area and headed toward the inn where Janice and the officers stayed. Arriving outside the Three Thrushes Inn, Lotte peered through a window and discovered several officers gathered around cards. Inside the inn, Janice appeared relaxed and confident while winning repeatedly, drawing attention from everyone seated at the table. Watching from outside, Lotte fixed her gaze on Janice, knowing their long-awaited confrontation would begin very soon. Futch noticed another man near Janice and wondered whether he was her lover, but the stranger appeared troubled and carried obvious sadness. Janice felt embarrassed by the attention around her, while the mysterious man's presence created questions among everyone watching nearby. The stranger left briefly, and Janice reflected on love and responsibility, believing certain personal matters should be handled without interference. Meanwhile, the officers joked with Janice, discussing discipline and relationships while teasing each other during their relaxed gathering together. Janice explained her beliefs about guiding people properly from the beginning, unaware that someone outside was closely observing her. As Janice smiled during the gathering, Cecily watched from outside the building and fixed her attention on Janice. While Janice and her officers relaxed around a card table, Cecily watched from a rooftop and prepared to make her move. Cecily reviewed the people inside the building, considering their positions and habits while planning the safest approach against Janice. Knowing Janice was cautious and alert, Cecily rejected direct attacks and searched for a method that would avoid detection. She selected an ancient magical artifact, believing its hidden power could create destruction while concealing her involvement from others. After climbing above the target building, Cecily positioned the artifact carefully and prepared its activation with determined focus. Watching Janice and her companions enjoy themselves, Cecily concluded that people needed love to find happiness, though she struggled explaining it. As laughter echoed from the gathering below, Cecily accepted that Janice and the others were living according to their hearts. Believing her revenge had reached its conclusion, Cecily abandoned her former purpose and left behind her life as an avenger. With her decision made, Cecily looked toward the future and considered what path she would follow from that day. Choosing freedom over hatred, Cecily resolved to become an adventurer and begin a new journey across Monte Cristo Island. After abandoning revenge, Cecily imagined an honest future considering work, savings, family, and a peaceful life far from crime. While remembering Shiro's influence, Cecily continued walking away, unaware that the ancient artifact above Janice was activating. The hidden magical sphere suddenly expanded, releasing a dark force that spread across the surrounding buildings and streets. As the phenomenon grew larger, powerful waves swept through the area, drawing attention from people throughout the town. Moments later, the artifact erupted beneath a building, creating a massive collapse while shocked residents watched the destruction unfold. After completing her errand, the young woman hurried through the harbor district, hoping to return before Janice noticed her absence. Remembering the unpleasant treatment she received earlier, she accepted the experience calmly and continued carrying the purchased liquor. When she approached the building, Janice unexpectedly greeted her and invited her inside, surprising the woman with kindness. The woman explained that Janice had once rescued her from hardship, and that act completely changed her life. Although grateful for Janice's help, she admitted admiring Janice at first because Janice seemed more beautiful than her brother. The woman recalled Janice's harsh temper, remembering how easily Janice became angry, though kindness always followed after the conflicts ended. Thinking about Janice's treatment, the woman hurried back, determined to apologize properly and repair their strained relationship. Before reaching her destination, she noticed unusual commotion ahead and sensed that something serious had happened nearby. Arriving at the scene, she found buildings destroyed and residents confused, leaving her shocked by the sudden disaster. As emergency efforts began, people gathered to contain the damage, while the woman stared at the ruined structure in disbelief. Surveying the wreckage, the woman searched desperately for survivors and wondered whether magic or another force had caused the catastrophe. While examining the collapsed building, she worried about crushed victims beneath the debris until something suddenly caught her attention. Spotting scattered silver coins among the rubble, she followed the trail and moved deeper into the destroyed structure, reaching the remains of the restroom area. She finally discovered Janice, trapped beneath heavy debris, and called her name. Though severely injured, Janice remained alive and urged the woman to find a healer quickly before her condition worsened. Finding Janice's purse beneath the rubble, the woman realized she finally had enough money to pay for a healer. Clutching the purse tightly, she ran through the streets toward the healer's residence, determined to save Janice's life. Despite her exhaustion, she pushed forward, fearing Janice would become angry if she delayed and arrived too late. As she hurried across the square, thoughts of Janice's terrible injuries filled her mind with growing concern. Remembering Janice's broken body, the woman wondered whether Janice could ever return to her usual harsh behavior, making her anxiety grow. Reaching a crossroads, she recalled the healer's location and carefully chose the correct path, refusing to waste precious time. Holding the purse tightly, she viewed the money as a blessing and believed this chance could completely change her future. Filled with determination, the woman accelerated through the empty streets, focusing only on reaching the healer before Janice's condition worsened. Without hesitation, she continued running into the night, carrying Janice's hopes and her own uncertain future toward salvation. Several weeks after Graham and her companions departed from the island, Shiro remained behind alone, missing company while anticipating future changes. As he considered the island's future, Shiro resolved to prepare himself, hoping to welcome newcomers and find companionship. Wanting the island to attract visitors, Shiro envisioned a tropical resort-style inn and started planning improvements around the cave. Before beginning major construction projects, Shiro checked his current abilities and discovered that continuous production work had strengthened many skills. After creating bread through creation magic, Shiro raised food production to its maximum level, reducing production time and improving efficiency. After tasting the improved bread, Shiro felt satisfied with the result. Higher quality enhanced the flavor, increasing his confidence. Medicine production reached level 4, allowing Shiro to create alcohol. He immediately produced sake and considered preparing warm drinks. With supplies prepared, Shiro traveled offshore by boat. He chose a distant fishing spot and hoped for a worthwhile catch. Although his first fishing experience after arriving in this world ended badly, Shiro still enjoyed fishing as a relaxing pastime. While spending quiet days fishing and reading books, Shiro learned more about local customs, history, beliefs, and culture. While reading books about this world, Shiro noticed unusual stories and novels. The material revealed a society centered around women. After relaxing aboard his boat, Shiro considered several ideas. He imagined improving the vessel and adapting it for transportation. The peaceful afternoon ended when an unfamiliar voice suddenly reached Shiro. Startled from his rest, he opened his eyes. Shiro discovered a mysterious hooded figure standing nearby. The stranger approached, while an unfamiliar ship rested beside them. Unable to recognize the visitor, Shiro questioned the stranger's identity. Meanwhile, the hooded figure seemed surprised by his reaction. The mysterious visitor claimed a special connection to Shiro and realized he failed to recognize her. To reveal her identity, she removed her disguise. When the covering came off, Shiro saw severe burns across one side of her face. Despite the injuries, she smiled confidently. After studying her appearance, Shiro finally remembered where he had seen her before. Recognition struck him with surprise. The woman introduced herself as Janice, Cecily's former vice captain. Her confirmation connected the stranger to Shiro's earlier experiences. Janice explained that she came specifically to meet Shiro. Her wounds resulted from Cecily's revenge after departing the island. Janice explained that Cecily had used a powerful secret treasure orb. The artifact granted gravity magic, an ability considered impossible. Consumed by anger after surviving Cecily's attack, Janice planned her revenge. Rather than killing Cecily immediately, she intended prolonged suffering. Janice revealed that she investigated Shiro before arriving. Learning about Cecily's feelings toward him made him her first target. Enjoying Shiro's frightened reaction, Janice threatened his life. She even planned to send part of him to Cecily. Realizing the danger, Shiro called for Seema's assistance. The nearby golems reacted at once and launched an attack against Janice. Janice cut through the attacking golems with ease. Their surprise assault failed, leaving Shiro's defenders scattered across the water. After destroying the golems, Janice remained calm and confident. She treated the attack as insignificant and prepared for her next move. Shiro soon found himself captured and restrained aboard the boat. Remembering earlier hardships, he struggled to understand his worsening situation. Bound and helpless, Shiro regretted lowering his guard. Months of peace on the island had weakened his sense of caution. Janice enjoyed Shiro's vulnerable position and continued tormenting him. His discomfort and fear seemed to satisfy her growing resentment. Janice mocked Shiro while comparing herself to Cecily. Refusing to cooperate, he insisted Cecily surpassed her, provoking irritation. Angered by Shiro's answer, Janice struck him and promised further punishment. She intended to break his resistance through fear. As Janice approached again, Shiro forced himself to stay calm. Instead of panicking, he searched desperately for an escape. Janice pressed a knife against Shiro and warned him against developing feelings for her. The threat increased the tension. Noticing a small flaw on the knife, Shiro activated repair magic. The restored blade suddenly changed, creating an unexpected opening. Shiro's repair magic restored the damaged knife unexpectedly. Because no appearance point was specified, the weapon materialized in Janice's body. Realizing what happened, Shiro repaired the restraints binding him. Janice reacted with shock while he quickly regained his freedom. Janice attacked with a short sword, but Shiro used repair magic again. The weapon vanished and reappeared inside her body. Despite her injuries, Janice continued advancing toward Shiro. Her determination remained strong, though repeated attacks were taking their toll. The accumulating damage finally triggered a violent reaction around Janice. Shiro protected himself while a powerful burst erupted nearby. When the blast faded, Janice's figure was launched high into the sky. Shiro watched in disbelief, unable to understand. As Shiro stared upward, he noticed a mysterious girl floating above the ocean, carrying a suitcase and parasol. She descended slowly. After the explosion ended, the floating girl approached Shiro. Realizing she had intervened during the battle, he thanked her sincerely. The mysterious girl acknowledged Shiro's gratitude with a small gesture. In return, Shiro introduced himself and revealed his full name. As the girl descended onto the boat, Shiro examined her carefully. Her appearance felt unusual, giving her a non-human presence. Shiro then asked about Janice's condition after the explosion. Without hesitation, the girl calmly confirmed that Janice was dead. Recognizing the girl as Sierra, Shiro questioned her sudden arrival. Sierra explained she was traveling alone and simply sightseeing. Grateful for Sierra's assistance, Shiro invited her to his island. He wanted to thank her properly and offer hospitality. Sierra accepted the invitation without objection. Meanwhile, Shiro instructed nearby golems to recover the abandoned boat from offshore. After reaching the island, Shiro guided Sierra toward the inn. The pair traveled together through the forest on horseback. During the journey, Shiro noticed Sierra seemed completely unconcerned about his appearance. Her calm attitude left him puzzled. Wanting to welcome his guest, Shiro asked Sierra what meal she preferred. Without hesitation, Sierra requested blood as food. Sierra's request left Shiro completely confused. Certain he had misheard her words, he struggled to believe she wanted blood. Trying to understand the situation, Shiro listened carefully. Sierra explained her preference while revealing knowledge that shocked him greatly. Sierra clarified that ordinary humans rarely knew about such matters. According to her, only vampires understood the classification system. After connecting several strange details together, Shiro asked directly about her identity. Sierra calmly confirmed that she was a vampire. Although surprised by the revelation, Shiro remained grateful toward Sierra. His attention shifted toward understanding her motives and future intentions. Curious about vampire habits, Shiro asked whether Sierra drank directly from people. Sierra immediately rejected the idea and explained why. Sierra described a more practical method for drinking blood. Rather than biting victims, she preferred using cups or mugs. Hearing her explanation, Shiro viewed Sierra more favorably. However, she clarified that kindness did not prevent her from killing. Sierra explained that direct violence was not her preferred approach. Instead, she specialized in roasting or freezing her targets. When Shiro questioned how vampires obtained blood, Sierra revealed another difficulty. Collecting blood efficiently posed challenges, even for her. After witnessing Shiro's unusual abilities, Sierra expressed genuine interest. She had never encountered a man capable of using magic. Shiro suspected Sierra noticed his repair magic during the battle. Deciding caution could wait, he focused on hosting her. Upon reaching the inn, Shiro cleaned himself thoroughly before meeting Sierra. He wanted to remove any concerns about contamination. While washing, Shiro considered how to satisfy Sierra's request. Since injuring himself was undesirable, he searched for alternatives. Reviewing his creation magic options, Shiro discovered he could produce blood directly. He prepared a small amount and planned refreshments. While Shiro prepared refreshments, Sierra waited quietly inside the inn. She remained patient as he completed the necessary arrangements. Once everything was ready, Shiro returned and guided Sierra to the dining area. He proudly presented the prepared meal. Shiro placed a goblet filled with blood before Sierra. The unexpected offering immediately captured her full attention and curiosity. Seeing the blood type she preferred, Sierra showed visible excitement. Shiro apologized for the simple preparation and limited selection. Before drinking, Sierra questioned the blood's origin. Shiro explained that creation magic produced it, assuring her it was safe. Sierra tasted the blood and immediately praised its quality. After going without proper blood for some time, she looked relieved. The blood's flavor transformed Sierra's expression completely. Her reserved demeanor vanished, revealing excitement that caught Shiro entirely off guard. While enjoying the drink, Sierra requested another serving. Shiro estimated production would require several additional minutes before completion. Without hesitation, Sierra agreed to wait patiently. She even encouraged Shiro to prepare another cup while she finished hers. As the blood restored her energy, Sierra became noticeably livelier. Looking toward her suitcase, she eagerly anticipated the upcoming meal. Opening her suitcase, Sierra revealed a large supply of valuables. She announced plans to stay for a month and pay generously. To accompany the blood, Shiro prepared blood sausage for Sierra. The dish combined meat, blood, and other ingredients carefully. After tasting the meal, Sierra offered immediate payment. Shiro accepted part of the amount and postponed settling the remainder. Sierra praised the handmade food and enjoyed every bite. The flavor impressed her enough to make her crave alcohol. Sierra's request surprised Shiro once again. Her youthful appearance made him wonder whether drinking alcohol was even appropriate for her. In response, Sierra explained that appearances could be misleading. She stated that vampire lifespans differed greatly from human standards. Sierra then revealed her actual age without concern. At 42 years old, she considered herself fully mature for a vampire. The revelation shocked Shiro completely. Comparing her appearance with her age, he struggled to reconcile the enormous difference between them. After learning Sierra's true age, Shiro offered several alcoholic drinks. Among the options, sake immediately captured Sierra's curiosity and interest. Shiro explained that sake originated from his homeland and was made from rice. Intrigued, Sierra requested a sample without hesitation. While waiting, Sierra described vampire retainers and their purpose. Vampires could share blood with chosen individuals and gain loyal followers. Sierra further explained that creating a retainer required direct contact with a vampire's neck. The process surprised Shiro considerably. Remembering Sierra's physical limitations, Shiro asked whether she possessed any retainers. Sierra calmly revealed that she did not have one. Wanting to improve Sierra's mood, Shiro served sake and encouraged her to drink. Sierra accepted the unfamiliar beverage and tasted it. After the first sip, Sierra reacted with pleasant surprise. The sake paired well with blood sausage, creating a combination she enjoyed. Noticing blood remained inside the cup, Sierra hesitated briefly. Shiro suggested mixing it with the sake instead of wasting it. The unusual mixture pleased Sierra even more than expected. The combined flavors impressed her and left her feeling delighted. As Sierra continued drinking, her thoughts became more affectionate toward Shiro. She even wished she could make him her retainer. After hearing Sierra's wish, Shiro refused becoming her retainer. Nevertheless, he promised to fulfill reasonable requests during her stay. Sierra's expression darkened for a moment after the rejection before Shiro could react. She climbed directly onto his lap. Resting comfortably against him, Sierra requested special treatment that evening. She explained that her condition affected her mood occasionally. Trying to reassure him, Sierra compared herself to a younger sister seeking affection. She asked whether sitting there bothered him. Although surprised by the situation, Shiro considered her explanation carefully. The unusual request seemed easier to accept than expected. Accepting Sierra's request, Shiro allowed her to relax beside him, delighted by his kindness. She described the moment as paradise. After settling down, Sierra invited Shiro to continue talking. Wanting company, she encouraged him to share stories about himself. Sierra revealed that she had traveled across many regions for years. In return, Shiro admitted knowing little about this world. When Shiro mentioned arriving from another world, Sierra reacted with amusement. Although others doubted such claims, he insisted they were true. Rather than arguing, Shiro changed the topic toward Sierra's travels. He asked for interesting stories, and she recalled Galvania first to prove his story. Shiro described encountering a werewolf after arriving in this world. Sierra listened, though she remained unconvinced. Sierra questioned why Shiro reacted so strongly to werewolves. Shiro pointed out that vampires were equally unusual from his perspective. Trying another approach, Sierra began recounting a travel experience from a southern island nation. She hoped it would impress him. As Sierra told her story, she connected it to Janice's attack. The discussion helped her understand Shiro's recent circumstances better. After hearing Sierra's explanation, Shiro wished she had intervened sooner. Sierra admitted she initially misunderstood the situation she observed. Sierra admitted she had secretly observed Shiro from a distance. Curious about him, she watched his activities before revealing herself. When Shiro learned she had been watching him, he reacted strongly. Sierra explained that she found his behavior entertaining. After finishing another drink, Sierra encouraged Shiro not to resent her. Considering his recent troubles, she believed he remained surprisingly calm. Growing more relaxed, Sierra requested another bottle of sake. Meanwhile, Shiro reflected on how differently they viewed the world. Unable to command Shiro's golems, Sierra imagined life with a retainer. She pictured family, like companionship, and someone reading stories before sleep. Feeling comfortable after drinking, Sierra asked Shiro to pamper her. She remembered her older brother caring for her. Shiro pointed out that Sierra was actually older than him. Unmoved by the argument, she insisted on being treated like a younger sister. Sierra explained that vampires lived for centuries, making age comparisons complicated. Despite being 42, her appearance still resembled a child. Relaxing against Shiro, Sierra continued imagining an older brother's affection. The peaceful atmosphere made her appear unusually content and carefree. Changing subjects, Sierra asked whether the island had tourist attractions. Shiro mentioned the dungeon, though she found the answer underwhelming. Sierra showed little interest in dangerous adventures or hunting monsters. Instead, she preferred wealth, comfort, and a peaceful lifestyle. Discussing vampire customs, Sierra explained that relationships often lasted centuries. She even admitted considering Shiro as a possible partner. Sierra quickly reassured Shiro that vampire laws imposed restrictions. Because of those rules, she lacked experience with human men. When Shiro asked how vampires obtained blood, Sierra described common practices. Most vampires purchased blood legally from willing providers. Sierra further explained that retainers often became trusted companions or lovers. Despite their bond, retainers retained normal human lifespans and expectations. After learning more about vampire society, Shiro felt relieved. He no longer worried that arriving vampires would automatically threaten everyone. Sierra assured him that peaceful coexistence depended on attitude. Although powerful enough to overwhelm humans, she preferred avoiding unnecessary conflict. Pleased by Shiro's kindness, Sierra accepted his praise happily. Growing sleepy from alcohol, she continued calling him her big brother. After several bottles of sake, Sierra became intoxicated. Shiro watched her behavior with surprise as she relaxed further. Seeing that Sierra could barely stay awake, Shiro carried her carefully. He brought her to a bed and let her rest. Sierra fell asleep. Shiro prepared additional blood for later. He assumed excitement and alcohol had exhausted her. Reflecting on their conversation, Shiro realized he enjoyed Sierra's company. Their shared differences made talking with her surprisingly comfortable. Before sleeping, Shiro admitted a secret wish of his own. Rather than being the older brother, he preferred becoming the younger sibling. The next morning, Sierra appeared refreshed and energetic. She greeted Shiro cheerfully, showing no signs of the previous night. Shiro expressed surprise at seeing a vampire enjoy morning sunlight. Sierra explained that vampires in this world differed from his expectations. Sierra described a magical breakthrough developed centuries earlier. The technique reduced sunlight's harmful effects, allowing vampires to remain active during daytime. Interested in the explanation, Shiro asked whether Sierra was using that protective magic. She revealed that she relied on an item instead. Showing the accessory she wore, Sierra explained its function. The item provided light, shielding magic, making daytime travel much easier. Sierra mentions rare magical items that let vampires tan beneath sunlight, while Shiro reacts with excitement and asks to see one. During their conversation, Sierra decides she wants a bath, offering to heat the water herself through magic. After bathing, Sierra appears without clothing and approaches casually, leaving Shiro flustered because the unexpected sight catches him off guard. Noticing his reaction, Sierra teases him with amusement, asking whether embarrassment caused his awkward behavior while enjoying his discomfort. The playful exchange continues as Sierra smiles, while Shiro struggles to compose himself and avoid staring directly at her. Sierra continues her playful younger sister act and asks Shiro to help wash her hair, calling him dear brother while standing before him. Shiro points out that she seems sober again, but Sierra admits the unusual situation and alcohol still influence her mood. After preparing warm water, Shiro begins washing Sierra's hair, while she quietly accepts his assistance without requesting anything further. As water runs through her hair, Shiro reminds Sierra that proper hair care matters, especially since she possesses beautiful hair. While using shampoo for the first time, Sierra examines the strange liquid with curiosity, wondering what purpose the substance serves. While washing Sierra's hair, Shiro offers several fragrance options, and she chooses rose scent, which reminds him of important people. Covered with thick shampoo foam, Sierra continues addressing Shiro as dear brother while he warns her that soap can sting. As Shiro pours water over her head, he notices both Sierra and the nearby golems appear pleased by the fragrance. After finishing the bath, Shiro compliments Sierra's appearance, and she thanks him while continuing her affectionate younger sister performance. When Shiro offers to dry her hair, Sierra rushes toward him, hugs him, and calls him dear brother again. After the bath, Shiro begins drying Sierra's hair with care, explaining that rough treatment could damage its condition and appearance. While Shiro dries her hair, Sierra becomes alert, sensing an unfamiliar presence nearby, and abandoning her playful younger sister behavior. Sierra warns Shiro that visitors will arrive soon, explaining that she can detect someone approaching their location from nearby areas. As they watch from concealment, Shiro wonders whether the approaching figure might be dangerous. While Sierra observes the newcomer, the mysterious visitor turns out to be Louise, who greets Shiro after arriving and expresses happiness at seeing him again. When Sierra asks about the visitor, Shiro introduces Louise as a dragon rider connected to a land management and surveying organization. Louise notices the built bathhouse and recalls earlier adventures, imagining familiar companions enjoying a relaxing bath together there. Seeing Sierra nearby, Louise becomes concerned and asks whether Shiro is feeling well, surprised by the unusual situation unfolding. Louise explains that she arrived after spending the night on a small reef, causing another companion considerable frustration and concern. She reveals that she tracked Shiro's location at dawn, then traveled toward the island, and reached it soon afterward. Louise excitedly asks whether Shiro has eaten yet, explaining that she hurried there because she missed his cooking and wanted breakfast. While Louise talks enthusiastically, Sierra quietly requests breakfast as well, prompting Shiro to explain his blood preparation process again. Sierra immediately volunteers to handle the blood preparation herself, showing confidence and enthusiasm when Shiro mentions the breakfast request. After finishing breakfast, Louise praises the meal enthusiastically, while Shiro and the others gather around the table afterward. Once the meal concludes, Louise presents important documents from Graham-sama, explaining that they exist to verify Shiro's identity. Louise presents official documents and a thank you letter from Graham-sama, while Shiro reflects on her efforts to secure protection. When Louise asks whether he can read the document, Shiro confirms he can, believing special knowledge was granted to him. Louise explains the Empire's social ranking system, describing noble status, class divisions, occupational restrictions, and rules governing advancement opportunities. After learning that certain rights differ between men and women, Shiro questions the policy, though Louise appears somewhat uncomfortable. Louise then asks whether Shiro has heard recent news regarding Graham-sama and begins discussing her latest recognition and achievements. Louise shares rumors that Graham-sama may receive a promotion soon, and Shiro feels delighted after hearing such encouraging news. Although Shiro worries they might never meet again, he remains confident that Graham-sama will continue rising toward greater positions. Louise explains that adventurers will soon arrive, while the Empire plans to establish an official guild on the island. She reveals that workers, carpenters, and merchants are already heading there, suggesting the island will become much busier. Louise also mentions that arms dealers, magic item buyers, and even a brothel manager appear interested in coming. Louise introduces the incoming guild master, Urza Birkin, explaining that despite retirement, she remains one of the world's strongest adventurers. Louise adds that Urza will also receive governmental authority, police powers, and administrative responsibilities alongside her guild leadership position. Exhausted from traveling and sleeping poorly on a reef, Louise apologizes for borrowing clothes and prepares to rest. Before sleeping, Louise thanks Shiro for his kindness, while he offers to handle laundry duties and let her recover. After Louise leaves, Sierra comments on Shiro's treatment of her, noting that Louise appears innocent, despite her adventurous background. When Shiro offers to wash Louise's clothes himself, Sierra questions the idea, though he insists it would help. Shiro sends the laundry with helpful golems, then checks his crops and gathers island leeks for future meals. While hanging freshly washed clothes outside, Shiro considers recipe ideas and decides preserved leeks could improve homemade tartar sauce. Planning lunch, Shiro chooses fried shrimp with tartar sauce, reflecting on his guests' eating habits and personal preferences. Shiro departed from the island inn to manage preparations. Cecily rode after him, expressing gratitude before returning. While discussing improvements for the inn, Shiro admitted he lacked confidence in decorating rooms. Elsa volunteered her assistance and contributed several ideas. Several days later, Elsa revealed the completed guest room. Shiro examined every detail and appreciated the warm, practical atmosphere she created. Impressed, Shiro wondered about Elsa's upbringing and experience. The question made her uncomfortable, suggesting a complicated personal history. Recognizing her reaction, Shiro chose not to continue the topic. Later, he checked his status screen and discovered substantial growth in creation magic. After improving, Shiro designed a new hedgehog-type golem. The wooden construct launched iron quills and specialized in ranged attacks. Reviewing previous damaged golems, Shiro considered ways to strengthen his defenses. He decided the new hedgehog model could replace them. Shiro tested the golem on an open field and measured its performance. The weaponized construct fired accurately and reached targets 50 meters away. Pleased with the results, Shiro asked Sierra for her opinion regarding the new creation. She examined the golem without concern. Sierra concluded the golem posed little threat against strong opponents because of its size, though she acknowledged its practical battlefield value. After evaluating the hedgehog golem, Shiro discussed combat tactics with Sierra. She requested a reward and offered training for Wonder and Harry. Interested in her proposal, Shiro encouraged Sierra to explain her conditions. She pressed for specific promises and listened with serious attention. Shiro listed several rewards, including meals, personal care, and transportation. He continued adding benefits until Sierra became visibly interested in cooperating. Sierra accepted the arrangement with enthusiasm. She promised to train the golems and assemble a powerful team. Satisfied with the outcome, Shiro thanked Sierra for her support. She celebrated excitedly and prepared a special lunch for him. After accepting Sierra's help, Shiro reflected on her unusual behavior and concern for others. He concluded her actions stemmed from loneliness. Shiro gathered his growing force of golems and introduced Sierra as their instructor. He ordered everyone to follow her guidance. Beginning the training session, Sierra selected Wonder Number 1 for evaluation. She explained that future progress depended on each golem's learning ability. As training continued, the golems copied successful movements from one another. Sierra planned to repair damaged units and preserve acquired skills. While observing, Shiro focused on transportation projects. He believed improved ships would soon allow regular travel between neighboring islands. While inspecting his transportation projects, Shiro repaired a damaged flying device. He considered converting it into an emergency evacuation vehicle. 2 days passed as Shiro continued developing future plans for the island. Meanwhile, everyone waited for the guild delegation's arrival. Several ships finally appeared on the horizon and approached the island. Their arrival confirmed that the expected guild representatives had come. As the ships neared shore, a woman identified Shiro from the deck. Without hesitation, she leaped into the sea. To everyone's shock, the woman sprinted across the water toward the island. Sierra observed her technique and recognized extraordinary physical ability. The mysterious woman reached the island and approached Shiro. Her intense presence surprised everyone as she confirmed his identity. She introduced herself as Urza Birkin, the newly appointed guild branch chief. Her youthful appearance contrasted with her actual age. After the introductions ended, Urza requested a tour of the island. Shiro welcomed her politely and accepted the request. While observing Urza, Shiro noticed her focus remained fixed on work. She appeared determined to inspect the island before relaxing. Without delaying the visit, Shiro began guiding Urza across the settlement. He planned to show the dungeon route after touring the area. As the tour continued, Urza expressed approval of Shiro's efforts. She openly praised his accomplishments and viewed him favorably. Shiro escorted Urza toward the pier using a horse-drawn cart. Although tired from travel, she insisted on continuing the inspection. While reviewing the settlement, Urza studied the island layout from memory. She preferred confirming every important detail through direct observation. Along the road, Urza noticed several round golems moving in formation. Curious about their purpose, she asked Shiro for an explanation. Shiro explained that the golems maintained and repaired roads through constant traffic. Understanding their function, Urza nodded in appreciation. During the tour, Urza evaluated the island's development and predicted rapid growth. She believed merchants would establish stores once accommodations improved. Their discussion shifted toward lodging prices and future competition. Shiro explained his inn remained small and served only a limited number. Curious about local standards, Shiro asked about guild accommodation costs. Urza described crowded sleeping arrangements that offered little comfort despite lower prices. To demonstrate his approach, Shiro guided Urza to the inn. She inspected the exterior and entered to examine the facilities. Urza praised the private rooms, bath and drinks. She then questioned whether Shiro offered services beyond meals and lodging. After hearing Shiro's explanation, Urza understood the situation immediately. She promised to warn others and prevent troublesome visitors from causing problems. Urza revealed her dislike of dealing with people she distrusted. She assured Shiro that anyone acting improperly would face consequences. Sierra expressed complete confidence in her role as Shiro's protector. She declared that no threat would reach him. Sierra's fierce attitude worried both Shiro and Urza during the discussion. They feared her reactions might create unnecessary trouble later. Ignoring their concerns, Sierra embraced a more refined training style. Urza approved the idea, while Shiro remained unconvinced. As guild activities increased, Shiro relied on his golems to transport cargo. Their efficiency impressed visitors and reduced manual labor. After receiving payment in magic stones, Shiro inspected the collection with satisfaction. He intended to expand production and strengthen operations. While organizing supplies near the shore, Shiro was approached by an unfamiliar merchant. The woman requested confirmation of his identity. The merchant introduced herself as Madame Damas, a business representative. She explained that her company operated weapons, food, inns, and brothels. After their introduction, Madame Damas summoned several workers to meet Shiro. Their exhausted appearance surprised him and raised immediate concerns. When Shiro met the workers, he was shocked to discover several men among them. Such a sight was extremely unusual in this world. Madame Damas apologized and explained the circumstances. The group had endured severe hardship while working in remote regions. As Shiro spoke with one worker, he learned they had nearly died before arrival. Their weak condition alarmed him. The workers explained that men were often treated like livestock during transport. Disturbed by the practice, Shiro offered them recovery potions. After receiving kindness and assistance, the workers expressed heartfelt gratitude toward Shiro. They praised his compassion and promised to support one another. 3 weeks after the guild representatives arrived, the island changed. New buildings appeared, businesses expanded, and development continued at an impressive pace. As more adventurers gathered near the settlement, the atmosphere transformed. The once quiet island resembled a thriving dungeon frontier. While reviewing recent activity, Urza counted hundreds of adventurers among the arrivals. She expected even greater numbers and increased magic stone collection. Urza questioned whether Shiro understood the survival rate within new dungeons. He answered, demonstrating familiarity with the dangers involved. Urza explained that most challengers never returned from their first expedition, despite the risks. Desperate adventurers continued seeking opportunities to change their lives. During their discussion, Urza estimated the dungeon's first floor would have fewer casualties. Shiro believed the area remained dangerous despite preparations. Lotgram explained that numerous traps on the first floor had been disabled. She also organized countermeasures to improve adventurer safety. Hearing about her contributions, Urza praised Lot's competence and potential. She predicted that Lotta would achieve considerable success in the future. Proud of Lot's accomplishments, Shiro listened as Urza finished her evaluation. Their meeting concluded, and Urza returned to guild duties. After watching Urza leave, Shiro remembered another responsibility awaiting him. Realizing this, he prepared to address the adventurers personally. Once adventurers settled on the island, Shiro gathered everyone together. He thanked them for coming and began explaining important safety rules. Shiro emphasized fire prevention as the highest priority within the settlement. He warned that larger populations increased the danger of accidents. To reinforce the lesson, Shiro referenced an incident involving carpenter Lekka. Several days earlier, suspicious behavior had drawn unwanted attention. During the investigation, Lekka admitted entering a private bath area without permission. His explanation only made the situation appear more suspicious. As further details emerged, Shiro learned that Lekka had threatened another resident. The carpenter insisted he never intended serious harm. While describing the incident, Lekka recalled a strange sensation overwhelming him. His body turned cold, and fear replaced his confidence. As Lekka continued speaking, Sierra appeared and confronted him. Her intimidating presence shattered any remaining courage he possessed. After Sierra's arrival, Shiro noticed an unusual reaction between them. Embarrassment spread across Sierra's face while Lekka remained completely frozen. The misunderstanding ended with Sierra calmly explaining her actions. She admitted giving Lekka a minor warning that left him terrified. Following the incident, Shiro became more cautious about daily life. He even brought Wonder or Harry whenever visiting private areas alone. While discussing, Shiro asked Sierra for her opinion. She explained that many people had encouraged him to charge more. Shiro worried that higher prices would discourage customers from staying. He remained uncertain whether the inn could attract enough guests. Sierra argued that the rates matched accommodations found in major cities. She believed the comfort and quality fully justified the cost. Before Shiro could continue worrying, a group of adventurers arrived together. They requested food and drinks, proving demand already existed. As customers filled the inn, Shiro served grilled giant crab and cold beer. The guests enjoyed the meal, attracting even more visitors. As the inn became busier, Shiro handled orders from multiple customers. Sierra protested when he assigned additional work instead of serving her. Shiro reminded Sierra that he could not leave the inn unattended. Although dissatisfied, she listened, while he described her as family. Touched by his words, Sierra proposed spending time together after work. Caught off guard, Shiro promised to grant her request. Nearby adventurers overheard part of their conversation and misunderstood the situation. Several expressed envy toward Sierra's close relationship with Shiro, while Sierra reflected on having a dependable older brother. Work continued. Throughout the settlement, craftsmen labored steadily as the island expanded further. While inspecting the settlement, Shiro visited the blacksmith district and observed constant repair work. Most craftsmen focused on maintaining damaged equipment. Watching sparks rise, Shiro admired the blacksmith's skill. The sight fascinated him as weapons gradually regained their shape. One blacksmith noticed Shiro staring and approached him. Although surprised, Shiro apologized and explained that he meant no offense. Shiro admitted that the sparks and craftsmanship had captured his attention. The blacksmith became embarrassed and warned him against such remarks. Confused by the reaction, Shiro explained his limited social knowledge. Growing up on the island left him unaware of certain customs. The blacksmith explained that men who admired fire too much were viewed suspiciously. Hearing this unexpected custom, Shiro reacted with complete disbelief. Trying to clarify, the blacksmith compared Shiro's remark to an overly personal compliment. Shiro immediately apologized for his mistake. As the explanation continued, Shiro understood why the blacksmith reacted strangely. The cultural difference left him both embarrassed and amused. Leaving the forge behind, Shiro reflected on another surprising lesson about local society. Even after months there, the world confused him. Shiro visited a nearby shop to purchase supplies. He greeted the merchant and ordered 2 bags of wheat flour. While walking through the settlement, Shiro considered installing streetlights for safer travel at night. However, ongoing projects already consumed most of his time. At a nearby shop, a merchant warned Shiro about increasing thefts. She advised him to remain careful while carrying supplies. Shiro explained that his golems and companions provided reliable protection. The merchant then revealed that food theft had become a serious issue. Shiro learned that hunger drove many thefts. Even an adventurer had recently been caught stealing vegetables. After finishing his purchases, Shiro watched townspeople return to their daily routines. The growing settlement appeared livelier as more residents arrived. While walking through the crowded settlement, Shiro reflected on the island's unusual demographics. Many lonely residents struggled with attention and social tensions. Mina approached Shiro and greeted him. Having survived difficult circumstances, she now worked independently and earned money, honestly. To show her gratitude, Mina presented Shiro with a ring discovered inside the dungeon. She insisted he accept the gift, although Shiro initially refused. Mina remained determined to repay his kindness. Her sincere appreciation made it difficult for him to decline. After examining the ring, Shiro discovered it contained valuable materials and magic stones. Realizing its worth, he compensated Mina fairly instead. After identifying the object, Shiro discovered it was a magical invisibility ring. The revelation shocked Mina and greatly increased its value. Although Mina offered to sell the ring, Shiro encouraged her to keep it. He explained that such an item could save her life. Grateful for the advice, Mina promised to help Shiro whenever needed. As dark clouds approached, everyone hurried back toward the inn. To demonstrate the island's defenses, Sierra began a public training exhibition. Adventurers gathered nearby as multiple golems surrounded her simultaneously. The golems launched coordinated attacks from several directions at once. Sierra avoided every strike and defeated each opponent with remarkable precision. Many adventurers were stunned by Sierra's abilities. Several immediately considered recruiting her into their future dungeon parties. After the demonstration ended, Shiro praised Harry No. 1 for participating. The event successfully highlighted both Sierra's strength and the golem's usefulness. Shiro fed magic stones to the damaged hedgehog golem for repairs. He reminded the exhausted construct that its quills would eventually regenerate. After the demonstration, Shiro reflected on Sierra's unusual personality and reliability. Despite avoiding adventurer parties, she always supported the settlement. The adventurers watched Sierra with admiration and curiosity. Her close relationship with Shiro convinced many that they shared strong family bonds. Hearing their assumptions, Shiro considered how uncommon mixed heritage appeared elsewhere. The empire's diverse population likely influenced local perceptions and customs. As preparations for business resumed, Shiro called Sierra back from training. He reminded her that the inn would open soon. Before long, a familiar group of muscular adventurers entered the inn. Shiro welcomed them and guided them to their preferred table. As evening progressed, the muscular adventurers continued drinking inside the inn. Shiro observed their behavior and appreciated their straightforward personalities. Watching the group celebrate, Shiro admired their confidence and physical strength. Their cheerful atmosphere made the busy inn feel welcoming and lively. After receiving additional drinks, the adventurers called Shiro their big brother. They praised his food, beer, and hospitality. The group gathered around Shiro and eagerly announced they had something important to share. Their excitement drew his attention. Proud of their achievement, the adventurers revealed they had hunted 3 cockatrices. They promised to prepare the valuable catch and deliver it later. While preparing dinner, Shiro noticed his golem acting around the grill. The construct had learned enough to cook without supervision. After finishing the meal, Shiro proudly served yakitori to the adventurers. The group praised both the seasoning and the barbecue sauce. As the celebration continued, Urza arrived at the inn with several companions. Shiro welcomed them and prepared a table immediately. Expecting another busy day when new ships arrived, Shiro offered drinks and food. He wanted the visitors rested before tomorrow. While arranging the dishes, Shiro remembered his family from Japan. Cooking familiar recipes brought back memories of his father and childhood. While preparing food for another busy evening, Shiro thought about his family in Japan. He hoped they would be happy knowing he lived well. Soon more ships appeared on the horizon and approached the island. Urza calculated the arrivals and anticipated another demanding day. Large groups of adventurers, merchants, and workers disembarked from the vessels. The growing crowd demonstrated how rapidly the island was expanding. Among the newcomers, a young adventurer recognized Shiro's settlement. Remembering past events, she decided to visit him before anything else. Excited, the girl hurried toward Shiro's inn with her companion. She looked forward to meeting him again. After arriving on the island, Cecily worried about her appearance before meeting Shiro. Her companion reassured her and encouraged greater confidence. The conversation soon shifted toward Cecily's appearance and popularity. Embarrassed by the attention, she struggled to respond to the teasing. As they continued toward the settlement, Cecily dismissed the playful remarks. She preferred focusing on Shiro rather than discussing herself. Elsewhere, Shiro supervised golems handling the settlement's laundry system. The constructs washed, rinsed and dried clothing through an efficient process. After the laundry was finished, Shiro thanked Sierra for helping with household tasks together. They completed the morning's work beneath clear skies. While discussing, Sierra realized she had stayed on the island for over a month. Shiro assured her she remained welcome. Sierra explained that she no longer felt like an ordinary guest. Spending every day with Shiro had made their relationship much closer. Remembering their frequent baths together, Sierra tried describing their situation. She emphasized that their bond was not romantic or physical. Shiro agreed and pointed out that they never crossed important boundaries. Their interactions remained comfortable, despite sharing many everyday activities. After reflecting on their connection, both struggled to define it clearly. They concluded their relationship resembled family more than friendship or romance. After discussing their bond, Sierra concluded that her relationship with Shiro was unique. Her satisfied smile revealed how much she valued it. Still in high spirits, Sierra asked Shiro to prepare lunch together. She requested a mackerel sandwich and hurried ahead. Before they could continue, Sierra sensed someone approaching the settlement. She stopped walking and announced that a guest had arrived. Moments later, Shiro recognized the newcomer standing nearby. The red-haired adventurer was Cecily, whom he had not seen for some time. Overjoyed by their reunion, Shiro and Cecily rushed toward each other. However, Sierra reacted first and interrupted the moment. The reunion turned chaotic when Sierra launched herself at Cecily without warning. Mistaking the situation, she attacked before anyone could explain. Shiro rushed forward and restrained Sierra from behind. She trembled with anger and struggled. While demanding answers, unable to contain her frustration, Sierra accused Cecily of causing trouble. She believed Shiro had suffered because of Cecily's actions. Cecily looked confused while Shiro attempted to calm the situation immediately. He explained that Sierra misunderstood the incident and drew incorrect conclusions. When Shiro clarified that Sierra referred to Janice's assault instead, Cecily froze in shock. She realized what misunderstanding had triggered Sierra's attack. After learning the truth, Cecily asked about Janice's condition. Her tense posture vanished as worry and guilt overwhelmed her thoughts. Realizing Janice suffered because of events connected to her, Cecily dropped to her knees. She blamed herself and struggled to continue speaking. Shiro approached and encouraged Cecily to face him. He reassured her that he had recovered and remained unharmed. Tears filled Cecily's eyes as Shiro asked whether she looked different. Instead of discussing blame, he focused on her well-being. Cecily examined her face, searching for signs of change or corruption. Her nervous expression revealed deep fear about her condition. Shiro understood Cecily's fear and reassured her. His calm response eased tension that had dominated the conversation. Cecily insisted she needed to make amends for everything that happened. Shiro rejected her self-blame and stated Janice carried responsibility for her actions. Sierra refused to let Cecily remain trapped in guilt and anger. She argued that obsessing over past events would solve nothing. After hearing Shiro's gratitude, both women embraced him at once. The emotional moment showed relief, affection, and concern shared between them. Cecily took Shiro's hand, gathered her courage, and made a startling proposal. To everyone's shock, she asked him to marry her. Cecily continued her proposal with complete sincerity and overwhelming emotion. She promised lifelong devotion and declared her intention to make Shiro happy. Shiro stood frozen while the surrounding creatures watched the unexpected scene. Even Sierra appeared stunned by how events escalated. After gathering his thoughts, Shiro declined Cecily's proposal. He appreciated her feelings, but admitted he could not imagine marriage. Shiro explained that cultural differences shaped his view of relationships and family. Marriage occupied a distant place within his personal priorities. He added that marriage might not even enter consideration until after 30. Cecily looked devastated, fearing she had no chance with him. Shiro explained that marriage simply was not an important life objective for him. He stressed that Janice's attack had not destroyed his confidence. Cecily looked surprised and admitted that Shiro's opinion differed from her expectations. Despite her reputation, she insisted she possessed considerable life experience. Shiro revealed lingering anger toward Janice and the painful situation she created. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender hope or become bitter. Cecily realized he rejected marriage for personal reasons. His decision had nothing to do with her worth. Before Cecily could process everything, another misunderstanding emerged. The cheerful newcomer concluded that Shiro preferred unrestricted romantic relationships. A cheerful young woman interrupted the conversation and introduced herself as Rouge. She explained that she had arrived on the island alongside Cecily. Rouge announced that her cloak concealed a large chest. Her bizarre introduction left everyone confused and speechless. Rouge shifted the discussion toward casual intimacy and flirtation. She suggested a one-night relationship as casually as discussing the weather, rather than rejecting her outright. Shiro responded with awkward honesty and humor. He admitted that confidence and physical attractiveness appealed to him. Rouge described her experience and ability to charm interested men. Her playful confidence contrasted with Cecily's emotional and serious confession. Shiro clarified his position. He explained that attraction alone never determined whether he pursued relationships. He stated that physical intimacy required trust and genuine confidence in another person. Because of that principle, Rouge's proposal received a firm rejection. Rouge paused to consider his answer and seemed unusually thoughtful. She accepted his reasoning instead of continuing her aggressive flirtation. After reaching a conclusion, Rouge announced a new objective with enthusiasm. She decided that earning Shiro's trust would become her first priority. Rouge promised wholehearted devotion in future romantic efforts. Her declaration sounded less like surrender and more like the beginning of a campaign. Rouge complained that pursuing romance should not require earning permission first. Sierra dismissed the idea and criticized her carefree attitude. The argument escalated when Sierra threatened magical punishment for interference. Her jealousy exploded into dramatic declarations. Cecily clarified that her proposal expressed sincere commitment, not seduction. Unfortunately, her emotional explanation became embarrassing as she continued speaking. Sierra defended inner qualities over appearance and physical attraction. She argued that maturity, character, and dedication mattered far more than size. Shiro's awkward comment about preferences united everyone against him. The women reacted with overwhelming outrage while he realized he had misspoken again. Shiro addressed everyone and established clear boundaries for future interactions. He reassured Cecily, rejected Rouge's advances, and prevented further misunderstandings. When Shiro spoke to Sierra, she misunderstood his words at first. Her expression softened after realizing he valued her deeply. Shiro explained that he trusted Sierra but viewed her differently. Rather than romance, he wanted her to remain his precious sister figure. Turning toward Mina, Shiro noticed her exhausted and discouraged appearance. She looked devastated after suffering another disastrous defeat inside the dungeon. Mina lamented her terrible luck and wondered whether she cursed companions. Despite her misery, Shiro reminded her that survival mattered most. Shiro welcomed Mina back and expressed relief that she survived. He offered food, knowing exhaustion and hunger troubled her. While Mina ate, Shiro encouraged her with practical advice and kindness. He reminded her that people recover when they continue moving forward. Rouge watched the interaction and reached an amusing conclusion about Shiro. She claimed his natural charm explained why women became attached so quickly. Cecily reacted and objected to Rouge's teasing description of Shiro. Her protective response revealed feelings she no longer attempted to hide. The conversation spiraled into another romantic declaration. Sierra looked unimpressed while Rouge announced future intentions toward Shiro. At the table, Rouge described her ideal romance in detail, while Sierra and Cecily struggled to hide their frustration. After the discussion ended, Shiro reflected on the situation and concluded that people found him approachable rather than popular. Shiro prepared freshly made mackerel sandwiches for everyone. Christia and Cecily gathered with the others, curious about the special meal. While waiting, Cecily misunderstood a previous discussion and quietly assumed the others had been talking about something improper. Shiro quickly denied the misunderstanding and redirected everyone's attention toward the food before it became cold. He served mackerel sandwiches with tropical iced tea, carefully prepared from valuable ingredients obtained on the island. Christia and Cecily tasted the meal together. Delighted by Shiro's cooking, they enjoyed every bite and praised the delicious food. While enjoying the meal, Shiro asked Cecily about her future plans. Christia explained that adventuring remained their main source of income. Cecily described her fighting style. She supported allies with barrier magic, while Rouge attacked enemies from the front. Wanting recognition, Cecily proudly added that she could also fight aggressively, despite her usual supportive role. Christia commented on Cecily's abilities, and recalled how they first met during a journey in the same stagecoach. Remembering that trip, Christia explained that their group had suddenly faced an attack from around 40 bandits on the road. Christia explained that she and Cecily defeated the bandits together. Afterward, they became close companions and traveled to the island, interested in joining them. Mina introduced her abilities. She specialized in traps, short-range weapons, and simple water and wind magic. Shiro listened carefully. He learned that Mina often reduced her equipment weight by creating water when needed. After discussing her skills, Christia suggested exploring the dungeon together, first to evaluate Mina's abilities in practice. The proposal was accepted. Mina officially joined Christia and Cecily's team, looking forward to future adventures on the island. That night, Mina rested in her room after joining the team. However, unusual thoughts about future relationships lingered in her mind. Nearby, Christia struggled to sleep. She worried about recent events and felt uneasy whenever thoughts of marriage appeared. As Christia reflected on her feelings, a sudden knock interrupted her thoughts. Sierra had come with an urgent message. Christia quickly followed Sierra and arrived at a meeting room, where a serious discussion was already underway. Upon entering, Christia found Rouge and Sierra facing each other with tense expressions. The atmosphere suggested a major problem had occurred. Rouge revealed the details of the incident. 2 prostitutes had been murdered near the brothel. Only moments before the report, Shiro was shocked by the news. The situation became even stranger when he learned that both victims were men. Believing the case might involve male visitors, Rouge ordered the brothel to stop accepting customers for the night. After the meeting ended, Sierra noticed Shiro's concern and accompanied him back, intending to discuss the matter further. Later, Sierra stayed beside Shiro to calm his worries. As the night grew quiet, both tried to rest despite the unsettling case. Although Sierra stayed beside him, Shiro remained awake. The murder case continued troubling his thoughts throughout the quiet night. Before dawn, a magical timer lamp activated. The sudden alarm pulled Shiro away from his restless thoughts. After turning off the device, Shiro noticed Sierra was still awake. Concerned, he asked what was bothering her. Sierra calmly accepted Shiro's compliment about her appearance. Her direct response left him feeling slightly embarrassed. As the conversation continued, Shiro questioned why Sierra cared so much about him. At the same time, the murder investigation remained on his mind. Still curious, Shiro asked why Sierra chose to stay beside him. After some hesitation, she gave a simple answer. Sierra explained that she appreciated Shiro's personality and intelligence. She insisted his appearance was not the reason for her interest. Shiro jokingly asked for a score and received an unexpectedly low rating, leaving him completely shocked. The conversation continued as Shiro asked whether Sierra considered him a friend. Her answers only made him more confused. Reflecting on their relationship, Shiro concluded that he truly valued Sierra as a friend. Though his feelings remained complicated and uncertain, gathering her courage, Sierra directly admitted that she found Shiro attractive and often thought about him that way. Her unexpected honesty stunned Shiro. Realizing her feelings were genuine, he struggled to hide his surprise. Sierra explained that attraction alone was not enough. What mattered was whether someone chose to act on those feelings. Shiro asked if Sierra hoped for a deeper relationship. She teased him while waiting for his honest answer. After careful thought, Shiro concluded that a romantic relationship would be difficult. Differences in status, expectations, and responsibilities would likely create problems for both of them. Sierra admitted she would feel jealous if Shiro became involved with another woman. Her feelings were stronger than she expected. Shiro reassured her that he did not see her as someone who could simply be replaced. Even so, Sierra remained uncertain. After hearing his thoughts, Sierra teased him again. She found his careful reasoning surprisingly mature and amusing. Shiro trusted his instincts and chose not to pursue a romantic relationship. Sierra quickly understood the meaning behind his answer. Wanting to ease his worries, Sierra declared that she would not force anything. She promised to remain Shiro's precious friend as morning approached. The next morning, Sierra prepared assorted baked sweets and brought them as snacks for everyone on the island. Shiro shared the treats with Mina and the others. He explained that adventurers needed extra energy after their work. As they parted, Sierra promised to help whenever trouble appeared. Shiro appreciated her support and looked forward to working together again. Later, Shiro visited the brothel and brought baskets of freshly baked sweets. The workers gathered around, delighted by the unexpected gift. The workers thanked Shiro warmly. Since treats were rare in their daily lives, the sweets quickly improved everyone's mood. As they enjoyed the snacks, several workers explained that even small acts of kindness were unusual for their customers. Listening to their stories, Shiro remembered the recent murder case and wondered whether the incident was truly over one worker, then revealed that she had been the first person to discover the victims. Her statement immediately caught Shiro's attention. The workers introduced Shiro to Lloyd and Clive, explaining that both were among the most popular male prostitutes on the island. Shiro was surprised by Lloyd's popularity. Unlike others, Lloyd was known for his kindness and willingness to help clients. As the discussion continued, Lloyd mentioned seeing the victims before their deaths and confirmed they had been regular workers. Describing the scene, Lloyd explained that the bodies had been found in a bathroom, covered in blood from multiple stab wounds. When Shiro asked about suspects, nobody had answers. Based on the victims, he began suspecting the murderer might be a woman targeting men. After leaving the brothel, Shiro reviewed what he had learned. The victims' circumstances and backgrounds continued to trouble him. He considered how male workers usually traveled with protection, while poorer newcomers often lacked the same security. The more Shiro thought about the case, the more difficult it seemed. The victims had likely been isolated before the attack. While organizing his thoughts, Shiro unexpectedly encountered Madame Damas and greeted her during the afternoon. Madame Damas explained that she had been looking for him. She then revealed that she had a special request to discuss. Madame Damas revealed her request. She wanted Shiro to help protect the male workers until the murderer was caught. After considering the problem, Shiro suggested placing his golems nearby. Disguised as decorations, they could act as hidden guards. Madame Damas welcomed the idea and promised compensation. As they discussed details, Mina arrived after noticing unusual activity. Mina questioned why Shiro was taking on extra responsibilities, despite already managing the inn and other duties. Shiro explained his reasoning. With a killer targeting men still at large, he wanted to support the workers and help keep them safe. Shiro planned to assign his golems as guards, but Mina immediately declared that she, Cecily, and Rouge would help instead. Before Shiro could respond, Christia, Cecily, Mina, and Rouge suddenly appeared together after hearing unusual rumors. The three adventurers explained that they heard Shiro was accepting clients and rushed over to investigate the situation. Christia admitted she had also heard the strange rumor. Mina's reaction made it clear she had helped spread the misunderstanding. As more people gathered nearby, Shiro realized the rumor was already spreading across the island and hurried to clear things up. To protect the workers, Sierra convinced everyone to stay together in one area. She believed extra support was necessary until the murderer was found. While waiting, Mina curiously asked about the workers' fees. Clive seemed surprised by the sudden question. Clive explained the prices and daily earnings. The amount shocked Mina, who had never imagined such expensive services. Lloyd added that most of the income went elsewhere, leaving workers with only a small portion for themselves. Their discussion ended when a visitor named Porta arrived looking for Clive. Despite his fatigue, Clive prepared to hear the request. As Clive prepared to meet the visitor, he complained about the request. The client's behavior seemed unusual and suspicious. Listening carefully, Shiro noticed similarities between the client and the murder case. A troubling possibility suddenly crossed his mind. After asking for confirmation, Shiro learned that the strange client had also met one of the murder victims before his death. Realizing the lead could be important, Sierra volunteered to investigate immediately. Clive strongly objected but could not stop her. Shiro decided to accompany Sierra. Concerned about the danger, he promised to support her while keeping a safe distance from any suspect. Shiro and Sierra quietly entered the waiting room. Inside, a lone woman sat with a worker, creating a tense atmosphere. Observing from a distance, Sierra studied the client carefully. Her pale appearance immediately made her seem suspicious. Sierra ordered Shiro to remain behind while she approached. The woman appeared unarmed, but Sierra stayed cautious. After getting closer, Sierra noticed a faint scent. Realizing it resembled blood, she immediately confronted the woman. The suspect reacted instantly. As the woman tried to escape and fight back, Sierra moved first and exposed her as the likely murderer. The suspect suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. Sierra blocked the assault, but the woman's speed and strength were alarming. During the struggle, Sierra was injured by poison. The effects quickly weakened her, forcing Shiro to worry from nearby. Before the suspect could finish her attack, Cecily arrived and intercepted her. She immediately joined the battle to protect Sierra. Cecily and the murderer exchanged powerful blows. Neither side gained a clear advantage as the fight intensified inside the room. Watching the battle unfold, Shiro realized the woman was far more dangerous than expected. She was matching both Sierra and Cecily in combat. As the battle continued, Sierra pushed Shiro behind her. The suspect suddenly retreated toward the wall, searching for an escape route. Mina reinforced the defenses and promised to protect everyone. Moments later, the suspect released another cloud of poison across the room. Using the confusion to her advantage, the murderer escaped through the entrance. Christia realized the suspect had gotten away. After the poison settled, Christia checked on everyone. Mina was sent to find help while Shiro remained safely behind Sierra's barrier. Coughing from the poison, Christia reviewed everything that had happened. She finally reached a conclusion and identified the likely culprit behind the murders. After the suspect escaped, Sierra used wind magic to blow the remaining poison away from the brothel and toward the sea. Once the danger passed, Shiro checked on Sierra. She assured everyone that the poison had little effect on her. A scout golem was sent to follow the fleeing suspect. While waiting for news, Shiro observed Sierra's condition closely. Meanwhile, Christia received treatment. Although her injuries were healing, recovery was taking longer than everyone expected. As Christia regained her strength, Rouge questioned her conclusion. Despite the difficult battle, she remained convinced that White Worm was connected to the murders. While recovering, Christia revealed an important clue. During the fight, she noticed a tattoo connected to the former Iron Ram Corps. Rouge was shocked by the revelation. Few survivors from that destroyed military unit were believed to still be alive. Although she had never met White Worm personally, Christia believed the suspect perfectly matched the descriptions she had heard. Confused by the name, Shiro asked about White Worm. The others explained that it was a nickname based on her pale appearance. They then shared White Worm's history. She had once served in the Iron Ram Corps before becoming a notorious figure after the kingdom's fall. Rouge explained that White Worm had belonged to a military unit made up of criminals during the kingdom's final war. The group then discussed her infamous past. Before her capture, White Worm had reportedly murdered over 100 people. Even so, Rouge warned Shiro that many stories about White Worm were likely exaggerated over time. Christia recalled that the military had once formed a special team specifically to hunt White Worm down. Eventually, White Worm was captured and sentenced to public execution. However, Christia suggested that unexpected events later changed her fate. According to the old records, White Worm escaped execution when the kingdom offered her a chance to fight on the front lines. Shiro listened in disbelief. Despite the impossible mission, White Worm had survived while countless soldiers had fallen. Christia explained that White Worm disappeared after the war. For 4 years, nobody knew where she had gone. Although weakened from the recent battle, Christia warned everyone that White Worm remained an extremely dangerous threat. Rouge agreed with her assessment. If White Worm was truly involved, even skilled adventurers would struggle against such a formidable opponent. Rouge warned that hunting White Worm would be dangerous. Sierra apologized, explaining that she only fought to protect Shiro. Sierra remained concerned about Shiro's safety. She believed White Worm's obsession with targeting men made him a potential target. Trying to lighten the mood, Shiro joked about being watched by a dangerous criminal. Meanwhile, his scout golems continued searching. A report soon arrived from the golems. One had chased the suspect, while another unexpectedly appeared with important information. The tension briefly faded as Shiro reacted to the golem's antics. Even so, everyone remained alert while tracking White Worm's movements. A scout golem finally returned with important news. It had located White Worm's hiding place and reported the discovery immediately. Upon hearing the report, Rouge issued an official guild order. He selected Sierra and Cecily to join the pursuit. Both women accepted without hesitation. Sierra wanted to protect Shiro, while Cecily was determined to settle the matter herself. Their confidence reassured Shiro. With Rouge, Sierra, and Cecily working together, he believed they had a real chance. As preparations began, Mina raised concerns about Shiro's safety. Soon afterward, a ship appeared offshore while the hunt for White Worm continued. Before departing, Shiro reviewed the scouting force. The golems had located a refuge offshore, where White Worm might be hiding. Mina proudly announced that she and Rouge would remain as Shiro's escorts. She confidently promised that her barriers would protect him. Wanting to prove herself, Mina boasted about her abilities. Shiro listened politely while everyone prepared for dinner. To raise morale, Shiro served a special meal aboard the boat. The appetizer featured red boar and nut tarin. The group eagerly enjoyed the food. Excited by the rare and refined meal, they felt ready for the mission ahead. While sailing offshore, Shiro learned that the boat had been remodeled for comfort. The journey felt more like a small cruise. Mina and Rouge happily enjoyed the meal on deck. Shiro watched quietly, unable to stop thinking about Sierra and Cecily. As night fell, Shiro stared toward the distant shore. He hoped Sierra and Cecily were safe during the pursuit. The next morning, a messenger golem arrived with an urgent letter. Mina immediately brought the message to Shiro. After reading Sierra's handwriting, Shiro learned she wanted him to return to Crescent Coast. Without hesitation, the group turned the boat around. When Shiro returned to shore, Christia and Sierra reported bad news. White Worm had escaped and created a new problem. After following White Worm's trail, they discovered she had fled into the dungeon. Sierra explained she could survive there alone. Shiro considered entering the dungeon by himself, but Sierra immediately rejected the idea and warned him against it. Preparations began for a proper search. Urza guarded the entrance while the dungeon was temporarily closed to adventurers. Under Rouge's command, a selected team thoroughly searched the dungeon's lower levels. Despite their efforts, White Worm remained missing. The search continued for 10 days, reaching the deeper dungeon floors. Despite repeated efforts, White Worm remained nowhere to be found. Christia believed White Worm might already be dead. However, no one could determine whether monsters or White Worm caused recent incidents. As life slowly returned to normal, Shiro reflected on White Worm's tragic past and remained cautious about future dangers. Zone night, Sierra unexpectedly appeared in Shiro's room. Her dramatic behavior immediately startled him and shattered the quiet atmosphere. Unable to resist her vampire instincts, Sierra embraced Shiro and drank a small amount of his blood before peacefully falling asleep. As Sierra continued feeding, Shiro endured the situation while she happily savored the taste and enjoyed the moment. Excited by the experience, Sierra became increasingly playful and possessive, while Shiro struggled to keep up with her enthusiasm. The narration revealed this was a reward for Sierra's efforts during the White Worm search, making the roleplay official. Still energized afterward, Sierra planned more playful interactions with her friends, while Cecily unknowingly became her next target. Shiro found Cecily exhausted after recent troubles. Wanting to help her recover, he carefully prepared a private massage for recovery. During the session, Cecily reacted awkwardly from unfamiliar sensations, while Shiro stayed focused on easing tension and fatigue gently throughout. As the massage continued, Shiro noticed differences in muscle firmness and wondered how Cecily maintained her strength despite recent hardships. Realizing accumulated stress weighed heavily on Cecily, Shiro carefully worked across tired areas, helping her relax while restoring comfort gradually. By morning, island life felt peaceful again, and discussions about past dangers faded as residents returned to daily routines together. After recent events, Shiro noticed a major change. Sierra joined Cecily's party and began exploring deeper levels of the dungeon. While discussing their progress, Sierra revealed she planned to retire eventually. Her group continued searching beyond familiar dungeon floors. Sometime later, Cecily's team returned safely. Shiro welcomed them back and was relieved to see everyone unharmed. The adventurers shared rewards with Shiro, appreciating his support. Their successful expedition greatly increased the party's earnings and confidence. As cooperation strengthened, Sierra officially became part of Cecily's team. The entire group moved into Shiro's inn together. After settling into the inn, Cecily's team explained how rewards were shared equally. Sierra appreciated the group's fair system. The adventurers reviewed their duties. Cecily led combat, others handled protection and navigation, while Sierra gathered overlooked items. Proud of her work, Sierra presented recovered dungeon objects. Shiro examined them carefully and found several potentially useful pieces. Using his abilities, Shiro identified a light-emitting artifact. The item could temporarily blind enemies and support future expeditions. Sierra revealed more discoveries from the dungeon. Among them was an unusual cup, encouraging Shiro to investigate further. While inspecting the recovered cup, Shiro discovered it could instantly create carbonated water. Cecily suggested selling drinks using it. Cecily and her companions refused payment for the artifact. Instead, they offered it to Shiro as a gift. Grateful for their generosity, Shiro promised future rewards. The adventurers became excited, wondering what he planned next. Soon, many townspeople approached Shiro seeking massages. News of his successful treatment for Cecily had spread widely. However, Shiro had another idea. Using the special cup, he introduced carbonated water and attracted everyone's attention immediately. After introducing carbonated water, Shiro offered a special hair washing service. Cecily's teammates immediately became interested and volunteered first. Seeing the excitement, another member requested priority treatment. Cecily watched silently as attention gradually shifted toward Shiro's new idea. When someone questioned Cecily's feelings, she reacted strongly. The suggestion caught her off guard and left her flustered. Shiro calmly explained he only wanted to provide a useful service. Cecily's reaction convinced everyone something deeper existed. Determined to avoid misunderstandings, Shiro planned carefully. He hoped the hair-washing service would succeed, without creating unnecessary rumors. That night, Shiro prepared the new service area. Sierra arrived first, curious about the promised carbonated water hair treatment. When Sierra approached, Shiro noticed her unusual outfit choice. Embarrassed, she hesitated while he explained the procedure carefully. Sierra remained nervous, but Shiro encouraged her to relax. After calming down, she agreed to begin the experiment. Following Shiro's instructions, Sierra positioned herself comfortably. He prepared the special water and started washing her hair gently. As the treatment continued, Sierra felt refreshed and deeply relaxed. The successful result convinced Shiro the service had potential. After the wash finished, Sierra felt completely refreshed. Shiro explained how carbonated water helped remove dirt and oil effectively. Encouraged by the result, Sierra happily left the room. Shiro realized demand for the new service was growing rapidly. The next customer arrived with high expectations. While receiving treatment, she hoped Shiro would react more noticeably to her. Instead, Shiro remained focused on his work. He asked about the experience, and she admitted she enjoyed it greatly. As another customer waited outside, Shiro prepared for the next session. The hair washing service quickly became a popular attraction. The new customer compared her experience with the previous guest. After trying the carbonated water wash, she quickly relaxed and enjoyed it. When Cecily's turn arrived, she became flustered after noticing Shiro's wet clothing. Her reaction amused the others nearby. Trying to repay Shiro's kindness, Cecily eagerly followed his instructions. The lively atmosphere continued as another successful session ended. As the inn grew busier, Shiro served popular highballs to customers. The special carbonated water drinks quickly gained attention everywhere. Encouraged by success, Shiro considered creating more products. He explored ideas inspired by foods and drinks from Japan. While planning future projects, Shiro discussed ingredients he still lacked. Then Sierra arrived carrying a message from afar. The message came from a scouting bird sent to explore nearby waters. Sierra reported an important new discovery. Hearing the report, Shiro became excited. Another island had been found, and he prepared for a new expedition. After hearing about the new island, Shiro announced a temporary closure of the inn and prepared for exploration. Cecily volunteered to accompany him as protection. Sierra also insisted on joining the investigation of the discovery. Although tired from recent events, the group became interested in the search. Shiro explained the purpose of the trip. Another teammate quickly decided to participate as well. The expedition team gradually grew larger than expected. With preparations nearly complete, everyone gathered around Shiro. The journey already felt like an exciting adventure together. The next morning, Shiro completed preparations for departure. The island guardians received instructions while the expedition boarded the ship. Before leaving, Shiro assigned tasks to the creatures protecting the island. Everyone ensured the settlement would remain safe. With preparations finished, Cecily took charge of navigation. Trusting her experience, the crew eagerly began their voyage. As the ship moved forward, Shiro praised Cecily's leadership. Embarrassed by the compliment, she still guided everyone confidently. Following the scout bird's direction, the expedition sailed southwest. Their search for the newly discovered island officially began. As the voyage continued, Cecily and Shiro discussed the journey. The ship maintained steady speed across calm waters. Cecily reflected on her past and admitted she preferred adventuring. Traveling with Shiro's group felt far better to her. The expedition enjoyed a peaceful trip. While some rested, the scout bird continued guiding the ship forward. After some time, Cecily spotted land in the distance. The bird's route appeared to be correct. Excitement spread across the ship as the island came into view. Shiro confirmed they had finally reached their destination. After arriving, the group surveyed the island from offshore. Shiro estimated the coastline and evaluated the unexplored territory. Sierra reported no signs of settlements or large animals. Excited by the discovery, she asked Shiro to name it. Since the island lay west of Monte Christ Island, Shiro chose the simple name, West Island, which everyone accepted. With the naming settled, Shiro ordered the expedition ashore. The group eagerly prepared to begin exploration. After unloading supplies, the team discussed their next steps. Cecily suggested fishing, while others planned a barbecue lunch. While preparing lunch, Cecily confidently took charge of fishing. Growing up in a coastal town had given her valuable experience. Inspired by Cecily, Sierra and another teammate offered to help. Everyone enthusiastically joined the island's first fishing activity. The group rushed into the water together. Their excitement quickly created playful chaos as they stumbled and splashed around. Watching from shore, Shiro enjoyed the lively scene. Soon he joined the others, making the outing even more energetic. Even Sierra decided to participate fully. Seeing her openly enjoying the beach surprised Shiro and highlighted the team's growing closeness. As the beach outing continued, Shiro became overwhelmed by excitement. His carefree enthusiasm made the entire group laugh together. The fun grew even livelier when Shiro floated peacefully in the water. Everyone enjoyed the relaxing tropical atmosphere. Before lunch, Shiro encouraged the group to spend more time at the beach. Nobody wanted the enjoyable moment to end. Eventually, the excitement faded and exhaustion took over. After playing for hours, the entire expedition fell asleep beside the shore. When Shiro awoke, he noticed how peaceful everyone looked. Surrounded by trusted companions, he quietly appreciated the happiness they shared. As the group rested on the beach, Mina quietly reflected on Shiro's kindness. His words lingered in her mind, noticing her reaction. Shiro explained his thoughts honestly. Mina became increasingly aware that he viewed the world differently. Encouraged by the peaceful atmosphere, Mina tried expressing her feelings more openly. Shiro listened, unsure of her intentions. Before the moment could continue, Sierra suddenly interrupted. Her unexpected arrival instantly shattered the quiet mood between them, claiming Mina was in danger. Sierra dragged Shiro away. Cecily watched the scene while everyone laughed at the confusion. The group finally remembered their original purpose and suggested lunch. Shiro found himself carried along by their enthusiasm. While preparing the meal, Sierra openly praised Shiro. Embarrassed by the attention, he quickly redirected everyone toward cooking. As the sun moved lower, the expedition spent the rest of the day relaxing and playing together on West Island. After returning from the beach, Shiro reviewed his progress. His creation magic had improved, allowing him to produce new inventions. Satisfied with his growth, Shiro considered future projects. Increased magical capacity meant he could create and maintain more equipment. As evening approached, Cecily reflected on the relaxing day. She wondered whether spending time together had delayed their exploration plans. While discussing the island, Cecily admitted she enjoyed staying there. The peaceful atmosphere made her reluctant to leave. Shiro understood her feelings, but explained the island's charm came from being an occasional destination. The conversation ended with quiet agreement. While discussing the island's future, Cecily hesitantly asked Shiro if extending their stay would cause any problems. Caught off guard, Shiro immediately agreed. Cecily became flustered but promised to remain by his side longer. Relieved by his answer, Cecily thanked him sincerely. The peaceful evening strengthened the bond they had gradually built. The next morning, the group gathered once again. Their brief vacation atmosphere faded as thoughts returned to exploration. After breakfast, Sierra reminded everyone of their objective. With renewed energy, the expedition prepared to explore West Island further. The expedition continued surveying West Island, while others checked different areas. Shiro focused on exploring deeper into the forest. After reaching a rocky hill, Sierra noticed Shiro acting secretively. Curious, she asked why he had brought her there. Shiro revealed a hidden bag of valuables and explained his concern. He wanted to keep the discovery safe from thieves. Together they searched for a suitable hiding place. A large turtle-shaped rock caught Shiro's attention. Using his abilities, Shiro created a concealed storage space inside the rock. Satisfied with the result, he secured the treasure for future use. After securing the hidden treasure, Shiro suggested giving it to Cecily and the others, but his proposal caused Sierra's expression to change. Sierra admitted that being entrusted with important things felt painful, because trust often led to attachment, while separation always followed afterward. Remembering centuries of farewells, Sierra explained that humans aged and disappeared while she remained behind, carrying memories long after everyone departed. Shiro listened and apologized, but Sierra accepted her circumstances, explaining that such loneliness was simply part of her reality. After sharing their thoughts, Sierra suggested returning to the others, while Shiro resolved to value present friendships rather than distant futures. While returning from the rocky hill, Shiro slipped and scraped his arm. Seeing him injured, Sierra rushed over in concern. Trying to ease her worries, Shiro joked about finding a snack. However, Sierra's expression revealed emotions he did not expect. Unable to contain herself, Sierra held Shiro's injured arm and drank from the wound. Tears appeared as she clung to him. Sierra confessed that his blood brought her comfort rather than hunger. As a vampire, the experience filled her with joy. Realizing what had happened, Shiro understood Sierra's attachment more clearly. He reflected on how much his kindness had meant to her. After drinking his blood, Sierra gathered her courage and proposed becoming Shiro's retainer, revealing feelings she had concealed for a long time. Shiro cared deeply for Sierra, yet hesitated because accepting her proposal meant creating a lifelong bond carrying serious responsibilities. Seeking another path, Shiro suggested becoming a couple instead. But Sierra explained that vampire traditions required strict rules and commitments. Sierra described how retainers and relationships were connected within vampire society, admitting she had accepted friendship because she expected rejection. Though uncertain about the future, Shiro chose not to turn away. Together, they agreed to face those feelings. After Shiro accepted her feelings, Sierra became overwhelmed by happiness. Excitement replaced hesitation, and she struggled to control her growing emotions, unable to hide her feelings any longer. Sierra moved closer to Shiro. He comforted her and tried easing her anxiety. For a moment, Sierra wondered whether they should simply follow their hearts. The possibility of crossing that boundary tempted her. Shiro paused and considered the consequences. Questions about vampire customs, future obligations, and their friendship filled his thoughts. Facing each other in silence, Shiro and Sierra regained their composure. Both understood that their relationship deserved careful consideration moving forward. After their private conversation ended, Shiro returned to the group. Cecily, Mina, and Sierra greeted him while hiding curious expressions. Reflecting on recent events, Shiro admitted that leaving West Island felt bittersweet. The adventure brought happiness, regret, and lingering emotions. 3 days later, the expedition departed West Island and sailed home. Everyone promised themselves they would return again someday. Back at the inn, Shiro searched for Sierra during a break. Entering her room, he discovered she was missing. While looking around the room, Shiro noticed a sealed letter resting nearby. Realizing it belonged to Sierra, concern quickly grew. Opening the letter, Shiro learned that Sierra had chosen to leave. Rather than watching another farewell, she departed first this time. Through the letter, Sierra confessed her love once more. She explained that those left behind often suffered as much as those departing, traveling alone beneath the open sky. Sierra accepted that humans and vampires followed different paths, despite wishing they could remain together. Sierra reassured Shiro that rejecting her retainer proposal had been correct. She wanted love freely given, never affection created through obligation. Before ending her message, Sierra promised she would always support him and hoped fate would allow them to meet again. As she disappeared beyond the horizon, Sierra left one last wish behind, hoping Shiro would remember the vampire who loved him. Standing alone inside her room, Shiro reread the letter. Though Sierra had gone, traces of her presence remained. Lying across the bed, Shiro reflected on everything. Regret filled his heart as he wished he had treated Sierra more warmly. Cecily arrived carrying fresh meat, offering it to Shiro while maintaining her usual warmth, despite the lingering absence of Sierra lately. Mina handled fieldwork beneath the summer sun, urging Shiro to rest indoors for everyone around the island. Natalie helped manage the inn and stored supplies, showing greater kindness toward Shiro as the group adjusted to life, while practicing smiles before a mirror. Shiro realized Sierra's departure affected him deeply, though he had scarcely noticed the change within himself until now. Looking at Sierra's memory, Shiro admitted she was the woman he loved most, understanding his feelings only after losing her. Reflecting on Sierra, Shiro compared their bond to balancing across a narrow rope sustained through effort, despite differences in lifespan and nature. He regretted letting that fragile connection slip away, wondering whether both of them could have fought harder before reaching separation. Returning home, Natalie thanked Shiro for helping her, carrying herself with her usual cheerful attitude while trying to support him. Shiro remarked that Natalie differed from Sierra, causing her to pause in confusion while attempting to understand his meaning. He explained that many people admire women's bodies, yet few express those thoughts, making Natalie realize his unusual honesty. A fleeting thought crossed Shiro's mind as he wondered whether Natalie's charms had become familiar enough that Rouge's figure drew more attention now. Stepping back inside after working in the heat, Natalie found herself subjected to Shiro's strange punishment as he stretched her cheeks. Rather than protesting, she listened to his explanation and learned that he simply enjoyed the soft, squishy feeling for amusement. Before long, Cecily appeared and paused in confusion, greeted by the unusual sight of Shiro and Natalie sharing an absurd moment. Concerned about fairness, He remarked that giving special treatment to Natalie alone would leave Rouge and Cecily feeling overlooked. A sudden realization struck Natalie during the playful chaos, and excitement lit her face as she announced that a brilliant idea had formed. Without wasting another moment, she recruited Mina and Cecily, insisting they help prepare extra food for the expected evening crowd. While gathering ingredients, Shiro admitted that staying occupied eased his lingering sadness, though Rouge's cheek, pinching treatment remained absent and missed. Later, the three women returned triumphantly after finishing their preparations, leaving Shiro stunned by both their efficiency and appearance. To his disbelief, not one of them had bothered putting proper clothes back on, despite the weather becoming cooler. Expecting an ordinary meal, Shiro instead found the three women waiting together, their unusual appearance making him question what had happened. Before he could process the situation, a massive adventurer stepped forward and revealed the event's dress code through personal example. With obvious pride, Natalie announced that the gathering existed solely to lift Shiro's spirits. After everything he had endured recently, the true extent of the scheme became clear when Shiro discovered notices inviting guests to attend with their upper bodies uncovered. As the celebration began, the atmosphere resembled a carefree social gathering rather than anything improper, with patrons sharing drinks and conversation. Brimming with enthusiasm, Natalie suggested turning the gathering into a weekly summer tradition. Convinced the warm weather made the idea perfect, soon afterward, she joined a local drinking challenge and celebrated her victory with delight, earning cheers from amused spectators nearby. Watching the lively scene unfold, Shiro noticed Sierra's empty seat and felt a wave of sadness creep back into his thoughts. A realization came to him then: happiness and loneliness could exist together, each refusing to erase the presence of the other. Even so, comfort remained within reach, and the smiling faces around him reminded Shiro that life still offered meaningful connections. Brimming with enthusiasm, Natalie suggested turning the gathering into a weekly summer tradition, convinced the warm weather made the idea perfect. Soon afterward, she joined a local drinking challenge and celebrated her victory with delight, earning cheers from amused spectators nearby. Watching the lively scene unfold, Shiro noticed Sierra's empty seat and felt a wave of sadness creep back into his thoughts. A realization came to him then: happiness and loneliness could exist together, each refusing to erase the presence of the other. Even so, comfort remained within reach, and the smiling faces around him reminded Shiro that life still offered meaningful connections. Before sending everyone off, Shiro warned the staff to stay cautious, because seasoned adventurers often became reckless. That evening, the conquering party raised their glasses high and toasted their achievement, filling the tavern with excitement and pride. Judging by their reactions, the sparkling wine left a powerful impression, with several warriors declaring it unlike anything they had tasted. While observing the festivities, Shiro reflected that serving such expensive drinks would bankrupt most establishments, though these adventurers could afford them. Among the treasures recovered from the dungeon rested a legendary staff, an artifact rumored to unlock an ancient grimoire of great importance. While the tavern celebrated the discovery, Shiro learned that wealthy collectors were already preparing enormous bids for the legendary artifact. The mood around the table shifted at once when everyone realized Cecily's party had searched that same area without finding it. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, Shiro demonstrated a magical throwing stone, whose enchantment ensured every toss struck its intended target. Although Mina dismissed the item as little more than a novelty, Natalie seemed far more interested in Shiro's comforting attention. As the evening wound down, Cecily protested his favoritism, yet the others appeared content enjoying the warmth and companionship. Shiro noticed many golems gathering in the sea. To avoid suspicion, Cecily suggested moving them toward the distant western island. After continuously producing golems, Shiro checked his creation magic. His production skills improved greatly, allowing faster crafting and better quality. Using his upgraded abilities, Shiro completed a new metal mole golem. The specialized machine could burrow underground and search for rare minerals. Shiro examined the mole golem carefully. He realized it could eventually collect valuable ores, though creating advanced materials remained difficult. Shiro sent the mole golem into the wilderness. While it searched for resources, he returned and continued developing his growing settlement. Golem number 3 worked at the juice stand and served customers efficiently. Visitors enjoyed its service before leaving the area. As summer gradually approached, Shiro noticed changing weather and scents. He reflected on the golem's success and considered future plans. A worker informed Shiro that new ships had arrived. Remembering an earlier order, he hurried to check important deliveries. While investigating the shipment, Shiro learned that Countess Vebels had arrived seeking a mysterious treasure connected to the island. Shiro finally recalled that someone from the Empire was expected. Realizing the visitor's status, he prepared for her arrival. A staff member told Shiro about the Empire's impressive warships. Curious but cautious, he avoided drawing unnecessary attention. Remembering Countess Vebles, Shiro hoped her journey remained safe. He decided to stay away from the harbor and focus on work. To avoid trouble, Shiro spent time reading quietly and helping Goku with daily tasks around the settlement. Soon several young adventurers arrived at the island. Shiro noticed they were unfamiliar faces, unlike the usual experienced visitors. Wanting to attract customers, Shiro invited the newcomers to a seafood feast. The affordable meal quickly gained their interest. The young adventurers happily accepted Shiro's hospitality. As they enjoyed the food, Shiro watched their reactions with interest. While serving customers, Shiro noticed Madame Damas arriving unexpectedly. Her serious expression suggested she had come for an important matter. Madame Damas hesitated before explaining her purpose. Her unusual behavior made Shiro suspect that something significant was happening. After some hesitation, Madame Damas requested that Shiro visit her establishment immediately. The unexpected demand left him uneasy and suspicious. Later, Madame Damas returned with Countess Vebles and her attendants. However, she appeared disappointed, leaving Shiro wondering what occurred. News soon spread that Madame Damas wanted Cecily to accompany Countess Vebles. The unexpected proposal left everyone surprised. According to the Countess, previous candidates failed to meet her expectations. As a result, Cecily became the preferred choice. Drawing from his experience, Shiro believed Cecily could easily handle noble etiquette, but she had already turned down the offer. A worried expression remained on Cecily's face, while the others tried to understand her reasoning. The atmosphere quickly grew tense. Rather than feeling relieved, Cecily feared she had offended an influential noble. To avoid further trouble, she wished Madame Damas success in settling the matter. Concern spread across the room after news of the Empire's warships reached the island. Determined to help, Cecily and her companions promised to protect Shiro. Meanwhile, Shiro remained focused on work and prepared a special dessert for his guests. Trusting the others, he continued serving customers. Before the meal could continue, several uniformed escorts entered the area. Their sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. Leading the group was a stern butler named Wolf. Without wasting time, he began searching for a man called Shiro. After stepping forward, Shiro introduced himself to the visitor. Realizing the Countess had truly sent someone, he listened to Wolf's purpose. Wolf confronted Shiro and accused him of treating Countess Vebles. The serious allegation created a tense atmosphere. Caught off guard, Shiro explained that he had merely declined an invitation arranged through Madame Damas. Confusion replaced his initial surprise. To support the accusation, Wolf repeated a statement made by Shiro. Hearing those words left him completely bewildered. Firmly denying the claim, Shiro insisted he had never spoken so rudely. At that moment, he realized someone had likely distorted the story. Rather than backing down, Wolf declared that the Countess would not tolerate such behavior. The misunderstanding continued to grow, despite Shiro's explanation. Refusing to accept another excuse, Wolf insisted that Shiro accompany the group. Although compensation was offered, work at the inn remained Shiro's priority. Before Shiro could respond further, Cecily stepped forward with a fierce expression and took control of the situation. Accepting that resistance was pointless, Shiro agreed to prepare himself first. As he headed inside, he asked Mina to lend him a special ring. Mina handed over a ring along with several light balls. Those items would provide valuable protection during an emergency. Shiro returned wearing his best clothes. Once the preparations were complete, he apologized for the delay and met the waiting visitors. Soon, Shiro departed in a carriage, alongside Wolf and the escorts. During the journey, he learned that Countess Vebles preferred brief conversations. To avoid creating another misunderstanding, Wolf advised Shiro to answer honestly and refrain from saying anything that could offend the Countess. An unexpected question about marriage then arose when Wolf noticed the ring on Shiro's hand. Fortunately, the confusion was quickly cleared up. As the carriage continued forward, Shiro confirmed the purpose of the visit once more. The simple explanation eased some of his concerns. Shiro shifted the conversation elsewhere. Curious about his host, he politely asked about Countess Vebles herself. By the time the carriage reached Madame Damas's residence, Shiro had learned that Countess Vebles was 31 years old. The information improved his mood. The moment he arrived, Madame Damas rushed forward to greet him. Instead of a calm welcome, she immediately drew Shiro into an argument. Confused by the commotion, Shiro listened as Damas struggled to explain herself. Before the misunderstanding could continue, Wolf dismissed the matter. Security procedures followed shortly afterward, leaving Shiro thoroughly embarrassed. Although nothing suspicious was found, he quietly endured the uncomfortable inspection. At last, the long-awaited meeting began. seated confidently before him. Countess Vebles finally received Shiro in person. Facing Countess Vebles at last, Shiro observed her appearance. The noblewoman's imposing presence left a strong impression on him. As the meeting continued, Vebles discussed her preferences and opinions. Meanwhile, Shiro studied her behavior from across the room. Wine was soon brought out for the conversation. Although the Countess encouraged him to drink, Shiro remained cautious and attentive. Rather than being captivated by her beauty, Shiro noticed traits that made her difficult to approach. A closer inspection of the wine revealed something suspicious. Realizing it contained a sleeping medicine, Shiro discreetly prepared a countermeasure before taking a sip. While maintaining a calm expression, Countess Vebles continued observing Shiro. Gradually, he became convinced that she had prepared the situation. Shiro pretended to drink it without hesitation. To support the act, he claimed that alcohol affected him easily. For the first time since their meeting, a satisfied smile appeared on Vebles' face. The reaction convinced Shiro that his performance had worked. Encouraged by what she believed was success, the Countess moved closer and urged him to relax. Meanwhile, Shiro prepared for whatever came next. Rather than accepting his compliments, Vebles dismissed them with confidence. Even so, her attention remained fixed on Shiro. Shiro offered to pour another glass for the Countess. Believing her plan was succeeding, Vebles lowered her guard. Without warning, the situation suddenly spiraled out of control. Before Shiro could react, Vebles lunged forward and pinned him onto the sofa. Trapped beneath the Countess, Shiro desperately searched for a way out. Unfortunately, his emergency tools remained out of reach. Rather than responding to his protests, Vebles continued moving closer. Her unfocused behavior convinced Shiro that she was no longer thinking clearly. As panic set in, an old memory unexpectedly resurfaced in Shiro's mind. The strange recollection briefly distracted him from his current predicament. Every attempt to escape ended in failure as Vebles tightened her hold. Meanwhile, Shiro realized the situation was becoming dangerous. Rather than panicking, he forced himself to think. A desperate plan soon began forming in the back of his mind. Among the available options, one unusual solution stood out. Using his creation magic, Shiro prepared a small object without drawing attention. At the same time, a loose button fell from his shirt. The unexpected distraction gave him a brief opportunity to act. Moments later, a strange liquid splashed across Shiro's chest. Staring at the unfamiliar substance, Vebles paused in confusion for the first time. To Shiro's astonishment, Vebles lowered her head toward the liquid on his chest. Her unexpected action left him speechless. Several tense moments passed, while Shiro waited for the sleeping medicine to take effect. Fortunately, the drug had not yet influenced him. Vebles continued until exhaustion finally caught up with her. Moments later, she drifted off to sleep against Shiro once. He confirmed that she was unconscious. A wave of relief washed over him. The dangerous situation had finally come to an end. Standing beside the sleeping Countess, Shiro could only shake his head in disbelief. Her reckless behavior had shattered his image of noble dignity. Although the crisis had passed, Shiro still felt irritated by everything that had happened. For a moment, thoughts of petty revenge crossed his mind. His attention soon shifted to a locked door inside the residence. Suspecting something valuable was hidden there, he decided to investigate. Shiro discovered a treasure chest tucked away in the corner. Excitement grew as he realized it likely belonged to Ramus. Using his repair magic, he bypassed the chest's security measures. Inside rested an ornate staff that appeared extremely valuable. A mischievous grin spread across Shiro's face. Carrying the staff away for a night seemed like the perfect revenge. After leaving the residence, Shiro put his revenge plan into motion. Using the invisibility ring, he followed the Countess's ship. Back at the inn, curiosity got the better of him. While examining the stolen staff, Shiro activated repair and uncovered hidden information. The newly revealed details caught him off guard. Rather than being an ordinary artifact, the staff possessed a mysterious armor-related ability. Unable to resist testing it, Shiro activated the staff's power. Dark energy erupted around him and began taking shape. Within an instant, the transformation was complete. Standing where Shiro had been moments earlier was a sleek suit of magical armor. The magical armor exceeded all of Shiro's expectations. Testing its strength for the first time, he felt powerful enough to accomplish anything. Curiosity soon replaced caution as Shiro lifted the sleeping Countess. Seeing her up close, he admired her beauty. Not wanting to remain there any longer, he released the armor and prepared to leave. Before departing, Vebles was carefully returned to the sofa. Holding the staff once more, Shiro considered his next move and decided to returning. It seemed like the safest option. Trouble arrived before he could act. As Wolf and the others suddenly appeared nearby, Shiro panicked and burst into tears. Wolf and the guards found Shiro in a miserable state. Between his tears and unusual appearance, the group struggled to understand what had happened. The guards showed unexpected sympathy. From their perspective, Shiro looked more like a victim than a suspect. Wrapped in a blanket, Shiro regained his composure. The awkward ordeal seemed to be coming to an end. Once the opportunity appeared, he slipped away from the residence. All Shiro wanted now was to return home and forget the incident. Outside, several people were already searching the area. Thinking quickly, Shiro borrowed Washi's help and escaped before anyone could stop him. Just as Shiro was preparing to leave, Cecily appeared. Fear filled her voice as she checked whether he was safe. Relief washed over Cecily when she learned he had escaped unharmed. Meanwhile, Shiro reassured her that everything was under control. Their conversation soon turned more personal, as Cecily admitted how worried everyone had been. Hearing her words left Shiro feeling both grateful and guilty. Shiro reflected on Cecily's feelings toward him. Despite understanding her emotions, he knew he was not ready to respond. As the night came to an end, Cecily walked away. Shiro wondered why things between them never seemed to work out. Back at the inn, Wonder rushed forward to welcome Shiro home. Her relief turned to confusion when she noticed his condition. After hearing the full story, the others were stunned. Fortunately, Shiro assured them that the ordeal ended safely. Meanwhile, the inn remained lively despite his absence. Wonder explained that everyone had worked together to prepare meals for the guests, rather than resting. Shiro began thinking about the people who had helped protect the inn. A small celebration seemed appropriate. Determined to express his gratitude, he decided to prepare food and drinks for everyone, and hurried off to make arrangements. A sudden reveal from Shiro left the girls stunned. Their shock only grew when they realized what he planned to wear. Ignoring the protests, Shiro headed for a private room. To avoid interruptions, he ordered the golems to guard the entrance. Once the door was secured, the mysterious staff was activated again. Moments later, the black magical armor materialized around his body. Instead of feeling heavy, the armor moved as lightly as clothing. Every motion felt smooth and natural, surprising Shiro even further. Excitement took over as he began testing its capabilities. Shiro grew impressed with the armor's performance. Experimenting further, Shiro discovered that the armor's gauntlets could generate powerful light-based attacks. The new ability sparked his excitement. A moment later, glowing blades formed in his hands. Swinging the weapons around, Shiro enthusiastically tested every feature he could find. Eventually, practicality replaced his excitement. Although the armor felt incredible, its constant mana consumption quickly became impossible to ignore. Reluctantly, Shiro abandoned plans for a larger test outside. Drawing unnecessary attention would only create more trouble for him. After removing the armor, a troubling realization settled in. Since the staff belonged to the Countess, suspicion would inevitably fall on him if it disappeared. The following morning, Shiro approached Mina with an unusual request. To his surprise, she willingly let him keep the invisibility ring. Encouraged by her generosity, Shiro prepared for the worst. If the Countess came looking for him, he intended to escape. Hers passed in complete silence around the island. As noon approached without incident, Shiro began wondering if the danger had already passed. That hope faded when he reconsidered the missing staff. Since the chest still appeared untouched, nobody had realized the artifact was gone. Before he could think further, an unexpected visitor arrived. The sudden appearance of a familiar figure caught Shiro off guard. Later that day, a weary visitor arrived at the inn seeking a drink. Curious about the unexpected visit, Shiro invited him inside. As they settled down, Shiro noticed how exhausted the man looked. The conversation soon shifted toward the recent turmoil involving the nobles. Bit by bit, the visitor explained the situation surrounding the Countess and the missing treasure. Listening, Shiro pretended to know very little, to help his guest recover. Shiro prepared a simple meal. The gesture noticeably improved the man's mood. Learning that Countess Vebles had already returned home, Shiro felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders. During their discussion, the visitor revealed that Countess Vebles had been searching for Shiro. The warning only deepened his concerns about the stolen staff rather than making a decision. Shiro chose to postpone the problem. For now, he planned to wait and see how events unfolded. Later that evening, an unexpected voice called out to him. Startled by the sudden interruption, Shiro nearly spilled the drink he was pouring. Turning around, he discovered Cecily standing nearby. Her unexpected appearance replaced his surprise with curiosity. After noticing his troubled expression, Cecily asked what was wrong. Faced with her concern, Shiro considered telling her the truth. After everything that had happened, Shiro remained fascinated by the stolen staff. The temptation to test Amanstock's full abilities was simply too strong. While discussing future plans, Shiro considered traveling to the western island. Hearing this, she immediately offered to accompany him as protection. Cecily then explained that the island's defenses had weakened recently. With fewer capable fighters available, everyone had been forced to work harder. The conversation shifted to new discoveries from the dungeon. Among the recovered items were powerful explosive tools. Their effectiveness had already changed local battle tactics. Rather than fighting, adventurers now trapped enemies with overwhelming magical attacks. Faced with several possible companions, Shiro struggled to make a decision. Meanwhile, Wonder and Mina volunteered to join the trip. Evening soon arrived. While weighing his options, Shiro worried that revealing his secret might place others in danger. His thoughts were interrupted when a familiar group suddenly appeared. Their cheerful expression suggested they had come bearing good news. As it turned out, the adventurers had already resolved the matter of Ramus, Ian's staff. After receiving a large reward, they were preparing for a farewell celebration. The announcement surprised everyone. Having earned enough wealth, the group decided to leave adventuring behind and return home. The farewell party began with loud cheers. Surrounded by friends, the retiring adventurers celebrated the end of their dangerous careers. Laughter and memories filled the inn throughout the night. Although everyone enjoyed, the thought of saying goodbye left many feeling emotional. Several days later, Shiro resumed testing Amanstock's armor. Under the cover of darkness, he headed toward the mountain. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he activated the invisibility ring and pushed the armor to its limits. Moments later, he reached the mountain summit. Shiro gazed across the vast landscape. The breathtaking view before him revealed just how extraordinary the armor's power truly was. Reaching the summit at last, Shiro gazed across a vast landscape stretching beneath the heavens and found himself captivated. Once the excitement faded, he returned home, feeling refreshed, believing the recent troubles had ended and peaceful days awaited ahead. Deep within the dungeon, a gravely wounded female adventurer collapsed against the stone floor, desperately calling for help as darkness closed around her. Before her fading consciousness disappeared completely, a strange humanoid figure emerged from the shadows and repeated a single unfamiliar name. Confusion filled her expression as she struggled to identify the mysterious speaker, yet exhaustion prevented any meaningful response from forming. Without warning, the creature seized a nearby sword and charged into a battlefield littered with monsters, carving a path ahead. Standing before an enormous sealed gate, the strange being sensed overwhelming power beyond it and contemplated consuming nearby creatures. Before the massive sealed gate, the strange creature examined carvings depicting countless monsters, then became obsessed with whatever awaited beyond. Stretching both hands against the enormous doors, it declared its desire to claim the hidden power resting inside. Meanwhile, far from the dungeon depths, Shiro enjoyed a peaceful rainy morning, savoring the soothing rhythm against his home. Leaning beside the window, with a warm drink, he compared the rainfall's gentle sound to a beautiful musical performance. His moment of relaxation ended abruptly when Mina burst inside, warning that a dangerous monster stampede was approaching fast. Shiro learned that thousands of ogres and many other monsters had begun pouring out from the dungeon across the island. The emergency alarm spread quickly. Everyone feared the island would be overrun unless Master Elza successfully contained the monsters. Shiro immediately organized evacuations toward the western island. Rouge joined Master Elza's operation while civilians prepared to leave. 1 hour earlier, Cecily and her companions reached the gate leading to the dungeon's third floor with adventurers. As they advanced deeper, Cecily sensed something unusual. The monsters behaved differently than normal, making the group increasingly cautious. Cecily's group encountered panicked adventurers rushing through the passage. A man warned that a horde of 1,000 ogres was coming. The fleeing adventurers revealed the monsters had split into groups and were already heading toward multiple dungeon routes. Confused, the younger girl asked about 1,000 ogres. Cecily explained they were dangerous ancient demons that multiplied endlessly. Cecily realized something was terribly wrong. 1,000 ogres normally appeared only as rare floor bosses, never in large numbers. Moments later, the truth emerged. Countless monsters flooded the corridor, forcing adventurers to retreat as the dungeon overflowed. As adventurers retreated through the corridor, monsters suddenly appeared behind them, trapping the group and causing panic throughout the dungeon passage. Recognizing the crisis, Cecily ordered Rouge and Mina to contact Master Elza immediately while the remaining adventurers continued retreating. Cecily chose to stay behind and block the advancing monsters, instructing Rouge to warn Shiro and begin island evacuation efforts. Although worried about Cecily's safety, Mina accepted her decision, and promised to assist Master Elsa in handling the emergency. After entrusting everything to her companions, Cecily watched them leave and prepared to face the approaching monster horde alone. Mina understood Cecily's reasoning, knowing that if monsters escaped from the dungeon, adventurers across the island would lose every route. Rouge realized Cecily intended to protect the island's people above all else, then promised to continue the sealing mission. Before departing, Mina approached Shiro and confirmed his knowledge of the dungeon structure, then requested an important favor from him. Outside the dungeon, evacuation efforts intensified as officials gathered adventurers and searched urgently for anyone capable of casting barrier magic. When Shiro appeared at the evacuation site, Mina questioned his arrival at once and demanded to know Cecily's situation. After hearing Mina's request, Rouge made an outrageous promise, offering her future to Shiro if he returned alive with Cecily. Shiro accepted the challenge without hesitation, declaring his intention to rescue Cecily while Rouge struggled to understand his confidence. Mina considered the plan impossible until Shiro revealed dozens of hedgehogs and wonders, astonishing everyone gathered near the evacuation site. Despite his fear, Shiro climbed onto Silver and led the summoned creatures forward, beginning a desperate rescue mission. As the creature army advanced toward the dungeon, Shiro ordered the entrance sealed, shocking the general and nearby adventurers. Rouge equipped the powerful sacred armor and mounted Silver, trusting the treasure's strength as the rescue team prepared to advance. Although she had never used the armor in battle before, Rouge admired its power and believed it could protect them. With everyone assembled, Rouge encouraged the group forward while the armored guardian Emislok prepared to lead the assault. As 1,000 ogres emerged from narrow passages, Emislok intercepted them first, overwhelming the monsters and clearing a path ahead. Following Shiro's directions, the group advanced through branching corridors while Emislok unleashed powerful attacks against larger monsters blocking progress. Despite Emislok's overwhelming strength, Shiro remained cautious, understanding that a single mistake could end the rescue mission instantly. Determined to reach Cecily before the situation worsened, Shiro pressed onward through the dungeon while his companions guided him ahead. Yu rushed through the dungeon, unleashing relentless magical attacks against overwhelming monster hordes while forcing countless enemies back relentlessly. After 15 exhausting minutes, Yu realized monsters continued emerging without stopping, making him worry Cecily had already reached danger. Looking beyond the collapsing monsters, Yu discovered another passage concealed ahead, realizing the dungeon still hid threatening secrets deeper. Meanwhile, Cecily reached the upper doorway leading toward the third floor, cautiously advancing after sensing a powerful boss waiting. Recognizing Cecily nearby, Yu charged forward, cutting through pursuing monsters while refusing every obstacle blocking his desperate rescue attempt. Yu reached Cecily, discovering her gravely injured beneath scattered rubble, while overwhelming despair threatened his determination to continue fighting. Refusing defeat, Yu summoned Wonder Hedgehogs for protection, preparing every remaining resource before attempting an impossible rescue, despite overwhelming circumstances. After restoring his magical power with a recovery potion, Yu steadied himself and prepared the dangerous repair spell. Accepting every consequence beforehand, Yu strengthened his resolve. Knowing Cecily's survival depended entirely upon completing the restoration magic, Yu activated repair, surrounding Cecily with brilliant light before her damaged body vanished, leaving everyone awaiting the restoration process's completion. Exhausted after saving Cecily, Yu collapsed onto his knees, reassuring everyone she would recover, despite completely draining his magical strength. Yu explained repair reduced his magic level, then restored his mana, because another dangerous battle still awaited ahead. Cecily reported the entrance had collapsed after a massive explosion, leaving Yu concerned because escaping the dungeon became far more difficult. Sensing countless monsters approaching again, Cecily insisted their only option required destroying the 1,000 ogres' true body before reinforcements arrived. Cecily revealed the main body possessed bronze skin and a third eye, but identifying the correct monster remained challenging. Yu concluded the three-eyed bronze ogre guarded the hidden passage leading toward the 6th floor where the true mastermind awaited. Cecily guided everyone toward the 5th floor while Yu prepared to strike every ogre emerging from the monster spawning route. Wonder Hedgehogs charged into the horde, creating an opening that allowed Yu and Cecily to continue advancing. The brave companions held countless monsters behind, sacrificing themselves so Yu could reach the sealed chamber before another wave arrived. Breaking through the entrance, Yu discovered the three-eyed bronze ogre waiting inside, realizing the decisive battle would begin at last. Yu faced the enormous three-eyed bronze ogre, realizing its merged body offered the perfect chance to strike every hidden core. Gathering magical power, Yu unleashed a devastating attack that engulfed the gigantic monster before crushing its massive fused body. As the dust settled, the defeated creature collapsed across the chamber, leaving Yu and Cecily convinced the dangerous enemy had fallen. Cecily threw an explosive stone at the remaining fragment, ensuring the monster disappeared before both companions relaxed with great relief. Yu thanked every Wonder Hedgehog for their sacrifice, recognizing their determined support made the difficult victory possible. Cecily celebrated defeating the floor boss before discovering a hidden treasure chest, giving Yu hope their dangerous expedition had paid off. Yu checked the treasure chest for traps, then opened it while Cecily watched with great excitement beside him throughout. Inside the chest, Yu found precious gold ingots and a mysterious angel statue, realizing both treasures possessed remarkable value and importance. Examining the statue, Yu discovered a teleportation artifact capable of carrying 2 people, offering the perfect escape from the dangerous dungeon. After activating the artifact, Yu and Cecily returned outside, astonishing waiting adventurers who never expected their sudden appearance. Yu explained their unexpected return resulted from accidental teleportation, assuring everyone the terrifying dungeon stampede had finally ended for good. Cecily announced Yu defeated the Thousand Ogre's main body, causing relieved adventurers to celebrate their survival and praise his remarkable achievement. Embarrassed by the praise, Yu rejected becoming a hero, while Cecily insisted she would accompany him wherever he traveled next. Cecily accepted becoming a fugitive beside Yu, believing adventurers often lived beyond kingdoms and ordinary rules without regret. Before leaving, Cecily decided to invite Rouge, but waiting adventurers surrounded Yu and requested the complete story behind their victory. Yu promised to meet everyone later after cleaning himself, escaping the celebrating crowd while recovering from the exhausting dungeon expedition. As Yu departed, Shiro stopped him and insisted on joining, refusing to let him continue traveling without dependable companions. Shiro declared confidence in escaping danger, while Yu explained he preferred creating useful tools instead of becoming a celebrated hero. Before leaving the island, Yu thanked every loyal construct for their support, believing they would never meet again after departure. Reflecting upon countless adventures and companions, Yu realized less than 1 year had transformed his ordinary life beyond every expectation. Sailing alongside Shiro and Cecily, Yu announced their next destination would be the western island beyond the dangerous Bawanda region. Yu revealed his acquaintance with Regalta's war princess, hoping her connections would help everyone cross the troublesome region. Closing the inn, Yu set sail toward the western seas, determined to begin another adventure with his trusted companions ahead. Shiro endured another intimate round with Mina, noticing her satisfied expression while both rested together after an exhausting night. Mina smiled with relief, believing she fulfilled every promise, while Shiro accepted her feelings and shared the peaceful moment. Morning arrived across Dungeon Island as Shiro enjoyed the cool breeze, resting beside Mina inside their temporary creation magic shelter. Shiro discovered Countess Vebles remained deeply asleep because the powerful sleeping potion continued affecting her throughout the entire night. Mina reflected upon the unexpected distraction, admitting her promise changed everything, while Shiro understood their unusual circumstances without complaints. Shiro admitted enjoying his first intimate experience with Mina, realizing the unforgettable encounter left a deep impression upon his heart. Remembering their promise, Shiro decided this relationship must remain their first and last, despite struggling to suppress lingering emotions afterward. Mina comforted Shiro after sensing his worries, encouraging him that someone else could eventually accept and cherish him someday. Shiro reminded Mina their secret should remain hidden forever, while she happily embraced him before accepting his serious request. Mina continued teasing Shiro, despite repair delays, while he hoped Rouge could complete important work before the approaching seasonal changes. Shiro explained their treatment would continue while discussing missing belongings, believing nobody discovered the theft occurring before their arrival. Recalling Countess Vebles' escape, Shiro concluded only one passenger could secretly board the prison transportation vessel without detection. After abandoning failed ideas, Shiro suggested waiting until Countess Vebles completed treatment before investigating Rouge's possible destination together with Mina. Mina surprised Shiro by requesting another intimate encounter, making him question her sudden decision despite promising their previous time was final. Shiro used a rejuvenation potion before accepting Mina's determined feelings, realizing her hopeful expression made refusing completely impossible for him. Mina described her future wishes to Shiro, while he listened carefully and accepted every request without showing hesitation or embarrassment. After awakening, Shiro learned Mina visited the nearby river, while Rouge noticed both companions finally recovered from exhausting treatment together. Shiro drank a stamina potion before explaining 12 exhausting rounds exceeded his limits, leaving his entire body completely worn afterward. Rouge innocently praised Shiro's appearance, while he awkwardly explained such remarks usually sounded embarrassing when spoken between ordinary men. Shiro admitted Rouge looked attractive, making her smile with delight before everyone enjoyed a peaceful afternoon beside the beautiful island shoreline. Shiro relaxed beneath the shade, deciding Cecily should recover peacefully while West Island provided abundant seafood, fruit, and refreshing spring water. Shiro prepared medicine in advance because repair magic could not heal himself, expecting Cecily's restoration to finish within several days. 8 days later, creation magic announced Cecily's repair had finished, prompting Shiro, Mina, and Rouge to gather beside the restoration table. Cecily's restored body appeared before everyone, leaving Shiro, Mina, and Rouge completely astonished as the successful repair finally reached completion. Shiro watched anxiously while Cecily slowly opened her eyes, bringing relief to everyone gathered around her after the long restoration process. Shiro confirmed Cecily's body had completely recovered without scars, then embraced her after ensuring every injury had disappeared completely. Cecily thanked Shiro for risking everything to rescue her, while Rouge reminded everyone she still required proper rest afterward. After changing into repaired clothes, Cecily expressed gratitude again before explaining creation magic restored both her body and equipment together. Shiro suggested remaining on West Island, yet Cecily considered their future journey instead of settling there permanently with everyone. Cecily expressed her desire to explore the wider world, encouraging Shiro to discuss possible destinations before beginning another adventure together. Mina recommended visiting the imperial capital, Lulu or Sanjin, believing those peaceful cities offered the safest destination for their next journey. Shiro remembered leaving only a farewell letter, worrying the Empire might discover hidden facts surrounding his sudden disappearance from the island. An elderly knight read Shiro's message, while Shiro wondered whether everyone misunderstood his departure after receiving only the brief explanation. Mina questioned Shiro about leaving the island, then admitted she preferred becoming his romantic partner instead of an admired idol. Shiro revealed his powerful Eminus Lock armor, astonishing Mina and Rouge while explaining only Mina previously knew about the impressive equipment. Shiro realized returning the stolen staff required explaining everything, believing Mina could verify every important event and remove lingering misunderstandings. Cecily thanked Shiro for rescuing her, while he admitted retrieving the mysterious staff unexpectedly solved many difficult problems during their adventure. Shiro decided to travel toward Lulu Sanjun and personally return the staff, hoping honesty would resolve every remaining misunderstanding without conflict. Cecily questioned Shiro's risky plan, reminding him entering Countess Vebel's residence without permission would create another dangerous misunderstanding before returning everything. After considering several ridiculous ideas, Shiro finally discovered a practical solution, leaving Mina and Cecily completely confused by his unexpected confidence. Shiro boldly decided to return the stolen staff directly to the Empress, surprising Mina and Cecily with his fearless determination completely. Shiro explained his disguise plan using a Manhwa, although everyone doubted sneaking inside the Imperial Palace would succeed without serious danger. Mina and Rouge suggested keeping the staff instead, but Shiro refused because returning it remained the only proper choice. Despite admitting fear, Shiro resolved to visit Lulu Sanjin first, believing courage mattered more than avoiding every possible problem ahead. Cecily volunteered to accompany Shiro, believing their journey would become much safer if they traveled together throughout the upcoming adventure ahead. Mina eagerly joined the expedition, while everyone celebrated their decision and started preparing for departure toward the imperial capital together. Shiro's group departed West Island aboard their remodeled boat, enjoying comfortable cabins while beginning another voyage across the vast sea. Their treasure rewards exceeded expectations, but Cecily and Rouge refused larger shares, insisting every companion deserved equal payment for their efforts. While everything progressed smoothly, Cecily prepared to reveal her own plans as Shiro relaxed after resolving the captive angel misunderstanding. Shiro called Cecily over, catching her attention before speaking privately as the peaceful voyage continued beneath the bright afternoon sky. Shiro shyly requested sunscreen for his back, making Cecily smile warmly before accepting the small favor without hesitation or embarrassment. Cecily blushed after Shiro requested sunscreen while he thanked her happily and asked her to cover another difficult area too. Shiro carefully applied sunscreen across Cecily's back after promising to return the favor, leaving both feeling completely satisfied afterward. Several peaceful days passed before Cecily confirmed pursuing ships abandoned their chase because the group's vessel maintained steady cruising speed. Shiro explained ordinary ships traveled slower than magical vessels, making long pursuits impossible, despite brief bursts of impressive speed beforehand. Cecily warned larger harbors contained many patrol ships, encouraging Shiro and everyone else to plan their next destination with greater caution. Cecily warned the Navy often behaved like pirates, while Rouge feared authorities discovering their treasure would create serious trouble for everyone. Shiro considered hiding valuable items on West Island, deciding avoiding passing ships remained the safest choice during their dangerous voyage ahead. Shiro planned reaching Lulu Sanjin through a small fishing port, avoiding strict inspections conducted at larger harbors by local authorities. Mina spotted a quiet fishing village, and everyone agreed docking there offered the safest beginning for their journey across unfamiliar territory. Shiro happily suggested resting inside the peaceful village, hoping everyone could enjoy local cuisine before continuing their adventure toward Lulu Sanjin. Shiro's group docked beside the quiet fishing village, expecting simple hospitality while discussing local customs and the peaceful coastal settlement. Although smoke rose from nearby houses, Cecily sensed something unusual because the harbor remained deserted without villagers or anchored fishing boats. Shiro found the first villager collapsed alone, while Cecily recognized a strange odor spreading across the silent streets with growing concern. Cecily identified the terrible smell as burning corpses, leaving Shiro shocked after realizing something disastrous had happened throughout the abandoned settlement. Shiro guessed villagers were conducting burials, but the complete silence convinced everyone a far more disturbing tragedy had unfolded nearby. An elderly villager explained the fishing village remained quarantined because a deadly plague had spread, preventing everyone from leaving safely. Cecily learned soldiers surrounded the entire village and seized every ship, trapping frightened residents behind guarded barricades, without any escape. The old villager revealed desperate people attempting escape were killed with arrows, leaving Shiro horrified by the ruthless containment measures. Rouge urged everyone to retreat immediately, believing remaining inside the quarantined village exposed the group to unnecessary danger and uncertainty. Before Shiro could leave, Cecily suddenly stopped him after noticing something alarming approaching from nearby, interrupting their planned escape. A frightened father carried Anne after she suddenly collapsed, while Rouge recognized the deadly Amsel's disease and urged immediate action from Shiro. Although Shiro feared deadly plagues, memories of overcoming countless hardships convinced him abandoning innocent people remained unacceptable under any circumstance. Shiro remembered surviving terrible dangers before, strengthening his resolve despite overwhelming fear as desperate villagers watched with fading hope around him. Seeing Anne suffering before him, Shiro refused to escape because leaving the helpless child behind would haunt him forever. Shiro declared he could save Anne, then immediately approached the worried family and began examining the young girl's dangerous condition. Shiro examined Anne carefully, confirming the illness resembled measles before preparing treatment, instead of attempting an impossible complete cure immediately. After analyzing Anne's condition, Shiro created antiviral medicine, while explaining controlling dangerous complications remained the highest medical priority for survival. Shiro instructed everyone else to avoid infection, assuring them childhood immunity protected him before preparing medicine inside a safe location. Cecily refused, leaving Shiro alone, insisting she would remain nearby and protect him throughout the dangerous medical treatment, without hesitation. Rouge revealed surviving the same epidemic years earlier, then sadly remembered her father died from Amsel's, despite everyone's desperate efforts. Rouge offered Shiro assistance while he accepted her help before continuing Anne's difficult medical treatment inside the quiet house. Although Anne's fever decreased slightly, Shiro remained concerned because controlling dangerous complications still required careful treatment and constant observation throughout recovery. Shiro prepared a nourishing drink containing salt, sugar, and lemon, emphasizing proper hydration remained essential during Anne's exhausting illness and recovery. Shiro asked Rouge to cool the drink using barrier magic, making it easier for Anne to drink without discomfort or pain. Anne drank the prepared medicine, while Shiro requested ice for cold compresses to continue reducing her dangerous fever. Villagers explained most ice mages disappeared through conscription, leaving only weak users, while Anne's parents also suffered from Amsel's infection. Unable to create medicine and ice together, Shiro wished Sierra were nearby before searching for another practical solution to help Anne. Rouge admitted creating only a small piece of ice, encouraging Shiro despite knowing her barrier magic offered limited freezing ability. Shiro decided searching outside for ice remained necessary, asking Rouge to accompany him while considering nearby storage buildings and possible ice cellars. Shiro reassured the worried villagers before leaving the house, promising everyone he would return soon carrying the needed ice supplies. Shiro and Rouge quietly walked through deserted streets, then disappeared from sight, while searching nearby places where ice could still remain. Trapped between Rouge's body and the shelves, Shiro's arm becomes the unintended casualty of their hurried search for ice. Back on Monte Cris Island, the storage cellar reveals itself as the destination of Rouge's captive angel teleportation, hidden from prying eyes. Relief washes over Shiro when he checks the fridge and finds the ice untouched, though Rouge stubbornly refuses to let him carry the box. With a mischievous twist of words, Rouge turns his innocent test of her reinforcement magic into something far more suggestive, flustering him completely. Laughing about it afterward, the two joke that everything leaving Rouge's mouth somehow manages to sound like harassment aimed squarely at him. Desperation fills the villagers' faces as they crowd around, pleading for the returned saint to cure their sick families before it is too late. Despite his protests that he is merely an ordinary pervert stranded in another world, the crowd continues chanting Saint Sama without listening. Determination replaces his embarrassment as Shiro presses for numbers, wanting to know exactly how many villagers have already caught Amsels. Before rushing to treat anyone, he turns to Rouge and asks her to walk the village with him first, since information matters more than haste. Memories of him groping her earlier flicker through Rouge's mind, yet she plays along sweetly while secretly confessing her love for erotic priestess Dojinshi. Catching himself mid-sentence, Shiro quickly corrects his slip, vowing to become a wonderful saint, rather than the erotic scientist she teasingly proposed. Grieving families and quiet sickbeds line their path as the pair makes their way toward the heart of the village. 50 antipyretics wait ready in Rouge's arms, while Shiro grimly calculates that 46 of the village's 118 residents are infected. Airborne transmission seems likely if Amsels resembles measles, and that grim possibility pushes Shiro to ask about a large gathering space nearby. Linda, the village chief, steps forward with an offer of the temple's worship room, guiding them personally toward the stone building. A cheerful welcome greets them from Reko, the 28-year-old temple head, who agrees without hesitation to turn her worship room into an infirmary. According to Pel-san and Kane-san, the earlier rumors about his sainthood were clearly exaggerated, though the medicine itself proved remarkably effective. Nervously, Reko wonders aloud whether Shiro is truly a saint, prompting Rouge to interject that Reko herself radiates the far more saintly aura. Practical advice follows next, as Shiro recommends gargling salt water and washing hands often, urging Reiko to share these tips with every villager. Bathing remains a luxury reserved only for the temple and the chief's house, leaving Shiro to worry that full-body washing might matter even more. Northerly winds sweep across the island, and Shiro mutters that bathing outside seems impossible, given how cold the temperature feels. An elderly villager reports that the temple head has arranged food, urging Saint Sama to rest while antipyretics and nutrition ease the sick. Papo receives instructions to deliver a note to Cecily, requesting a large pot of hot water prepared for bathing later. Golems serve as convenient messengers for him, and villagers begin whispering that these creatures must be his loyal apostles. Dazzling admiration crosses Linda's face as Riko steps past her, announcing she'll return in time for dinner before excusing herself. Everyone must wash hands and gargle thoroughly before leaving, Linda reminds them, invoking Shiro's name while the upper area heads home first. Riko announces she'll recite evening prayers, leaving the rest to Linda while assuring dinner will proceed smoothly at 6. Concern crosses Linda's face when she notices Reko's flushed complexion, wondering aloud if Amsels has struck the temple head herself. Denying any illness, Reko insists she merely feels warm. Though alone at her desk, she questions what exactly she is doing. Reality snaps back, and Riko bursts from the room in a panic, startling Linda with her sudden frazzled appearance. Demanding to know what Linda wants, Riko's flustered reaction only deepens the older woman's growing confusion and worry. Dinner sits ready, yet Saint Sama remains missing, prompting Riko to volunteer fetching him herself while apologizing for her distracted state. Sunset paints the shoreline as Riko strolls along the beach alone, assuming Shiro must still be aboard his ship somewhere. Villagers gathered among the trees suddenly notice her approach, exclaiming in confusion at spotting the temple head nearby. A towering golem stands guard on the sand, pouring water onto Shiro as he bathes completely exposed under the open sky. Horror floods her expression, and Riko demands to know what despicable act of peeking everyone thought they were attempting. Frightened apologies erupt from the villagers, though Riko's racing thoughts silently wonder whether this man might be some tempting spirit. Concern registers on Shiro's face as he notices her odd expression, asking gently what seems to be troubling her. Doubt creeps through Reiko's mind, since no ordinary man could possess such a physique, without magic altering his form somehow. Blaming her own lustful imagination, Rikoa insists internally that what she witnessed was nothing more than a fleeting hallucination. Awkwardly at attention despite himself, Shiro notices Riko staring, wondering if his exposed body embarrassed her more than anything. On the docks beside their ship, the four companions decided to split into two groups, with Shiro and Ines heading toward the village, while the others stayed behind on standby. Rouge warned Shiro not to let his guard down, insisting that protecting him remained her top priority, even though the villagers left behind were mostly elderly folk and children. Shiro muttered that the old women peeking at him while he bathed reminded him of the perverted old men back on Earth, admitting that women could be just as troublesome. Before departing, Ines reminded Shiro to bring the invisible ring and the staff of Le Massane, while also preparing balls of light and small explosive charges for emergencies. As they left the ship, Rouge and her companion called out Boss and Shiro, watching him walk ahead with a faint winged silhouette trailing behind his back. Before the group parted, Shiro shared quick farewell kisses with Rouge and their younger companion, both of whom blushed while Ines assured them she would keep him safe. The younger girl teasingly asked where her own kiss had gone, but Shiro refused, telling her she would still get to share dinner with him at the temple. As Shiro and Ines walked off waving goodbye, the girl covered her face, torn between wanting a kiss and simply eating together, embarrassed by her own conflicted thoughts. At the temple table, Ines marveled over the meat and wine Shiro had brought, remarking that it had been a long time since she had tasted real meat. The elderly temple head thanked them warmly, insisting the ship carried more stock than they could finish alone, while Ines explained they simply wanted to offer something precious in return. Everyone gathered around the table, offering a quiet prayer that resembled Buddhist customs before eating together, with Shiro noting it had been ages since someone else cooked for him. The elderly guest addressed as Saint Sama remarked that the soup reminded her of her own mother's cooking, while the villager confirmed she had prepared it herself in village style. Shiro thanked Ines San for the meal, admitting quietly that his own mother, back on Earth, had actually worked as a professional chef before he was transported away. Later that night beneath the stars, Shiro stood outside with Ines, quietly wondering aloud whether his mother back home was doing all right without him around. Inside the temple, two elderly women gossiped that they wished their granddaughter Cindy could bring home a husband as capable and kind as Shiro seemed to be. They agreed that Shiro's build alone suggested he would be excellent in bed, joking that such a man could surely give them many healthy grandchildren someday. Ines overheard the remark and scolded the old woman furiously, demanding to know how she could say something so improper inside the sacred walls of the temple. The elderly woman dropped to her knees apologizing, explaining she only wanted to see her own grandchildren before she died, since her daughter had remained single for years. Alone in her room afterward, Ines sat quietly at her desk, reminding herself under the stars that she mustn't allow herself to entertain any lewd thoughts either. She then realized, with growing embarrassment, that she was the one having those lewd thoughts all along, not the old woman she had just scolded moments earlier. Late at night, Rouge peeked from inside a wardrobe, thinking that if things kept going the way they had, she would eventually be pushed towards some desperate measure before reaching out and begging to be saved. Gripping a training sword, Rouge admitted in disbelief that she never imagined she would have to resort to something like this, calling the whole situation utterly impossible to accept. Under a night sky filled with stars, Rouge sipped from a steaming cup, remarking that drinking something warm before bed had become a habit whenever she stayed close to Shiro. Ines explained that coffee was actually a rare luxury, since the beans could only be grown in regions with a very specific and suitable climate for cultivation. She added that coffee could only reach them through ocean-going vessels, which made the beans extremely expensive and difficult for ordinary people in this world to obtain. Rouge teased that Ines was making quite an evil expression, joking that she could probably turn a handsome profit simply by growing and selling coffee beans herself. Shiro admitted that food tasted completely different when someone else prepared it, adding that his dinner had been delicious since it had been a while since anyone cooked for him. Startled by his comment, Rouge apologized immediately, insisting that the group should have been the ones cooking meals for Shiro instead of leaving him to fend for himself. Shiro asked bluntly whether any of them actually knew how to cook, prompting Rouge to admit she could handle simple dishes, while another companion claimed she could manage a little too. One by one, the girls proudly declared their specialty was grilled fish, though the last attempt ended in a small explosion, leaving Shiro to stare at them with quiet resignation. After completing antiviral medicine with his creation magic, Shiro entrusted Rouge with guarding the wonders while he personally delivered the finished cure. Confident everything was prepared, he hurried toward the village to save infected patients. Shiro gently gave the antiviral pill to a feverish girl, ensuring she swallowed the medicine, believing the treatment would quickly ease her illness. He carefully monitored her condition before continuing his work. Satisfied that the medicine was highly effective, Shiro checked the remaining patients and found everyone receiving proper treatment. Hoping their fevers would soon disappear, he prepared to leave after finishing his medical rounds. Remembering his departure schedule, Shiro decided to visit the temple chief before returning to the ship. He walked through the building, expecting only to express gratitude before continuing his journey. Unexpected sounds echoed behind a closed door, making Shiro investigate cautiously. After equipping his armor, he suspected the temple chief was confronting a dangerous evil spirit and rushed forward to provide assistance. Shiro activated his invisibility ring before peeking through the doorway. Inside, the temple chief performed a frantic exorcism ritual alone, believing an evil spirit surrounded the room without noticing his hidden presence. Mistaking Shiro's concealed presence for a malicious spirit, the terrified temple chief swung her purification wand with determination. She struggled against imaginary temptation, convinced the unseen enemy threatened both her body and thoughts. Shiro realized the misunderstanding had become impossible to explain without creating greater embarrassment. Choosing silence instead, he withdrew from the doorway, hoping the temple chief would never discover he witnessed the entire incident. While Shiro walked away from the temple chief spotted him outside and froze with shock. She instantly understood the supposed evil spirit never existed, leaving her overwhelmed by deep embarrassment and regret. Unable to forget the humiliating misunderstanding, the temple chief collapsed while questioning her own actions and assumptions. Shiro departed the temple, wishing the awkward encounter would disappear from both their memories with time.